Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Heavenly Summit Mountain, Xuanyuan Street. A piece of open ground located between the six pavilions of Heavenly Summit Mountain. This place was once the most prosperous area on Heavenly Summit Mountain, where the mountain established various shops selling pills, magical treasures, talismans, and other items. They could be exchanged for merit points or purchased with spirit stones. After the fall of Heavenly Summit Mountain, the current Xuanyuan Street has become a place where cultivators exchange cultivation insights and conduct trades with each other during the Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. At this very moment, Chen Yan and Yi Ziu are inside a two-story building on Xuanyuan Street, sitting at a wooden table by the window. This place was once a shop selling pills on Heavenly Summit Mountain, but has now been converted into a tea house, operated by disciples of the Mirage Palace. The price for the most ordinary cup of tea is 5 low-grade spirit stones. During the Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent period, they can basically sell over 150 cups every day, so during this time these disciples running tea houses earn quite a bit. Therefore, being assigned to Heavenly Summit Mountain as an outer sect disciple is undoubtedly a cushy job. This holds true for disciples of the 5 great sects as well. Chen Yan smiled, looking at Yi Ziu sitting across from him. Even though the person sitting before him now is the chief disciple of Kongshan sect's Kongyuan Mountain, Yi Ziu doesn't seem the least bit intimidated. This is also quite normal. Although the Baiyuan sect is just a second-rate sect in his eyes, in the Great Wei Kingdom, it is undoubtedly one of the dominant local powers. Yi Ziu is a prodigy of the Baiyuan sect, so it's inevitable that he would be a bit arrogant due to his talent. Fellow Taoist Yi, have some tea, Chen Yan said with a smile. Yi Ziu lowered his head to look at the teacup in front of him, hesitating for a moment first. It seemed like he was hesitating over whether he should give Chen Yan this face or not. Chen Yan's expression darkened slightly, though he didn't show it too obviously. This guy seems a bit like he's refusing a favor. But in the end, Yi Ziu still picked up the teacup and took a small sip. Then I thank fellow Taoist Chen. Chen Yan's expression stiffened slightly once more. According to etiquette, Chen Yan calling Yi Ziu fellow Taoist is being polite. But Yi Ziu calling Chen Yan fellow Taoist is being disrespectful. It's just like during Kongshan sect's outer court competition back then when Song Wencheng addressed Lin Kaifeng as Lin personal disciple instead of Elder Lin. As the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, for Yi Ziu not to address Chen Yan as chief disciple but as fellow Taoist is a rather rude behavior. Even Chen Yan himself, when meeting chief disciples from other peaks or other sects, respectfully addresses them as chief disciple or senior brother. This is the basic etiquette of the Chenping Continent cultivation world. It represents not only respect for the person being addressed but also respect for the sect power behind them. If it were due to ignorance of etiquette, that would be one thing. But Yi Ziu definitely doesn't seem like someone ignorant of etiquette. That is to say, he simply looks down on him. No, or rather, he fundamentally looks down on the disciples of the same generation from the 5 great sects. This person is somewhat too arrogant and full of himself, even to the point of being ungrateful. Chen Yan has always considered himself a person with a very good temper, very even-tempered. But even someone like him is starting to feel dissatisfied with Yi Ziu's disrespectful attitude. However, Chen Yan's expression on the surface remained unchanged, and he just said with a smile, "I heard it was fellow Taoist Yi who discovered junior sister Qin's remains. May I ask how fellow Taoist Yi discovered them? I was just idle looking up at the Heavenly Summit Palace suspended high in the sky and happened to notice a woman in a green dress nailed to the palace wall." Yi Ziu said, "I knew that Kongshan sect was looking for a female cultivator wearing a green dress, around 16 or 17 years old, so I reported this matter to the Kongshan sect cultivators in front of Slaying Heaven Pavilion." Chen Yan nodded. There were no major logical loopholes. On Heavenly Summit Mountain, many people know that Kongshan sect is looking for a female cultivator in a green dress. Those who know more also know that the person Kongshan sect is looking for is precisely the personal disciple of the Kingchen True Dharma elder, Qin Yue. But before when Hongli set up the barrier, aside from the 5 great sects and a few cultivators from other sects, very few people knew the fact that Qin Yue was dead, because the news had been jointly sealed by the 5 great sects. But with the intervention of Kongshan sect's supreme imperial law elder, the superficial harmony maintained among the 5 great sects also began to show cracks. To be honest, just over a year ago, junior sister Qin was just a princess in a country near our Kongshan sect. Chen Yan said, I personally brought her into the sect. Now that she has died far from home, I feel deeply sorrowful and indignant in my heart. I can fully understand your feelings, fellow Taoist Chen. Yiziu said. Therefore, if fellow Taoist Yi discovers any other clues, please be sure to tell me. Chen Yan said, certainly. Yi Ziu replied. Immediately after, Chen Yan picked up the teacup in front of him, drank the tea in one gulp and then stood up. Then I'll take my leave first. Take care on your way, fellow Taoist Chen. Yi Ziu said, cupping his hands in salute. Even after Chen Yan had gone far away, Yi Ziu still sat by the window, his gaze directed downstairs. Many cultivators were still looking up from time to time, observing the barrier covering the entire sky. People were anxious and fearful. Elder Mo. Yiziu called out to Elder Mo in his mind. What do you think? That kid gives off a very strange feeling. Elder Mo's voice sounded in Yiziu's mind. The chief disciples of the 5 great sects are not characters to be trifled with. From now on, unless he comes looking for you, don't bother with him anymore. Even you, Elder Mo, think he's not to be trifled with? Yiziu asked me. Elder Mo's voice sounded as if he was amused by anger. I, a divine ability realm cultivator, would I be afraid of a mere peak chief disciple of Kongshan sect? Go ask, aside from that old man Li Haoran, who in Kongshan sect wouldn't speak to me respectfully. Li Haoran. Yiziu didn't know who the name Elder Mo just mentioned was. Yes, Kongshan sect's supreme pivot elder Li Haoran. Li Haoran, Kongshan sect's supreme pivot elder, is one of the only 6 Dao Union realm cultivators currently on Chenping continent, aside from Fusheng City. In terms of cultivation alone, Li Haoran could indeed completely suppress Elder Mo. Just follow my plan. Elder Mo said, encounter any danger and I will protect you. Yes, Elder Mo. Yiziu replied. He also picked up the teacup in front of him. This tea was brewed from snow peak tender buds from the side peak of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Perhaps it isn't considered anything rare for the 5 great sects, but for the Beiyuan sect of Great Wei, it is quite a rarity. Yiziu drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, then stood up, preparing to return and reunite with the elders and disciples of the Beiyuan sect. But just as he was going downstairs, he was suddenly stopped by an outer sect disciple of the Mirage Palace. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. The outer sect disciple of the Mirage Palace said with a smile, what is it? Yiziu frowned, please settle the bill for the 2 cups of Snow Peak Tender Buds first. The total is 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The outer sect disciple of the Mirage Palace said. Yiziu was slightly taken aback. He raised his hand and pointed towards the door. The one just now from Kongshan sect. He didn't pay. The Mirage Palace disciple still said with a smile. Hearing this, Yiziu was stunned for another moment, then a flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. Only then did he realize that Chen Yan had played him. Chen Yan. He cursed inwardly. This grudge was officially formed. Chen Yan believed he had absolutely nothing in common with these so-called heavens chosen from minor sects. Each one was arrogant, each one proclaimed themselves to be the best under heaven. They even looked down upon the core disciples of the 5 great sects, even the personal disciples of the peaks, even the chief disciples. Let him pay his own bill. Consider it a small lesson from Chen Yan. After all, from now on, it was highly likely he would never have any further interaction with Yiziu. Walking along Xuanyuan Street, Chen Yan began to organize his thoughts based on the current information. Qin Yue's death. This matter, truth be told, was neither too big nor too small. The biggest problem at the moment lay in Hu Mu's involvement. He Furin's appearance had completely disrupted this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. The entire heavenly summit mountain was sealed by a barrier, and even the elders and disciples of the other four great sects were under the control of the Kongshan sect. Currently, the Kongshan sect had deployed a total of 5 myriad transformations realm cultivators on heavenly summit mountain. Among them, Kongyuan Mountain's true Dharma elder Wen Hongli was a late-stage myriad transformations realm powerhouse who had already mastered over 7,000 strands of innate true energy. Chen Yan did not believe Qin Yue's death would alarm Huo Mu. He believed Huo Mu was merely using Qin Yue's death as a pretext to extend his reach onto heavenly summit mountain. As for Huo Mu's goal, what could it be? Chen Yan didn't know, but someone would know. For example, Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder He Furin, junior brother Chen. Just then, a very gentle voice suddenly came from the side and slightly ahead of Chen Yan. Chen Yan raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice, finding that the person standing there was none other than Lin Xinyang. What a coincidence, senior brother Lin. Chen Yan smiled and performed a respectful bow with cupped fists. I thought you would be accompanying Elder He. Although Chen Yan showed absolutely no sign of it in his expression or tone, at this very moment he was indeed wary of Lin Xinyang. Hearing this, Lin Xinyang revealed a bitter smile, then shook his head. What could a martial spring realm cultivator like me possibly help with in matters concerning my master? So senior brother Lin is currently? Chen Yan asked. I came specifically to find you. Lin Xinyang said, to find me. Chen Yan was slightly taken aback. Yes. Lin Xinyang said, I am currently suspecting that the last person Qin Yue saw was not you but me. Chen Yan followed behind Lin Xinyang, walking from Xuanyuan Street all the way to the edge of an uninhabited forest. Every single tree in this forest, if moved down from Heavenly Summit Mountain, would be worth hundreds or even thousands of high-grade spirit stones. They were all quite rare spiritual materials. Senior brother Lin, what do you mean when you say the last person Qin Yue saw was you? Chen Yan asked. I saw her on the afternoon before she disappeared. Lin Xinyang said. At that time I saw her looking flustered and panicked, so I stopped her and asked what was wrong. She told me. Lin Xinyang paused for a moment. She said what? Chen Yan asked. I didn't take junior sister Qin's words completely seriously either, but she said there seemed to be something wrong with the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Lin Xinyang said. Chen Yan's heart gave 2 sudden heavy thumps. Could it be that Lin Xinyang suspected him of killing Qin Yue? No, he couldn't have done it. In the eyes of the world, his current cultivation was merely at the early stage of the martial spring realm. His actual cultivation was only at the late stage of the martial spring realm. But if suspicion were to fall on him, it probably wouldn't just be him under suspicion, but everyone associated with his interests. Who was associated with his interests? Lin Kaifeng, Yue Kai, Zhang Yin, Liu Yanteng, in other words, the entire lineage of the sect leader's direct disciples. Junior sister Qin said there was something wrong with the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Chen Yan forced himself to appear as calm as possible and asked Lin Xinyang this. I didn't quite understand it clearly. She said something about the true energy circulation method of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art being very strange. Lin Xinyang said. Then, she asked me to circulate the Kongshan art for 1 complete cycle, wanting to prove to me what she was saying. And then, Chen Yan asked. I did as junior sister Qin asked and circulated the Kongshan art for 1 cycle. As a result, her reaction became even stranger. Oh. She said my true energy circulation method was also very strange. Lin Xinyang revealed an extremely complex expression. I don't know. I don't know what's truly strange, my true energy circulation method or junior sister Qin. Probably junior sister Qin, she was indeed acting very strange yesterday. Chen Yan said. I'm just curious about the sequence of events. Did she meet me first or did she go to find you first? Lin Xinyang asked. Probably came to find me first. Chen Yan replied. After all, she didn't mention anything to me about senior brother Lin's true energy circulation method being strange. Lin Xinyang was momentarily speechless. That is indeed true. He then said, I wonder what plans junior brother Chen currently has. Chen Yan shook his head. I don't know, Heavenly Summit Mountain is now completely in chaos. Who knows what plans one could possibly have. Does junior brother Chen not know yet? Lin Xinyang said. Although Heavenly Summit Mountain is completely sealed by Elder Wen's barrier, the Tao Inquiry Assembly is still to proceed as normal, including the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. Proceed as normal under these circumstances. Chen Yan frowned. Correct, this is the unanimous opinion of my master, Elder Wen, and the other four great sects. Lin Xinyang said, then, what are senior brother Lin's current arrangements? Chen Yan asked. I want to continue investigating the cause of Qin Yue's death. Lin Xinyang answered, investigate the cause of junior sister Qin's death. Chen Yan was puzzled, isn't Elder He already handling this matter? Moreover, the person who killed junior sister Qin should be a cultivator at the spirit connection realm or above. As for senior brother Lin Xinyang just shook his head, my master won't be able to find out. Or rather, the focus of his trip here isn't on junior sister Qin's death at all. Furin didn't come because of junior sister Qin's death. This was also within Chen Yan's original expectations. If it were just Qin Yue's death, it truly wouldn't be enough to alarm the Supreme Imperial Law Elder. This dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain definitely had another purpose for this trip. But, why senior brother Lin are you telling me all this? Chen Yan asked, I haven't told you anything. Lin Xinyang said, it's just some inferences I've made based on my understanding of my master. Then why does senior brother Lin want to investigate the cause of Qin Yue's death? Chen Yan pressed further. Did you see the manner of junior sister Qin's death? Lin Xinyang didn't answer Chen Yan's question but instead asked him one. I did. What did you feel? Very tragic. Exactly. Lin Xinyang nodded. From that moment on, I made up my mind. I must seek justice for junior sister Qin Yue. Looking at Lin Xinyang, Chen Yan suddenly remembered the words Lin Kaifeng had once spoken in Kongyuan Hall. He said Lin Xinyang's character was weak and cowardly, unfit for great tasks. But that was only one side. People have two sides. It was precisely because Lin Xinyang was soft-hearted and indecisive that he would unexpectedly place such great importance and persistence on certain matters. I still say the same thing, senior brother Lin. Chen Yan said, the person who killed junior sister Qin has a cultivation level of at least the passable god realm or higher. This also means the murderer's cultivation is at least 2 major realms ahead of us. Only a cultivator at or above the passable god realm could silently pin someone to the Heavenly Summit Palace over 2,000 zhang from the summit of Heavenly Summit Mountain using a sword. I know. Lin Xinyang replied, with our martial spring realm cultivation, what can we possibly achieve? Chen Yan pressed further, I just want to give junior sister Qin justice. Lin Xinyang looked directly into Chen Yan's eyes. This youth, whose temperament was always gentle and whom Chen Yan's master had called a coward, had a gaze of unwavering resolve. Will you help me? I'm sorry, senior brother Lin, I have my own matters to attend to. Chen Yan said. It's fine, I apologize for disturbing you, chief disciple Chen. Lin Xinyang said this, bowed towards Chen Yan, then turned and left. Chen Yan stood in place, lost in thought. He didn't want to get involved. Because the one who invited him was Lin Xinyang, the personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder Furin. Chen Yan remained somewhat guarded, because the elders of Kongshan sect were also investigating the true cause of Qin Yue's death. A martial spring realm cultivator like himself getting involved would only cause trouble, because, perhaps after he entered the cycle of reincarnation again, he might return to a time before Qin Yue's death. No. These were all just excuses. Chen Yan was silent. He simply picked up the token hanging at his waist, engraved with the 4 large characters Kongyuan chief disciple, examined it for a moment, then slowly put it down. Then he turned and walked away in the opposite direction from Lin Xinyang, slaying Heaven Pavilion. Inside the room, Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, Lin Kaifeng, and Chen Yan were all present. Apart from Liu Yanteng, everyone from the sect leader's direct lineage who had come to Heavenly Summit Mountain had gathered. The Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry will officially begin in 3 days. Zhang Yin said. This is the result of Elder Wen's discussions with the envoy elders from the other 4 major sects. Originally, for this Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, the delegation envoy for Kongshan sect was Elder Zhang Yin. But after Kongyuan Mountain's true Dharma elder Wen Hongli arrived, Zhang Yin had handed over the authority in his hands. Zhang Yin had already sensed the shift in the current situation. Elder Wen Hongli was closely connected to sect leader Yun Yichen and also had a good relationship with Zhang Yin. He had no reason to seize the authority from Zhang Yin's hands. The reason things had developed to this point must involve intervention from others behind the scenes, like Bai Kaiming or He Furen. Of course, it was more likely this was He Furen's intention. Although He Furen was only Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder, his position within the sect was slightly lower than that of Kongyuan Mountain's true Dharma elder or Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder. He currently held the Supreme Imperial Law token of Kongshan Sect's Supreme Imperial Law elder Huo Mu. In other words, on Heavenly Summit Mountain right now, He Furen held the greatest authority within Kongshan sect, even when Hongli and Bai Kaiming had to yield to him somewhat. Liu Yantang wasn't here because she was currently maneuvering among the other four major sects, trying to ease tensions, because she was still Kongshan sect's Dao Gate Wanderer. The Dao Gate Wanderer was a special position that the current five great sects could establish. Its purpose was to act as the sect's spokesperson in the world. Wherever a Dao Gate Wanderer went, the host must treat them as an honored guest, regardless of the relationship between the sides. This had been the rule in Chenping Continent for many years. In fact, this rule was originally established by Heavenly Summit Mountain, and originally the five great sects didn't have Dao Gate Wanderers either. The only Dao Gate Wanderer under heaven was the Dao Gate Wanderer of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Heavenly Summit Mountain's Dao Gate Wanderer was also different from the Dao Gate Wanderers of today's five great sects. The Dao Gate Wanderers of the current five great sects mostly had cultivation levels between the Martial Spring Realm and the Qi Sea Realm. Their main purpose in traveling the world was for training and maintaining their sect's relationships with various immortal cultivation sects in the world. But Heavenly Summit Mountain's Dao Gate Wanderer was different. Heavenly Summit Mountain's Dao Gate Wanderer had to be a cultivator at or above the Dao Union realm. The duties they needed to perform were not like those of the current five great sects' Dao Gate Wanderers, maintaining relationships with various immortal cultivation sects. It was order. Heavenly Summit Mountain's Dao Gate Wanderer maintained the order of all immortal cultivation sects in this world. Those who disrupted order were killed. Simple, direct, clean, decisive. Unlike the Dao Gate Wanderers of the current five great sects who relied entirely on their sect's prestige to travel the world. Of course, the five great sects truly couldn't act as arrogantly and arbitrarily as Heavenly Summit Mountain did in the past. Although they appeared harmonious on the surface, behind the scenes, the five great sects still needed to check and balance each other. Returning to the present. After Qin Yue's death, our Kongshan sect has an extra vacancy that needs to be filled. As for the candidate, Elder Wen has already decided. Zhang Yin said, "Who?" Chen Yan asked. Lin Xinyang, a guy who couldn't even defeat a core disciple from Union Peak in the sect competition, yet he's still a peak lineage personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain. It's truly laughable. Lin Kaifeng's tone was quite disdainful. Chen Yan's nominal master really couldn't stand Lin Xinyang. First, because in Lin Kaifeng's eyes, Lin Xinyang's character was too indecisive, cowardly, and useless. The other reason was that Lin Kaifeng had suffered a huge loss betting on Lin Xinyang during the sect competition. It was that match between Lin Xinyang and the Union Peak core disciple. This is probably Elder He's intention. Yue Kai said, then he looked towards Chen Yan. Chen Yan, how are your preparations now? Reporting to Martial Uncle, if I don't encounter the Dao Inquirers from the other four major sects, your disciple is basically assured of victory, including those with higher cultivation realms than you. For example, Mid-Martial Spring Realm, Late Martial Spring Realm, even Peak. Yes. Chen Yan replied he truly could do it. Now that his hidden immortal art had reached minor mastery, his true cultivation was Late Martial Spring Realm. But the concentration and depth of his true Qi could even be said to rival that of Qi Sea Realm cultivators from the five great sects. And the gap between the five great sects and those ordinary sects was truly vast, immense. Many geniuses from second-rate sects would probably only barely meet the threshold to enter the inner court in Kongshan sect. This gap was comprehensive, whether in cultivation resources, disciple aptitude, or the platform the sect could provide, and so on. For the last 8,000 years, not a single Heavenly Summit champion of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry had been a disciple from outside the five great sects. Of course, there was one more than 8,000 years ago. That person was Chenping Continent's #1 sword immortal and also its last sword immortal, Su Hongzhen. Su Hongzhen had no sect affiliation, he was a rogue cultivator. The reason he was able to burst onto the scene and obtain the qualification for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry 8,000 years ago was because he had received an invitation from the Mirage Palace that year. Although Su Hongzhen's status was that of a rogue cultivator, his relationship with the Mirage Palace was quite close. This was because he was on very good terms with the Dao sect wanderer of the Mirage Palace at that time. It was precisely because of this that after Su Hongzhen reached the summit at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, he wasn't viewed as a thorn in people's side. Later, that Mirage Palace Dao sect wanderer unfortunately perished while campaigning against a great demon of the Dao Union realm at the 9th stage. From then on, the relationship between Su Hongzhen and the Mirage Palace gradually cooled, until they became complete strangers. However, by that time, Su Hongzhen was already a cultivator at the late Divine Ability realm, getting closer and closer to the Dao Union realm. There were almost no people left who had the capability and the qualifications to hinder his rise. Time returns to the present. For this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, don't exert yourself too much. Focus on protecting yourself. Lin Kaifeng shook his head and said, "Originally, your martial uncle and I wanted you to use this opportunity to build up some reputation in front of the entire Chenping Continent's cultivation world. Now that your Aunt Master Liu has also returned to the sect, it's time for you to start competing for the position of the next Dao sect wanderer of Kongshan sect. Compete for the Dao sect wanderer position." Chen Yan was slightly taken aback. "Correct, this is also the real reason we wanted you to become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain." Yue Kai said, "Becoming a chief disciple is a necessary condition to compete for the Dao sect wanderer position. But if I become a Dao sect wanderer, I would have to leave the sect. Break through to the passable God realm as soon as possible, then return to the sect. We will arrange an elder position for you on Kongyuan Mountain." Lin Kaifeng said, "The position of Scripture Hall Elder is quite suitable. After all, the Purple Mansion Kongshan art is Chen Yan's achievement. Moreover, the current Scripture Hall Elder, Wang Shicheng, has mentioned more than once in the past 10 or so years that he no longer wishes to stay in the Scripture Hall and wants to become a leisurely offering elder. It would be best if he could also cultivate another strand of innate true energy and advance to the myriad transformations realm." Elder Zhang Yin, who had been silent on the side, spoke up. Chen Yan looked at Zhang Yin somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that even martial uncle Zhang had joined Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng in planning for his future. Could it be that Elder Zhang had also boarded this pirate ship? Lin Kaifeng saw through the confusion and thoughts in Chen Yan's mind and hurriedly coughed twice. "I didn't expect eldest senior brother to also be so concerned about Yanner's future." "Naturally." Zhang Yin smiled and said, "Chen Yan is a rare, excellent seedling encountered by our Kongyuan Mountain. His talent is no less than that of Yuanhua Mountain's Li Heiaowen or Qingchen Peak's Chu Xiao. Since his master and his second uncle master are so invested, then I, as his eldest uncle master, must also find a way to pave the path for Chen Yan." The topic was thus casually glossed over with a light laugh. Afterwards, Zhang Yin's expression suddenly darkened again. "However, the current situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain is still very unclear." That was indeed true. Qin Yue's death was originally just a murder, but with the involvement of Supreme Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu, everything began to become complicated. The situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain began to become turbulent, and a rift also emerged between Kongshan sect and the other four great sects. Elder Zhang Yin was completely stripped of power. Although the person nominally in charge of the overall situation was Elder Wen Hongli. But the Supreme Imperial Law Order was in He Furen's hands, meaning He Furen's say was definitely greater than people imagined. He Furin suspects that there might be a problem within our Kongshan sect's envoy group itself. Zhang Yin said, "It is precisely because of this that he seized my authority and is not allowing us to leave the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. That guy He Furin is truly insane." Yue Kai said. Right at that moment the door was suddenly knocked from the outside. Elder Zhang. A voice sounded from outside. For some reason this voice felt somewhat familiar to Chen Yan. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for an instant. After all, the Kongshan sect envoy group only had a little over 70 people. It was quite normal to hear a voice that sounded familiar. "Please enter," Zhang Yin said clearly. A disciple walked in, bowed towards Zhang Yin's direction, then lifted his head and glanced twice towards where Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng were. His eyes then lit up. What a coincidence! Elder Yue and Lin personal disciple are also here. Elder Wen is summoning the three of you over there, saying there is important business to discuss. Important business. Zhang Yin slightly furrowed his brows, then stood up, wanting to walk outside. As mentioned before, Wen Hongli was the true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain, while Zhang Yin was the dignity elder. Additionally, Wen Hongli was very close to Yun Yichen, so Elder Wen and Zhang Yin also had a very good relationship. Zhang Yin harbored no suspicion towards Wen Hongli. Seeing Zhang Yin start walking towards the main hall, Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng in the room both followed Zhang Yin's steps. "Can I go?" Chen Yan asked the disciple who came to relay the message. Replying to Chief Disciple Chen, Elder Wen only summoned Elder Zhang, Elder Yue, and Lin personal disciple. The disciple replied respectfully, "Chen Yan, you wait here for us." Yue Kai said, "I still have some matters regarding the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry that I haven't finished telling you." "Yes, Martial Uncle Yue." Chen Yan replied. After Elder Zhang and the others went far, heading in the direction of the main hall, only Chen Yan in the room and the disciple standing at the door remained. The disciple didn't seem to have any intention of leaving, which made Chen Yan grow increasingly vigilant. But on the surface he remained calm and simply said indifferently, "Is there anything else?" "No." The disciple replied, but his feet still showed no sign of moving. Immediately after, the room fell into an eerie silence again. The situation was wrong. Chen Yan suddenly began to realize something. Just as he had previously guessed and as Martial Uncle Zhang Yin had said, it was very likely that there was a problem within Kongshan's sect itself. If the previous target was Qin Yue, then why couldn't the second target be me? Moreover, ever since the moment that disciple at the door spoke, Chen Yan felt his voice was familiar. It was a very unique voice, cold and somewhat effeminate. He remembered. Chen Yan remembered who the person in front of him was. He was the man from the night Song Mingde was killed, the one who ambushed Chu Xiao and killed him with the Kongshan finger. True energy surged from Chen Yan's martial spring, then quickly concentrated through his meridians into his palm, striking out towards the man's direction. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, be a change in mental state, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. Accumulated cultivation, martial spring realm late stage. Reincarnation reward. Cultivation realm increased by 1 minor stage. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation save point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. He had lost. He was completely no match for that man. A year and a half ago, when Chu Xiao fought that man with the effeminate voice, that man was still in the martial spring realm. But now he was in the Qi Si realm. No matter how much the hidden immortal art could crush the existing cultivation techniques in this world, the gap between major realms was still insurmountable. Chen Yan only lasted 7 moves against the man with the effeminate voice. But this was already quite remarkable. As mentioned before, there was a whole major realm difference in their cultivation levels. In the previous reincarnation, the evaluation he achieved was B. That meant his actual cultivation level had climbed another step, reaching the peak of the martial spring realm. Chen Yan could feel his martial spring that was almost overflowing at all times. At this very moment, the distance between him and the Qi Si realm was extremely close. Yet the Qi Si realm remained out of reach for someone with Chen Yan's talent. Junior brother Chen. A gentle voice coming from in front pulled Chen Yan's thoughts back to reality. The time point of this reincarnation was. Chen Yan observed his surroundings, finally locking his gaze on Lin Xinyang before him. I see, so it was this time point. Qin Yue was dead. The three peak elders Wen Hongli, Bai Kaiming and He Furin had rushed from the Kongshan sect to Heavenly Summit Mountain. Elder Wen sealed off a barrier on Heavenly Summit Mountain, causing a crack to appear in the superficial relations between the Kongshan sect and the other four great sects. On Xuanyuan Street, Lin Xinyang found him and extended an invitation, asking him to join in investigating the true culprit behind Qin Yue's death. Sorry, senior brother Lin, my true chi suddenly became disordered for a moment. Chen Yan covered up. Where were we just now? It's fine. Back when I first entered the martial spring realm, I also encountered this situation. I couldn't control the true chi surging from the martial spring, causing the meridians in my body to be impacted by the true chi. It was uncomfortable for quite a while. Lin Xinyang said slowly, then he slightly lifted his eyelids. Just now I was asking you, junior brother Chen, if you would be willing to come with me to seek justice for junior sister Qin. Chen Yan hesitated slightly. In the previous reincarnation, his answer had been negative. As for the answer this time, sorry, senior brother Lin, I have urgent matters to attend to right now. Chen Yan's answer was still negative. It's fine, junior brother Chen. Lin Xinyang waved his hand. If you have any clues, you can come find me anytime. Lin would be extremely grateful. Certainly. Then Lin Xinyang bowed in Chen Yan's direction. Chen Yan returned the courtesy and the two went their separate ways. Even though Chen Yan still refused Lin Xinyang's invitation, in this reincarnation, the relationship between Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang was not as stiff and cold as before. Because in this reincarnation, Chen Yan did not try to dissuade Lin Xinyang, and Chen Yan truly had very important things to do now. Time to close the net, slaying Heaven Pavilion. Apart from Liu Yanteng, all the sect leaders' direct disciples who came to Heavenly Summit Mountain this time were gathered here. Namely, the four, Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, Lin Kaifeng and Chen Yan. Same as the previous reincarnation, everyone discussed the candidate to replace Qin Yue for this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. Chen Yan remained silent the whole time, just listening and thinking about the strategy for what came next. Lin Kaifeng looked at Chen Yan. What are you spacing out for? Master. Chen Yan said in a low voice at a volume only Lin Kaifeng could hear clearly. In a little while, someone will come knocking on the door. Someone will come knocking. He will come to tell you that Elder Wen is looking for you, asking you to go over immediately. Lin Kaifeng was silent for a few seconds before finally making a decision. And then what should we do? Seize him immediately. Chen Yan said, understood. Lin Kaifeng replied straightforwardly. Without any questions, without any hesitation or beating around the bush, Lin Kaifeng agreed to Chen Yan's request very decisively. After about another half a quarter of an hour, the door was indeed knocked from the outside. Elder Zhang. It was the familiar, effeminate male voice. Please come in. Zhang Yin said clearly. The disciple walked in, his gaze sweeping over Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng, then his eyes lit up. What a coincidence, Elder Yue and Lin personal disciple are also here. Elder Wen is summoning the three of you over there, saying there is important business to discuss. Everything developed exactly the same as the previous reincarnation. Lin Kaifeng's eyebrows slightly furrowed, his expression already beginning to grow increasingly serious. Important business. Elder Zhang Yin stood up and began walking towards the door. Before Yue Kai could even react, Lin Kaifeng's true chi erupted instantly. While the disciple with the effeminate voice in front of the door was still stunned, Lin Kaifeng struck him down with a palm strike from a distance. Blue bricks splintered. The immense pressure directly pressed him into the ground, but this level of force wasn't enough to cause any real harm to a Qi Sea Realm cultivator. Kaifeng. Zhang Yin said in astonishment while Yue Kai watched everything happening from the side. Yue Kai also didn't know why Lin Kaifeng would suddenly do this. Eldest senior brother. Lin Kaifeng said, go to Elder Wen's side to confirm whether he really summoned the three of us. I suspect this person has a problem. Zhang Yin was silent for a moment. He knew very well that although his fifth junior brother was usually quite unreliable, giving their master headaches, and even over a decade ago because he offended the master in a fit of anger exiled him to the sect's outer court. But it must be said, Lin Kaifeng was a smart man, and he was very reliable in important matters. All right, before I confirm the result, do not injure anyone. Zhang Yin left these words, then immediately turned and left the room, heading in the direction of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion's main hall. Chen Yan. Lin Kaifeng called Chen Yan's name. Do what you need to do.
Yes.
Chen Yan responded, then he walked over to the man pressed against the ground, squatting down in front of him. Has anyone ever told you that your voice is very unpleasant to hear? The man didn't answer Chen Yan's question directly, instead forcing out an ingratiating smile. I wonder how has this disciple offended Lin personal disciple and chief disciple Chen? You don't recognize me. Chen Yan looked at the man's face with interest. How could this disciple not recognize chief disciple Chen? The man with the effeminate voice continued smiling ingratiatingly. Who sent you? Chen Yan continued asking. Elder Wen ordered this disciple to come here to summon Elder Zhang, Elder Yue, and Lin personal disciple. Elder Zhang has already gone to verify, at a time like this still being stubborn. Chen Yan interrupted the man's words, showing a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Do you remember what happened a year and a half ago? A year and a half ago. The ingratiating smile on the man's face began to slightly fade. That's right, a year and a half ago. Chen Yan looked directly into the man's eyes. You killed Song Ming, didn't you? The man's pupils couldn't help but constrict, revealing an indescribable panic and terror. Why would Chen Yan know? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out how Chen Yan knew about the matters behind the scenes. Or perhaps there was a traitor? No, that wasn't right. The mission to come and kill Chen Yan was personally delivered by that lord. That lord absolutely could not be a traitor. Could it be that he himself was the traitor? The sheer volume of information completely threw the man into chaos, to the point where he even lost some basic logic while thinking. Chen Yan had no intention of continuing the interrogation, because he understood very clearly that from the moment this man arrived here, he never planned to leave alive. One must understand, Chen Yan's identity was the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, the direct lineage of the sect leader. His importance to Kongyuan Mountain could even be said to be no less than any of the peak elders. If Chen Yan were killed, the level of importance the sect would attach to the matter would absolutely not be the same as their treatment of Qin Yue. It was even possible that sect leader Yun Yichen himself would personally step in.
Master.
Chen Yan stood up and spoke in the direction of Lin Kaifeng. I must trouble you to help investigate and clarify this man's specific identity. I suspect his name is most likely also on that list. Lin Kaifeng didn't speak, merely nodding in agreement. He didn't understand the things Chen Yan was doing, but he didn't show any confusion or bewilderment. Because from the start of the outer court competition until now, this disciple of his had already done too many things that he couldn't comprehend. The reason Chen Yan was able to become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain and a Dao Inquirer of Heavenly Summit Mountain was definitely not a result that could be achieved solely through the support of Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai. It was precisely because Chen Yan had done these things that Lin Kaifeng couldn't understand that he had attained his current achievements, and wanting to investigate this man's identity wasn't difficult either. Because for this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, the Kongshan sect had only brought a total of 74 people. Figuring out this man's true identity would be extremely easy. 3 days later, the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry would officially commence today. During these 3 days, many more things had happened. The man with the soft, feminine voice was dead. The cause of death was the same as Zhang Zishun's. Both had been implanted with poison insects. His identity had also been clarified. His name was Gu Qin, and he was a disciple of the Kongshan sect's Union Peak. The Taoist robe Gu Qin wore was indeed the standard style for the Kongshan sect's inner sect, but it bore no peak or vein insignia. And his name was also not among the 13 names given by Song Ming. Chen Yan wasn't the slightest bit surprised by this. Song Ming had only lifted a corner of the shadow behind all this. The truth was still far away. However, the matter of clarifying Gu Qin's identity wasn't as simple as Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng had previously imagined. His name was not on the list of 74 people who had come to Heavenly Summit Mountain this time. Even if Gu Qin could infiltrate Heavenly Summit Mountain by relying on his identity as a Kongshan sect disciple, it would be almost impossible for him to infiltrate the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Unless he had been inside the Slaying Heaven Pavilion from the very beginning. This also represented one possibility: Gu Qin was just like Zhang Zishan mixing among the outer sect disciples. Using an outer sect disciple's identity, he obtained a spot to be stationed at Heavenly Summit Mountain, and all of this had happened within the last year and a half. After all, a year and a half ago, Gu Qin was still at the outer sect enforcement hall, killing Song Mingde, who was in the detention center. Of course, arranging for Gu Qin to be transferred to Heavenly Summit Mountain should also have been a simple matter. After all, the current acting elder of the Kongshan sect's outer court was Zhu Ziu, and his name was also on the list provided by Song Mingde. Apart from these matters, the other 4 of the 5 great sects had also sent people to make inquiries to the sect. The fact that the Kongshan sect's supreme imperial law elder Huo Mu had stepped in was already known to the entire world. The grand elders of the other 4 great sects had also communicated with Huo Mu and reached an agreement. That was, for this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, they would cooperate with the Kongshan sect's leadership. This had almost exceeded everyone's expectations, because it meant that the other 4 great sects needed to lower their status before the Kongshan sect during this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. No one knew exactly what kind of deal Huo Mu had struck with the grand elders of the other 4 great sects to lead to such an outcome. Heavenly Summit Mountain, Dayan Arena. Over 20,000 cultivators were seated around the viewing stands surrounding the Dayan Arena. Inside the arena were 10 massive circular fighting platforms. The draw ceremony for the first round of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry had already concluded. Chen Yan drew lot number 21 for the 7th platform. He was still far from his turn to take the stage. Lin Xinyang, however, drew lot number 2 for the 3rd platform, which meant he would be one of the earliest disciples from the 5 great sects to make an appearance at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. I wish senior brother Lin a victorious first battle. Chen Yan cupped his hands in salute towards Lin Xinyang's direction. Chu Xiao, Lin Xinyang, and Chen Yan were all Kongshan sect's Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquirers, so their seating arrangements on the viewing stand were adjacent. Lin Xinyang merely gave a faint smile. I heard that 3 days ago someone attacked junior brother Chen. I was originally quite worried. Seeing today that junior brother Chen is safe and sound puts my mind at ease. Chief Disciple Chen. At that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly spoke up. It is said that the disciple who attacked you is highly suspected to be the true culprit who, a year and a half ago, murdered the 2 on-duty disciples at the Outer Sect Enforcement Hall and the imprisoned Outer Sect Merit Hall deacon, Song Mingde. That is indeed the case. Chen Yan replied. Outer Sect Steward Song Mingde. Lin Xinyang beside them looked utterly confused. His expression seemed to indicate he had no knowledge of the events that had transpired at the Outer Sect Enforcement Hall a year and a half ago. This was normal because although Song Mingde managed the Outer Sect Merit Hall, he was still just an Outer Sect Martial Spring Realm cultivator, which normal peak direct disciple would pay even the slightest bit of attention to the outer court. But Chen Yan remained skeptical of Lin Xinyang's reaction. Because whether it was Zhang Zishan or Gu Qin, there was a high likelihood that the shadow of Lin Xinyang's master Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder He Furen lay behind them. As He Furen's personal disciple, would Lin Xinyang know nothing about the conspiracy and truth behind it all? Chen Yan considered that possibility to be quite low. Senior brother Lin, speaking of this, I have been pondering a possibility these past 2 days. Therefore, Chen Yan quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Junior sister Qin has already died, and a few days ago someone else also wanted me dead. The biggest commonality between junior sister Qin and myself is that we are both Kongshan sect's Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquirers. That is indeed true. Lin Xinyang nodded. And Gu Qin is a disciple of our Kongshan sect's Union Peak. That is to say, could there be a possibility that someone within the sect wants to harm the lives of the sect's heavenly summit mountain Dao inquirers? Chen Yan asked. No, Gu Qin could also have been used by outsiders. Lin Xinjiang shook his head. That is indeed a possibility, but as you and I know, Gu Qin was not on the envoy list for this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. The fact that he could infiltrate the Slaying Heaven Pavilion can only mean he had been lying dormant among the outer sect disciples stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain from the very beginning. Chen Yan said, Gu Qin is a Union Peak disciple. For an inner sect disciple to obtain an outer sect disciple identity is itself almost impossible, and for Gu Qin to even secure a spot to be stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain. It's hard not to think deeply about this. Hearing this, Lin Xinjiang frowned tightly. You mean to say that besides Gu Qin there must definitely be other accomplices within the sect? Exactly, Chen Yan said. Lin Xinjiang's expression shifted erratically, changing several times. He was seriously considering Chen Yan's words, and the conclusion he ultimately reached was that Chen Yan was right. For Gu Qin to infiltrate the outer court and even secure a spot among the disciples stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain, it would have been impossible without help from someone inside the outer court. In other words, regardless of whether the mastermind behind the scenes came from within or outside the Kongshan sect, the traitor could absolutely not be Gu Qin alone. Then, junior sister Qin's death was also done by a fellow disciple. Lin Xinjiang seemed to be asking Chen Yan, yet also seemed to be asking himself, perhaps. Chen Yan said, if it truly was a fellow disciple's doing, then the target would definitely be locked onto a cultivator with a cultivation base at the passable God realm or above. On Heavenly Summit Mountain, the cultivators belonging to the Kongshan sect with cultivation at the passable God realm or above totaled 8 people. The elders of the 7 major peaks and the delegation envoy Zhang Yin, counting Wen Hongli, Bai Kaiming and He Furen who arrived later, that made a total of 11 people. Next group, Kongshan sect, Yuanhua Mountain Peak direct disciple Lin Xinjiang. A voice imbued with thick true energy came from the arena. Let's put all this aside for now, senior brother Lin. Chen Yan said. Don't let these trivial matters disturb your Dao heart. Lin Xinjiang let out a turbid breath, then nodded, stood up, and began walking towards the direction of the arena stage. When a disciple from one of the 5 great sects appeared, everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Xinjiang. And after Lin Xinjiang left, only Chen Yan and Chu Xiao remained on this side. What does Chief Disciple Chen think? Chu Xiao said lightly, do you believe Lin Xinjiang truly knows nothing at all? What does Senior Sister Chu think? Chen Yan asked with a smile in return. After all, Lin Xinjiang is He Furen's personal disciple, and moreover, Chief Disciple Chen, you have always been wary of him, haven't you? Chu Xiao said she was not wrong. It seems Senior Sister Chu knows quite a bit. Chen Yan said, I haven't learned much. Chu Xiao shook her head. I only know that Elder He once sent people to ambush and kill you and then failed. Did Elder Fu tell you that? Chen Yan asked. Meh. What else did Elder Fu tell you? He didn't say anything else. Chu Xiao denied, however I can roughly guess. He Furen's purpose in sending people to ambush Chen Yan could only be one, and that was for Song Ming's list. This also meant that Song Ming's death was likely also related to Elder He. Song Ming was killed by Gu Qin. Following this logic, Gu Qin targeting Chen Yan's life was also likely orchestrated by He Furen. This was Chu Xiao's speculation. What about the matter of the list? Chen Yan continued to ask. No, the elder didn't mention a single word about it. Chu Xiao replied, I see. Chen Yan nodded. Fu Kaiyan kept the secret contained within that list hidden in his heart alone, not revealing it to anyone. He must have his own plans as well. Arena 3, second group. Lin Xinjiang slowly stepped onto the stage, his demeanor gentle and refined and his aura filled with righteousness. On the other side of the arena, Lin Xinjiang's opponent was a young man from a certain second-rate sect, dressed in tight-fitting martial attire. Senior Sister Chu, I've been thinking about a question. Chen Yan slowly began speaking to Chu Xiao beside him. What? Chu Xiao asked. A passable God Realm cultivator wanting to kill a martial Spring Realm cultivator has 10,000 methods to make the martial Spring Realm cultivator vanish without a trace. Chen Yan said. But the murderer specifically chose the method most likely to provoke the Kongshan sect's fury, nailing junior sister Qin's corpse onto the heavenly summit palace. Tell me, why would the murderer do this? Provocation. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ziao arrived at this conclusion. On the arena, Lin Xinyang and the martial artist in tight-fitting attire bowed and clasped fists to each other, after which Lin Xinyang first made a pleased gesture, signaling for the other to attack first. The martial artist in tight-fitting attire was slightly taken aback at first, then he cupped his fists towards Lin Xinyang again. He didn't feel at all that Lin Xinyang's courtesy towards him was looking down on him. Because he had heard of Lin Xinyang's reputation. He was the personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder of the Kongshan sect, and it was said his natural talent was in no way inferior to Yuanhua Mountain's chief disciple Li Haowen. Only his personality was gentler, so he wasn't as famous as Li Haowen. Provocation. Chen Yan smiled and nodded. That's what I initially thought too, but I've been struggling with this. What benefit does provoking the Kongshan sect on Heavenly Summit Mountain bring to the murderer? Indeed, aside from inciting the Kongshan sect's wrath, provoking the Kongshan sect offered almost no tangible benefits.
Perhaps.
Chu Ziao said. The martial artist in tight-fitting attire tapped his toes on the ground, leapt high into the air, then formed his hand into a tube shape and placed it before his mouth. Boom. A massive tongue of flame surged from the man's mouth, completely engulfing Lin Xinyang. And then, someone chose to make a move against me at this juncture. Chen Yan paused briefly, then slowly said. Or perhaps a third attempt. Chu Ziao gave Chen Yan a sidelong glance. You really do suspect Elder He Furin. Zhang Zishan is Elder He's man. Those two martial spring realm cultivators who ambushed me that day were two, including this time's Gu Qin. Chen Yan said. Although there's no concrete evidence to prove it, senior sister Chu also knows perfectly well that the one who wants my life is Elder He, isn't that right? That is indeed the case. Chu Zia replied. On this point she truly could not deny it. As the flames slowly dissipated amidst the swirling dust and black smoke, Lin Xinyang's figure gradually became visible. He still stood there, gentle and refined, not even a single corner of his clothing stained with the slightest bit of dirt. But Elder He had countless opportunities to want my life. He could have created various coincidences or hired assassins. Chen Yan continued, but he specifically chose to make a move against me on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Don't you find that strange, senior sister Chu? What does Chief Disciple Chen mean? Chu Ziao asked. I can't understand why he would make a move against me on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Chen Yan shook his head. He was, after all, the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. If anything truly happened to Chen Yan, the Kongshan sect would definitely not let it go. He Furin couldn't hide. Moreover, if Chen Yan were killed, even Huo Mu behind He Furin would likely not escape implication. Although the sect probably wouldn't shake the status of a divine ability realm powerhouse over a minor figure like Chen Yan, Huo Mu's prestige within the sect would definitely suffer a significant blow. And the power of the imperial law court under his control would also be greatly affected. Chen Yan still couldn't figure it out. Why would He Furin choose to make a move against him on Heavenly Summit Mountain? He raised his head and looked towards the sky. Suspended 2,000 zhang above their heads was that Heavenly Summit Palace made entirely of white jade, and above that was the bowl-shaped barrier, covering the entire Heavenly Summit Mountain like an inverted bowl. At this moment, at the other end of the viewing stand, in the corner, the disciples of the Beiyuan sect had been arranged here. Yi Ziu stood beside Elder Zhang, staring at the duel currently taking place on Ring 3 between Kongshan sect's Dao Inquirer Lin Xinyang and that sturdy cultivator. The Hunyan sect lives up to its reputation. Watching the molten blaze spewed from the sturdy cultivator's mouth, Elder Zhang of the Beiyuan sect couldn't help but admire aloud. The Hunyan sect is a late first-rate sect located in the southeast of the Chenping continent. Both its cultivation methods and techniques trace back to a great ascended power from 60,000 years ago, a master named Vermilion Sparrow, who founded the Hunyan True Art. Of course, it was only fragments. Those fragments of the Hunyan True Art are like chicken ribs to the 5 great sects, tasteless to consume but a pity to discard. Vermilion Sparrow himself came from Lingxiao Temple and was an immortal Ascension Realm cultivator. The reason the Hunyan sect could so confidently practice fragments of the Hunyan true art was because Lingxiao Temple had given its approval. Thus, the relationship between the Hunyan sect and Lingxiao Temple was quite close. One could even say the Hunyan sect was effectively an affiliated branch of Lingxiao. The contemporary leader of the Hunyan sect is a myriad transformations realm cultivator at the 6th level. His innate true energy has been refined into nearly 1,000 strands, and his power is formidable on par with some peak elders of the 5 great sects. The Hunyan sect leader specializes in killing techniques. Fighting on the field right now with Kongshan sect's Yuanhua Mountain Peak heir Lin Xinyang was the leader's personal disciple, Zhu Bang. The technique Zhu Bang was using was the Hunyan sect's strongest killing move available to martial spring realm cultivators, the Azure Yang Force. Derived from the Hunyan True Arts Heart method, the Flame Heart technique births fire-attributed true Qi. Within the martial spring realm, it condenses into a pill-like Azure Yang, which, wrapped and protected by true Qi, transforms into an unbearably fierce true fire expelled from the mouth. Its temperature could evaporate every drop of moisture in the air within a radius of 30 meters. Yet facing this Azure Yang force unleashed by Zhu Bang, Lin Xinyang simply stood in place, unmoving. Polished and courteous, he gazed straight at the streaks of faint blue flame roaring toward his face. Then, when the Azure Yang force closed to half a meter away from him, the flames suddenly all struck an invisible transparent barrier and could not advance an inch closer to Lin Xinyang. Flames scattered, black smoke billowed. After the soot had cleared completely, Lin Xinyang was still standing exactly where he had been. Yi Ziu on the viewing stand blinked in mild surprise, then murmured to himself. They all say Kongshan's He Furin's personal disciple Lin Xinyang is timid and weak in magical combat, so how is he?
He.
Mo Lao's cold, mocking voice sounded in Yi Ziu's mind. Saying Lin Xinyang is timid and poor at magical combat only applies when comparing him to disciples of the 5 great sects on the Chenping continent. Even among the 5 great sects, only the absolute top disciples can stand alongside him. Ordinary sect-born disciples, how many could possibly be his equal in a single exchange? Indeed, among contemporary disciples on the Chenping continent, those placed on the same tier are often Qin Qingyu, Chu Xiao, Li Haowen, and the like. Lin Xinyang is even praised as having cultivation talent comparable to Li Haowen. Such prodigies are not something ordinary disciples can casually provoke. Yi Ziu squinted slightly, wearing a thoughtful expression. Now you see there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Mo Lao teased in Yi Ziu's head. Rest assured, Lin Xinyang is not your match. If it were you against Lin Xinyang, I'm confident you could defeat him within 30 moves. Yi Ziu said nothing, only continuing to watch Lin Xinyang and Zhu Bang on the platform. In the next instant, the air around the ring seemed to freeze, faintly filled with the sound of surging waves. Lin Xinyang thrust his palm forward. A staggering might of true Qi swept out from his palm toward Zhu Bang, overwhelming and vast. Tidal wave palm? If it had been Chen Yan, he too would have been astounded. Because he had seen this tidal wave palm before back in Taiyuan City at the Cloud Prince Manor when the insane Yuanhua mountain disciple Qian Zun used it. But Lin Xinyang's tidal wave palm and Qian Zun's tidal wave palm were 2 entirely different concepts. Qian Zun's rendition was not even 1/10,000th as potent as Lin Xinyang's. Although there was a large realm gap between Qian Zun and Lin Xinyang, the disparity in power was still shockingly vast. Yet on the Kongshan viewing stand, Li Haowen, who had watched all this, only shook his head wryly. Junior brother Lin is still too gentle. He spoke while glancing up at He Furin, the dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain, seated above him. Elder He, what do you think? He Furin merely chuckled twice and then slowly said, Xinyang has always been like this. Zhu Bang was blasted off the ring by Lin Xinyang's tidal wave palm, then fell to the ground like a kite. Cough. The sturdy cultivator coughed up a few times in a woeful state, then climbed back to his feet. Thank you for the match. From the other side of the ring, Lin Xinyang spoke warmly. From the moment he had stepped onto the ring, his feet had not shifted an inch. Many thanks for your instruction, senior brother Lin. Zhu Bang cupped his fists toward Lin Zhenyang, then turned and left with graceful ease, not lingering at all. He himself knew that from the moment the draw was decided, his heavenly summit mountain Dao inquiry journey had been destined to end here. Yi Ziu took all of this in with his eyes. Just that? He sighed lightly. Or what did you expect? Mo Lao's voice rang in Yi Ziu's head again. I can tell you with confidence, the only person at this heavenly summit mountain Dao inquiry who could be absolutely certain to defeat you is that little girl from Star Heaven sect, Qin Qingyu. Are there others who might give me trouble or make me fight hard? Yi Ziu asked Mo Lao. There are, for example, Kongshan's Chu Xiao, Lingxiao Temple's Yiliang Mirage Palace's Huang Jing. Mo Lao listed off names one by one, then suddenly paused. But I have to tell you, kid, if you truly face disciples of the five great sects, besides a few like Lin Xinjiang whose strength is clearly weaker, it's better to choose to lose sometimes or you might run into a lot of unexpected trouble. I know, but if my opponent is... A flash of venom flickered in Yi Ziu's eyes. What if it's Kongshan sect's Kongyuan mountain chief disciple, Chen Yan? Chen Yan. The voice of Elder Mo within Yi Ziu's mind sounded rather peculiar. It was as if he had never expected Yi Ziu to mention the name Chen Yan at all. Chen Yan, the chief disciple of Kongshan sect's Kongyuan mountain. It is said he broke through to the martial spring realm less than a month ago. Elder Mo said. Although the depth of Chen Yan's true qi is indeed noteworthy, no matter what, he is still just a cultivator in the early stages of the martial spring realm. As someone at the peak of the martial spring realm, you have no possibility of losing to him. I want to teach him a lesson. A deeply displeased expression surfaced on Yi Ziu's face. All because of 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Elder Mo asked, that's not just about 2 or 3 mid-grade spirit stones, it's about Chen Yan daring to make a fool of me. Yi Ziu said, enunciating each word clearly. Does being a disciple of one of the 5 great sects truly make him superior? Doesn't it? Elder Mo's attitude towards Yi Ziu's impassioned, heartfelt words was one of utter disdain. Disciples of the 5 great sects are superior. Hearing this, Yi Ziu's eyes sharpened, and he used his spiritual sense to question Elder Mo. But senior, why must disciples of the 5 great sects necessarily be able to look down on me? Stop spouting such thoughtless childish nonsense. Elder Mo said sternly. I ask you, is there a gap between your cultivation talent and that of Huang Jing, Yiliang, Chu Xiao, Li Haowen and the others? This junior does not know. There is none. In fact, it could be said your talent even surpasses that of those prodigies. Elder Mo continued, fine birds choose their roosts. With your talent, becoming a personal disciple of any peak lineage within any of the 5 great sects, even a chief disciple, would be an effortless matter. So why do you stubbornly insist on remaining in Beiyuan sect? Beiyuan sect recognized my talent and gave me my start. Yi Ziu stated, correct, Beiyuan sect recognized your talent and gave you your start. Whether to stay in Beiyuan sect or join a great sect is entirely your freedom. Elder Mo said, think carefully, how have you been treated within Beiyuan sect? Yi Ziu began to reminisce. As the strongest genius in Beiyuan sect's history, Yi Ziu's treatment within the sect, in certain aspects, was even better than that of the sect leader himself. He could freely mobilize any cultivation resource within the sect, whenever he wished. The courtesy shown by his fellow junior brothers and sisters when they met Yi Ziu was comparable to that shown to an elder. All the elders in the sect imparted their knowledge to him without reservation, holding nothing back. Wasn't Yi Ziu himself riding high above the heads of the other disciples in the sect? What difference was there between him and those lofty disciples of the 5 great sects? Yi Ziu fell into silence. As I just said, your natural talent is sufficient to make you a personal disciple of any peak lineage within any of the 5 great sects. But since you have chosen to remain in a minor sect like Beiyuan sect, you must learn to hide your sharpness. Elder Mo said with profound earnestness. The cultivation techniques I have taught you, unless absolutely necessary, should not be used lightly. In a life-or-death crisis, this old man will naturally intervene. This junior understands. Yi Ziu replied. You must know that this last wisp of my soul remaining in this world is now completely bound to your own spirit. If any mishap befalls you, this old man will naturally also scatter to the winds. Elder Mo continued. Therefore, when encountering any situation, you must endure and conceal your strength. Do not act rashly.
Yes.
Yi Ziu said. However, this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry is indeed not a bad opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. You truly do need a chance to spar with disciples of the five great sects. Elder Mo said, among these 15 Dao inquirers from the five great sects, the one with the lowest cultivation level is indeed Chen Yan, who is in the early stages of the martial spring realm.
Ugh.
Yiziu's eyebrow twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Know when to stop, remember do not go too far. This junior understands. The viewing stand where the Kongshan sect delegation was located. Lin Zhenyang, who had effortlessly defeated Hunyan sect's Zhu Bang, returned from the ring to Chen Yan and Chu Xiao's side. Senior brother Lin fought brilliantly. Chen Yan praised him thus, I merely showed my inadequate skills. Lin Zhenyang replied with a smile. As for the topic Chen Yan and Chu Xiao had discussed not long ago, the two men tacitly agreed not to mention a single word of it. However, Lin Zhenyang did not take a seat beside Chen Yan. Instead, he continued walking towards the direction of the viewing stand where the Kongshan sect elders were seated. Senior brother Lin? Chen Yan asked, puzzled. After this round of the Dao inquiry ends, it will be at least several hours before it's my turn to take the stage again. Lin Xingyang said, there are some matters I must discuss with my master. What matters? Chen Yan pressed. I hope my master will focus his attention within our own sect, rather than continuing to target the other four great sects. Lin Xingyang stated. At this moment, the relationship between Kongshan sect and the other four great sects on Heavenly Summit Mountain, while not exactly like fire and water, had reached the most hostile freezing point in several thousand years. Kongshan sect had dispatched disciples to stand guard outside the lodgings of the other four great sects, subjecting all entries and exits to strict surveillance and control. Not only ordinary disciples but even elders had to undergo questioning. This was the will of Elder He Furin, Elder He. Even the nominal person in charge of Kongshan sect's affairs on Heavenly Summit Mountain, Kongyuan Mountain's true Dharma elder Wen Hongli, felt He Furin's methods were somewhat too excessive, too presumptuous. He Furin seemed not to have considered at all how to explain things to the other four great sects after leaving Heavenly Summit Mountain. When that time came, even Elder Huo Mu would inevitably find himself in the wrong when facing the other four great sects. And the other four great sects, Lingxiao Temple, Mirage Palace, Star Heaven Sect and Wind Ravine Valley, had shown no intention of defying Kongshan sect's control. Firstly, because of the orders from the grand elders of their respective sects, commanding the disciples on Heavenly Summit Mountain to cooperate with Kongshan sect's actions. Secondly, because the number of experts Kongshan sect had currently dispatched to Heavenly Summit Mountain was simply too great. When Hongli, Bai Kaiming, Zhang Yin, He Furin, Yue Kai. There were 5 great experts of the 6th realm, the Myriad Transformations realm, alone. Cultivators of the Myriad Transformations realm represent the most exaggerated gap in combat power differentiation among all the major realms within the 9 realms below immortality. Cultivating a single strand of innate true energy qualifies one as a Myriad Transformations realm cultivator. Perhaps a Myriad Transformations realm cultivator with 1 strand of innate true energy could still put up a fight against those with 2 or 3 strands. But when facing a Myriad Transformations realm cultivator who has cultivated 10 strands of innate true energy, they can only be crushed unilaterally. A Myriad Transformations realm cultivator who has cultivated 100 strands of innate true energy can simultaneously suppress 5 cultivators with 10 strands each. And a Myriad Transformations realm cultivator who has cultivated 1,000 strands of innate true energy can defeat over a dozen cultivators with 100 strands each. Kongshan sect's Kongyuan Mountain True Dharma elder Wen Hongli has now mastered over 7,000 strands of innate true energy. He is the strongest individual currently on Heavenly Summit Mountain. It could even be said that if all the Myriad Transformations realm cultivators on Heavenly Summit Mountain attacked together now, they might still not be able to defeat Elder Wen. Therefore, the other 4 great sects besides Kongshan sect are truly seething with anger but not daring to speak. The vast disparity among cultivators in the myriad transformations realm also leads to an immense chasm between the middle three realms and the upper three realms. This also explains why, apart from the five great sects, the top experts in most sects across Chenping continent are fundamentally cultivators at the myriad transformations realm. Chen Yan raised his head, gazing at Lin Xinyang's retreating figure as he walked towards the viewing stand, remaining silent for a long time. I don't think Lin Xinyang is acting. Just then, Chu Xiao beside Chen Yan suddenly spoke, her clear and cool voice ringing out. Perhaps he might genuinely not know about Elder He's actions. We haven't yet confirmed that the true culprit behind it all is actually Elder He. Chen Yan shook his head. But right now, all the evidence points to He Furin, doesn't it? Chu Xiao said, I just can't figure out what benefit does killing Qin Yue actually bring to Elder He. Chen Yan murmured. No matter how he tried to reason out He Furin's motive, Chen Yan couldn't make the logic fully consistent. Behind He Furin stood Kongshan Sect's supreme imperial law elder Huo Mu, a great power at the divine ability realm. This meant that starting from Song Ming's death to all the events that happened afterward, it was very likely all orchestrated by Huo Mu. Even though Chen Yan harbored such suspicions, he had no means to act. Aside from Kongshan Sect's Supreme Pivot Elder, the Supreme Martial Pacification Elder, and the Supreme Surveillance Elder, no one had the qualification to level any accusation against Huo Mu. Even Fu Kaiyan, after obtaining that list, could only choose to back down and give up, not engaging in any futile struggle, allowing Huo Mu to manipulate everything from behind the scenes. As for the original demon suppression stone that sealed the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul within Keijun Tower, Senior Sister Chu Chen Yan called out, I wish to understand more about the matter of the 9-tier Great Demon's Black Flood Dragon remnant soul sealed within that lost demon suppression stone from Keijun Tower. I remember you once said, Senior Sister, that even though that Black Flood Dragon remnant soul's divine soul is now extinguished, it still possesses strength at the Unity Realm. That's correct, but to be precise, the true current strength of that wisp of Black Flood Dragon remnant soul should be that of a 7-tier Great Demon. Chu Xiao said. But Senior Sister, doesn't a 7-tier Great Demon correspond precisely to a Unity Realm cultivator? Chen Yan followed up. He wasn't familiar with the detailed tier classification of demon beasts. After all, Chen Yan came from the outer court. Usually, whether for sect missions or trials, the highest-tier demon beasts he could encounter were 3-tier demon beasts. Higher-tier demon beasts could be encountered by inner court disciples. But ever since Chen Yan became an inner court disciple, he hadn't even learned a few Kongyuan mountain techniques, let alone studied knowledge about demon beasts. Correlating demon beast tiers with human cultivator realms is indeed the most intuitive method. Chu Xiao said, but the differences between them are significant. Why? Chen Yan asked. Because the way demonic energy circulates within a demon beast's body is completely different from the way human cultivators circulate their true qi. Chu Xiao explained, perhaps most people cannot distinguish it at all. But it is said that some individuals of exceptional talent can easily perceive these subtle differences in the circulation methods between true qi and demonic energy. The difference between true qi and demonic energy. Chen Yan's mind suddenly flashed with the image of that green-skirted young girl standing before him, her face filled with confusion and anxiety. The purple mansion Kongshan art is different from the Kongshan art, different from the pure dust-glazed art, and also different from the other fragmented mental cultivation methods my master found for me. And what his own master said, no need to worry too much. I think within the entire Kongshan sect, those capable of detecting this subtle difference in true qi circulation probably number only 3 in total. And then, that day on Xuanyuan Street when he encountered Lin Xinyang, she said my true qi circulation method is also very strange. Could it be that Lin Xinyang also cultivates some special mental cultivation method? Indeed, this possibility cannot be ruled out, but Arena 1, Group 6, Star Heaven Sect Moon Void Sect Chief Disciple Qin Qingyu. The announcer below suddenly called Qin Qingyu's name. The entire Daiyan Arena instantly fell silent for a moment, because Qin Qingyu was the strongest contender for the Heavenly Summit Champion title in this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, bar none. Currently, Qin Qingyu was only a single step away from the Qi Sea realm. No, that statement isn't entirely accurate. The reason is because Qin Qingyu could take that step at any time. The reason she hadn't stepped into the Qi Sea realm was precisely because she wanted to seize the Heavenly Summit Champion title in one fell swoop, becoming the undisputed #1 among the disciples of this generation in Chenping Continent. Arena 1, Group 6, Wind Ravine Valley by Shang Ravine Chief Disciple Hua Minjiang. Immediately after, the announcer on the arena called the name of Qin Qingyu's opponent. At this, the Daiyan arena, which had just fallen silent, instantly erupted into a boiling frenzy. This was only the first round of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. And already, two Dao Inquirers from the 5 great sects were colliding. Such a duel undoubtedly captured the attention of everyone in the Daiyan arena. The 3 Dao Inquirers sent by Wind Ravine Valley this time did not possess an absolute, generation-defying genius who could look down upon the entire Chenping continent, like Qin Qingyu, Chu Xiao, and their ilk. But the skill levels of these 3 Dao Inquirers from Wind Ravine Valley were surprisingly balanced. All were at the late stage of the Martial Spring Realm, and within Wind Ravine Valley they were also the chief disciples of their respective peaks. Their foundations were quite solid. Wind Ravine Valley's original plan was not to contend for this session's Heavenly Summit champion but to achieve the best possible ranking. But it seems that just at the start, one of them is likely to be eliminated. Facing the biggest favorite of this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry in the very first round is simply too unlucky. Qin Qingyu, dressed in a light green gown and wearing a veil, walked gracefully onto the arena. Her steps were elegant, like a feathery lotus gently shifting, at the other end of the arena. The white-robed youth from Wind Ravine Valley also stepped slowly onto the arena. Compared to Qin Qingyu's relaxed demeanor, Hua Minjiang appeared much more solemn and serious. This was unavoidable. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, facing the #1 favorite of this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, he could only try his best not to lose too disgracefully. This chief disciple from Wind Ravine Valleys by Shang Ravine saw a ring of pale cyan airflow surge around him, then this airflow condensed onto his sleeves, 12 frost flowers crystallizing into 12 ice blades. Wind Ravine Valley by Shang Ravine's secret technique, Frost Blossom 1000 Blades. This secret technique, according to conventional reasoning, is a powerful technique that only passable God Realm cultivators of Bai Shang Ravine can practice. Because this technique not only places extremely high demands on the depth of true qi, but also consumes the user's mental energy tremendously. But Hua Minjiang was only a Martial Spring Realm cultivator. Even though he had only just condensed 12 ice blades, this already demonstrated the exceptional talent of this Bai Shang Ravine chief disciple. Immortal Maiden Qin, I apologize for the offense, Hua Minjiang said in a deep voice. In the next instant, several muffled explosions sounded consecutively on the arena. 12 ice blades shot straight towards Qin Qingyu's face. Right from the start, it was a killing move. The frost blade lunged toward Qin Qingyu's front. When those 12 ice blades were still about 3 zhang away from Qin Qingyu, the hem of the girl's skirt moved as if stirred by no wind. Then the frost blades trembled slightly in midair and immediately shattered. Only countless tiny ice crystals remained in the air, slowly drifting down toward the ground. Hua Minjiang's pupils contracted, the corner of his mouth trembling, because Qin Qingyu had not even made a move. Merely the protective true qi around her body had effortlessly shattered Hua Minjiang's frost blades. This was an absolute, irreconcilable difference in strength. From the beginning, Hua Minjiang had known he stood no chance against Qin Qingyu, the widely recognized strongest Martial Spring Realm cultivator of his generation on the Chenping continent. Only when even his most powerful secret technique could not pierce Qin Qingyu's protective true qi did he finally accept the fact that he had already been defeated. But Hua Minjiang did not want to give up just like that. He did not intend to defeat her, he only wanted to treasure this hard-earned opportunity to duel with Qin Qingyu. One must understand, even geniuses have gaps between them. Every move and every form exchanged with Qin Qingyu would surely benefit him greatly. A vast, icy true chi surged from Hua Minjiang's martial spring, freezing the platform completely, and the temperature of the entire Daiyan arena dropped several degrees in that instant. He charged forward with quick steps, then leapt, striking the air consecutively. With each step Hua Minjiang took, a transparent ice lotus formed in the air. Qin Qingyu tilted her head to look at Hua Minjiang as he charged through the air toward her. Between the veil covering her face and the ice crystals slowly falling through the air, it was impossible to read her expression. The ice crystals floated down in front of her and paused for a moment before her eyes, which were as deep as an autumn pool at night. Her eyes seemed to be smiling. Hua Minjiang raised his right hand high, and the numerous ice crystals in the air began pouring toward his palm, quickly coalescing into a pale blue, semi-transparent long sword. Around the blade, the shadow of a cold kai coiled, accompanied by dragon-like wails and the sound of glaciers cracking. Cold kai shatters jade technique. On the viewing stand where representatives of Wind Ravine Valley sat, an elder from Wind Ravine Valley couldn't help standing up and exclaiming. Minjiang actually cultivated this technique while still at Martial Spring Realm. Truly. The elder meant to say a prodigious talent, but when he remembered that Minjiang's opponent was Qin Qingyu from Star Heaven Sect, he swallowed those words back down. Among this generation of disciples, as long as Qin Qingyu was present, no one could be called a prodigious talent. The cold kai coiling around Hua Minjiang's ice sword kept devouring the ice crystals drifting down from the sky, and eventually the phantom had grown to about 10 zhang in size. If the Frost Blossom Thousand Blades was the widely known strongest technique Hua Minjiang practiced, then the Cold Kai Shatters Jade technique was his true trump card, a move scarcely known even within Wind Ravine Valley and especially within Bai Shang Ravine.
Slash.
At the instant Hua Minjiang swung his sword, the Tenjiang Cold Kai suddenly collapsed into a speck of ghostly blue cold light. This displayed the compression of his extreme cold true chi to the utmost. Where the sword tip passed, even the air froze into spider web-like fissures. This was the meaning of shattering jade. Many Chi Sea Realm cultivators on the viewing stand quietly broke into cold sweats, wondering whether they themselves could walk away unscathed if faced with the Cold Kai Shatters Jade technique unleashed by a late Martial Spring cultivator. Elder Zhang Zhuang of Beiyuan sect was naturally among those Qi Sea Realm cultivators. Standing beside him, Yi Xiu's expression was very solemn. Yi Xiu believed that even he would need to avoid the brunt of that Cold Kai Shatters Jade technique. Finally, faced with such an overwhelmingly powerful Cold Kai Shatters Jade, Qin Qingyu moved. She lifted her fair wrist. The ice crystals floating above the platform suddenly developed moon-like halos in an instant. Then her fingertip flicked lightly. Pop, 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 the ice crystals suspended in the air burst one after another into clouds of cold mist. Pop, 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 that speck of ghostly blue cold light which had condensed into a single point and charged toward Qin Qingyu's face halted midair and began to tremble violently with a dragon-like, mournful cry. Then the ghostly blue cold light exploded, reverting into a sky full of ice crystals. Cracks began to crawl up from the tip of the sword Hua Minjiang had formed from the ice crystals. His complexion turned pale and weak. He forced a wry smile toward Qin Qingyu. First seat Qin, I admit defeat. Thank you for the match. In stark contrast to the weakened Hua Minjiang, Qin Qingyu's breathing did not falter. Her voice remained calm. After all, from start to finish she had only raised her wrist and flicked a finger, just those two motions. What was that? At that moment, Elder Mo's voice suddenly sounded inside Yi Xiu's mind. What technique did Qin Qingyu just use? Yi Xiu asked Mo in his thoughts. Star Heaven Sex and Moon Void Sex exclusive heart method, the Taoyan Star Scales scripture, Elder Mo answered. Its cultivation conditions are extremely harsh. When I wandered across the Chenping continent, if you count everyone in Star Heaven Sect practicing this heart method, including the Grand Elders, there were only 4 in total. Ugh. Yi Xiu fell silent. To reach Martial Spring and use the Taoyan Star Scales scripture to that degree, she truly lives up to the title of the strongest Martial Spring cultivator of her generation. If she grows safely under Star Heaven Sect's protection, achieving divine ability or even Dao Union should present no great obstacle. Elder Mo said, Tell me, Yi Zhu, if you came across Qin Qingyu, would you have confidence? Maybe I could win. And if you don't use the technique I taught you, Elder Mo asked again. I'm not her match, Yi Zhu replied frankly. In front of Elder Mo there was nothing Yi Zhu kept from saying. Platform 7, Group 13. At that moment the Daiyan Arena announced another pairing. Which group are you in? Elder Mo asked. Group 17 on Platform 7. Yi Zhu answered, Good. Elder Mo said, if everything goes smoothly, you'll be called to the platform in about half an hour. After that, among the disciples on Platform 7 will be the 5 great sects, and Chen Yan. Yi Zhu's gaze hardened. He despised the 5 great sects. Yi Zhu often wondered why disciples of the 5 great sects could monopolize the vast majority of cultivation resources, while second-rate sects like Beiyuan sect were forced to a corner. You do not really hate that the 5 great sects' disciples possess so many cultivation resources, you only hate that it is not you who possesses them and nothing more. Elder Mo had once said this, a hypocrite. That was Elder Mo's verdict of Yi Zhu. Yi Zhu naturally did not admit to this point, because he cherished his own reputation very much. As for Elder Mo, he even prided himself on being a true villain. Because if he hadn't been untrustworthy and gone back on his word, he wouldn't have ended up like this, reduced from a divine ability realm powerhouse who could cover the sky with one hand to a mere remnant soul within a ring. Just as mentioned before, although Elder Mo's current cultivation level is only at the myriad transformations realm, the strength of his divine soul remains at the divine ability realm standard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so easily discovered the corpse of Qin Yue nailed to the wall of the Heavenly Summit Palace. Elder Mo could still accomplish many things using his divine sense. For example, during the next round's draw for the 7th ring, Elder Mo could arrange for Yi Zhu and Chen Yan to be placed in the same group. At this very moment, on the viewing stand where the disciples of Kongshan sect were located, Chu Xiao's expression was quite grave. As the #1 Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquirer from Kongshan sect, Chu Xiao's ultimate goal in participating in this Dao Inquiry Assembly was, of course, to claim the title of Heavenly Summit Champion. Although from the very beginning, Chu Xiao knew the hope was slim, because of Qin Qingyu. As the daughter of Qingchen Peak's sword master Elder Chu Chen, and after revealing extraordinary talent for immortal cultivation, Chu Xiao had been widely watched since childhood. Around the time she was 6 years old, Chu Xiao would frequently hear a name, Qin Qingyu. Back then, when the sect's elders and disciples discussed Chu Xiao, they would often mention Chu Xiao and Qin Qingyu side by side. Chu Xiao came first and Qin Qingyu came after. Later on, when the sect's elders or disciples talked about them, it became Qin Qingyu first and Chu Xiao after. At that time, immortal cultivators from various sects across Chenping continent would still refer to Qin Qingyu and Chu Xiao together as the twin jewels of Chenping. It wasn't until Qin Qingyu cultivated the Taoyan Starscale's scripture and significantly surpassed Chu Xiao in both cultivation level and reputation that fewer and fewer people mentioned this term. And Chu Xiao's name was no longer mentioned alongside Qin Qingyu's. Instead, when people mentioned her now, they would simultaneously mention Li Haowen, Yi Liang, and Huang Jing. For this chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, this undoubtedly brought a sense of defeat, of being left behind. Chu Xiao also wanted to prove herself. Therefore, in fact, she valued this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry more than anyone else. Even so, the strength Qin Qingyu had just displayed was still far too shocking. I am definitely not her match, Chu Xiao secretly thought to herself. At the same time, Chen Yan was sitting on a chair beside Chu Xiao, gazing at the sky filled with ice crystals and cold mist above the first ring. His fingers lightly tapped the backrest of the chair. Although his expression remained calm on the surface, deep down, Chen Yan was actually greatly shaken. Frost Blossom 1000 Blades, the Cold Kai Jade Shattering Art, the Taoyan Starscale's scripture. Why do these chief disciples of the 5 great sects all know so many flashy and fancy techniques? Then look at himself. Kongshan Art, Kongshan Finger, Mountain Splitting Palm. Chen Yan had to admit that he was quite lax when it came to cultivation matters. Since relying on his own talent, it was difficult to progress much beyond the martial spring realm. Chen Yan simply became completely dependent on the rewards from the cycle of reincarnation. This also led to the situation where, even though Chen Yan's current cultivation level was at the peak of the martial spring realm, his combat experience and mastery of techniques were actually not much stronger than an ordinary energy channeling realm cultivator. When it's his turn to step onto the ring, if his opponent skillfully uses all sorts of dazzling techniques while he can only resort to Kongshan Finger and Mountain-Splitting Palm, wouldn't that be extremely awkward? Chen Yan. Just as Chen Yan was tangled in these thoughts, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned his head to look, then stood up and cupped his hands in a salute. Master. The newcomer was none other than Lin Kaifeng. How long until you take the stage? Lin Kaifeng asked. The group currently on the 7th ring is the 13th group. Your disciple is in the 21st group. Chen Yan replied, there's still time. Lin Kaifeng said, come with me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Kaifeng turned and left. Chen Yan felt very puzzled, not understanding why Lin Kaifeng was in such a hurry. Senior Sister Chu, I must excuse myself for a moment. Chen Yan said to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao merely gave a faint nod. This was originally just a polite courtesy anyway. He followed behind Lin Kaifeng and looked up towards the stands, towards the seats where the sect elders should have been sitting. He saw Lin Xinyang standing beside He Furin, leaning in close and saying something to him. Lin Xinyang looked very serious, while He Furin's face still maintained that uncomfortable smile. But the area where the elders should have been sitting together was now a stretch of empty chairs. What happened? Chen Yan followed behind Lin Kaifeng, heading in the direction of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. What happened, Master? He asked. Another person has been killed. Lin Kaifeng said gravely. Hearing this, Chen Yan was stunned for a moment, but he wasn't overly surprised. Perhaps he was already used to it. Who? Chen Yan asked. An outer sect disciple stationed at Heavenly Summit Mountain, energy channeling realm cultivation. An outer sect disciple was killed. Chen Yan was completely baffled, unable to figure out why this was the case. He also couldn't understand why he needed to be called to investigate the situation just because an outer sect disciple was killed. Even though Chen Yan came from the outer sect, there shouldn't be any connection. Why summon your disciple here? Chen Yan asked directly. Lin Kaifeng did not speak. Chen Yan's brow furrowed slightly and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. At the mountain gate of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion, two outer sect disciples dressed in light white Taoist robes, seeing Lin Kaifeng and Chen Yan hurrying over, quickly cupped their hands in salute from afar. Lin Kaifeng chose to ignore them. He led Chen Yan to a courtyard within the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. After pushing open the courtyard gate, Wen Hongli, Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, Liu Yanteng and others were all standing inside. Here. Seeing Lin Kaifeng bring Chen Yan into the courtyard, when Hongli slightly raised his head. Disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to Elder Wen. Chen Yan saluted with cupped hands. In fact, although Chen Yan and Wen Hongli weren't very familiar, they had crossed paths quite a few times over the past year. After all, Chen Yan's current status was chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Wen Hongli nodded, then shifted his gaze from Chen Yan, looking down at the ground. Following Wen Hongli's line of sight, Chen Yan also fixed his eyes on the corpse lying on the ground. It was an outer sect disciple around 20 years old. Judging by the color of his face and lips, he had been dead for some time. The fatal wound he suffered was a bowl-sized penetrating wound in his chest. Through the wound, one could see the outer sect disciple's damaged internal organs. Chen Yan had once died in the same manner, so he blurted out, Kongshan Finger. Correct. Lin Kaifeng said. He died from Kongshan Finger, but that's not the most important part. Then what is? Chen Yan asked. Didn't you just ask me why I insisted on calling you back no matter what? Lin Kaifeng said slowly, then paused for a moment. Because the murderer cultivated the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. The killer practiced the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Chen Yan's breath stalled for a brief moment and his body tensed for an instant. How is it Chen Yan any leads? Elder Zhang Yin beside him asked. Chen Yan said nothing, only shook his head. In that case, the killer would be narrowed down to a disciple from our Kongyuan Mountain. Yue Kai said. There were only a dozen or so people from Kongyuan Mountain who had come to Heavenly Summit Mountain to attend the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent this time. Among them were even Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, Lin Kaifeng, and Liu Yanteng. But no, this evidence is still insufficient to pin the killer on a Kongyuan Mountain disciple. Chen Yan said in a deep voice. When Hungli looked puzzled and asked Chen Yan, why? The Purple Mansion Kongshan art has never been a secret within the sect. Chen Yan replied, although it is currently only being piloted in the scripture hall of Kongyuan Mountain, any inner sect disciple who bothers to put in some effort could obtain a copied manual of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. He paused for a moment. The deceased Qin Yue, junior sister Qin, had discussed topics related to the Purple Mansion Kongshan art with me several times.
Good.
Wen Hongli nodded, clearly convinced by Chen Yan's explanation. Chen Yan looked at the corpse of the outer sect disciple on the ground and furrowed his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that something felt too deliberate. Anyone able to unleash such force with Kongshan finger must be at least in the Martial Spring realm. A Martial Spring realm cultivator has 1,000 ways to kill a Qi circulation realm cultivator. Yet they deliberately chose to use the Purple Mansion Kongshan art to trigger the Kongshan finger. As if they absolutely wanted to leave some clue, or rather, to confuse everyone. I can't understand why someone would deliberately target a Qi circulation realm cultivator. Liu Yanteng placed a hand over her chest and voiced this question. That's not the main point. Lin Kaifeng said, the key issue is in the killing method itself, that they use the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. As Chen Yan said, whoever uses the Purple Mansion Kongshan art isn't necessarily a Kongyuan Mountain disciple, but given the current situation from an outsider's perspective, the prime suspects would still be our Kongyuan Mountain disciples.
Exactly.
Yue Kai immediately added. Even if Chen Yan goes and explains it to everyone, in the current circumstances it would most likely be seen as a lame excuse. Kongyuan Mountain will inevitably become the target of everyone's accusations. Do the two senior brothers mean that the killer used the Purple Mansion Kongshan art specifically to limit Kongyuan Mountain's actions? Liu Yanteng exclaimed as realization dawned. Of course, that's only one possible explanation. Maybe the killer really is one of our Kongyuan Mountain disciples. Elder Yue Kai said, but if the killer is a Kongshan sect disciple, who would it be? Zhang Yin countered, then continued. The selection of Kongyuan Mountain disciples who came to the Dao Inquiry Assembly was decided by Master and me. You've also seen them. Those youth who came to see the world are only 13 or 14 years old, all at the Qi circulation realm. They did practice the Purple Mansion Kongshan art in the scripture hall, but do you think those kids could have done this? The disciples sent by Kongyuan Mountain this time were quite young, because disciples aged 15 to 19 were practically useless. The only truly capable person, Chen Yan, had been promoted from the outer court, but there were still quite a few promising youngsters under 15. So when Yun Yichen and Zhang Yin selected those to attend the Dao Inquiry Assembly to see the world, they mainly focused on disciples under 15. Then who else could the killer be? Zhang Yin continued, turning his gaze to Lin Kaifeng. Is it you, Kaifeng? Then he looked at Yue Kai, or you Yue Kai. After that he glanced toward Chen Yan. Or is it Chen Yan? Zhang Yin's muscles trembled with an intense sense of pressure and he was clearly angry. He had chosen the candidates, so if something went wrong, he would naturally bear some of the responsibility. Big senior brother, calm down. Lin Kaifeng said, the pressing matter is whether to suppress the news or make it public. Of course make it public. Zhang Yin said. If the killer truly intends to frame Kongyuan Mountain, we won't be able to suppress the news. Indeed, even if the people of Kongyuan Mountain wanted to hide the death of this disciple, or the fact it involved the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, the truth would inevitably be discovered. But doesn't that mean whoever exposes the truth would also naturally be somewhat suspicious? Liu Yanteng said, what if the person who exposes the truth is also being used by the real killer? Yue Kai shook his head in denial. Chen Yan suddenly remembered a tabletop game he had played in his past life called Werewolf. It was somewhat amusing that the predicament on Heavenly Summit Mountain now was extremely similar to the game of Werewolf. Lin Kaifeng cast a questioning look at Chen Yan, his gaze seemed to be asking for his opinion. Chen Yan noticed Lin Kaifeng's inquiring look, then he shook his head. All right, junior sister Liu. Lin Kaifeng said. You take Yanner to the Daiyan Arena. He still has a match on the platform later, leave this matter to us. Liu Yantang hesitated for a moment then nodded. Let's go, junior nephew Chen. Liu Yantang hooked a finger toward Chen Yan, then put her hands behind her back, acting casual as she walked toward the courtyard exit. Then I'll take my leave, Elder Wen Master, two martial uncles. Chen Yan bowed then followed Liu Yantang out. Liu Yantang walked ahead, she wore a pear yellow gauze dress. With each step she lightly tapped the pointed tip of her foot on the green stone slab, her gait spirited and nimble. Junior nephew Chen. Her light melodious voice called to Chen Yan, I'm here. Chen Yan answered. How does it feel to be the chief disciple? Liu Yantang asked. Not bad. Chen Yan answered carefully, he wasn't sure what answer Liu Yantang wanted to hear. It truly is easier for you and me to become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain than it would be for the chief disciple of other peaks. Liu Yantang said. What do you mean, Shishu? Chen Yan asked. Because both of us are the sect leader's direct line disciples, we don't have to worry about being schemed against. Liu Yantang said. Kongyuan Mountain had the sect leader on site. So the peak elders all behaved themselves and didn't harbor many ulterior motives. After all, no matter what happened, the sect leader's word carried the final authority. But power struggles on other peaks were an entirely different matter. The best example is Qingchen Peak. Of course, in the past, the power struggles on Qingchen Peak had not yet escalated to the extent they have today. Only when Sword Master Elder Chu Chen, who was poor at political maneuvering and had a weak personality, Martial Elder Fu Kaiyan, who was quite deep and ambitious for power, and true Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming, who was crafty and unwilling to be subordinate to others, came together, did Qingchen Peak stage such a grand drama. Including Chu Xiao's position as chief disciple. If Chu Xiao had made any mistake before, Bai Kaiming was ready at any time to push Qin Yue forward to have her replace Chu Xiao as the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak. In past cycles of reincarnation, Bai Kaiming had indeed succeeded, but now it is once again impossible. Chu Xiao's position as chief disciple is unshakably solid. I haven't returned to the sect for 15 years. Liu Yantang complained, this time taking advantage of the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. I finally came back once, only to encounter this kind of thing. That is indeed the case. People have died at the Dao Inquiry Assembly before. However, a Dao Inquirer from one of the 5 great sects dying on Heavenly Summit Mountain in such an unclear manner is a first, and it's not just that. Since the first Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent was held, this is also the first time Heavenly Summit Mountain has been shrouded by a barrier. After all, in the past, who would dare to provoke the 5 great sects? Ant Master Liu, what differences do you see between the sect now and the sect 15 years ago? Chen Yan tentatively asked. 15 years, what changes could there possibly be? Liu Yantang laughed. For a behemoth like the Kongshan sect, unless another immortal ascension realm great power emerges, even after another 1,000 years, the Kongshan sect will still be exactly as it is today. Then she paused briefly. Only the places remain, but the people are gone. That's right, cultivators have long lifespans, especially after reaching the spirit connection realm. The upper limit of a Qi-Si realm cultivator's lifespan might be less than 500 years. But the lifespan of a spirit connection realm cultivator starts at 1,000 years. 1,000 years later, Fu Kaiyan will still be Fu Kaiyan, Zhang Yin will still be Zhang Yin, and Yun Yichen will still be Yun Yichen. But within the sect, those with the most human vitality are the outer sect disciples and those inner sect disciples with relatively ordinary talent. Over the course of this 1,000 years, they have long since been replaced like wheat, crop after crop. What does the Heavenly Summit Mountain incident matter? What does the Outer Court calamity matter? The sect has never lacked people. It doesn't lack useless Outer Court disciples, nor does it lack geniuses. It's just the vicissitudes of time. But for the Kongshan sect, perhaps that is the case. For Chen Yan, absolutely not, because he has died, and not just once. Longevity holds no attraction for Chen Yan. Because the cycle of reincarnation he is currently trapped in is itself an alternative form of longevity. The Daeyan arena was buzzing with noise and excitement. All right. Liu Yantang stopped walking. I wish you a victorious start, nephew disciple Chen. Thank you, Aunt Master. Chen Yan said. Chen Yan walked back to his seat on the viewing stand and sat down. Chief Disciple Chen, did Lin personal disciple have something to discuss with you? A cool, clear voice came from beside him. It was Chu Ziao. Yes, just some minor matters. Chen Yan said. Are they related to Qin Yue? Chu Ziao continued to ask. No. Chen Yan replied. In truth, he didn't know whether this outer sect disciple's death was connected to Qin Yue's death either. Most of the truth was still hidden within the mist. Senior sister Chu seems very concerned about junior sister Qin's matter. Upon hearing this, Chu Ziao fell silent for a moment. That child was actually quite pitiful. As the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, Chu Ziao understood the conflict between the Qingchen true Dharma lineage and the martial discipline lineage all too well. For Bai Kaiming, Qin Yue was merely a tool. In the more than a year since she entered the sect, everything Bai Kaiming did was to have her catch up to Chu Ziao, and now to die in such a manner. If one had not cultivated the path of forgetting emotions, who wouldn't feel regret over her death? How is the situation on the arena platforms now? Chen Yan asked. A few more rounds have passed. Which platform number are you again? Chu Ziao asked. Number 7. Chen Yan answered. Right now on platform 7 the 20th group's match is taking place. The 20th group. He was in the 21st group, so wouldn't he be up next, so soon? Chen Yan couldn't help but exclaim. Especially the 17th group on platform 7, it ended the fastest. Chu Ziao said she seemed to have a rather deep impression of that match. I remember, the winner of that match seemed to be from a sect called the Beiyuan sect. Yi Ziu. Chen Yan said, yes, that's him. Chu Ziao appeared slightly puzzled. How do you know him? Chen Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Because he was the one who discovered junior sister Qin's body. There's a problem. He believed this disciple named Yi Ziu had significant issues, including Yi Ziu's attitude. Even Chen Yan, honored as the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain when facing chief disciples of the other 4 great sects, would respectfully address those older than him as senior brother or senior sister. Those younger than him he would still respectfully address as chief disciple. But Yi Ziu addressed him as fellow Taoist. When identities are unknown to each other, calling one another fellow Taoist is harmless. But in that situation where they had already introduced themselves, for Yi Ziu to address Chen Yan as fellow Taoist, there is only one possibility. Yi Ziu looks down on Chen Yan. But he has no reason to look down on Chen Yan because Chen Yan, prior to that, had shown Yi Ziu ample respect and fulfilled all etiquette. Then this can only mean that Yi Ziu looks down on the Kongshan sect. Or even looks down on the 5 great sects. Just like during the outer court competition before when Enforcement Hall Elder Song Wencheng of Kongyuan Mountain addressed Lin Kaifeng not as Elder Lin but as Lin personal disciple. This is a form of transgression and contempt. Could it really be such a coincidence? Chu Ziao said. Senior sister Chu just mentioned what happened with the 17th group. Chen Yan asked. Nothing particularly special. Chu Ziao answered. It's just that the gap between Yi Ziu and his opponent was truly too large. Is Yi Ziu very strong? Chen Yan continued to ask. I don't know because his opponent was too weak. Chu Ziao said, if Yi Ziu truly is very strong then he, belonging to the same platform number 7 would likely encounter him on the arena platform. He had even tricked him back at the tea house on Xuanyuan Street. Thinking of this, Chen Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. Would he not be able to defeat him? Victory is decided. At that moment an announcement voice came from the direction of Platform 7. Platform 7, Group 21, Kongshan Sect, Kongyuan Mountain Chief Disciple Chen Yan. Versus Nandu Sect, Sect Eldest Senior Brother Pu Yuanju. When Chen Yan last fought on a challenge stage, it was at the outer court competition a little over a year ago. Back then his opponents were all just body-forging realm cultivators. He cut through them like slicing vegetables, never having known what a real rival was, but now it was different. This was not some outer court competition, it was the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. All the heaven-chosen talents of Chenping continent had gathered here. There was no absolute gap in cultivation between Chen Yan and his opponents. Moreover, Chen Yan lagged far behind many of them in the study of techniques and arts. But Chen Yan was not at a disadvantage in every respect. At this moment his cultivation reached the peak of martial spring realm. Because he cultivated the hidden immortal art, a top-tier mental method that surpassed Kongshan Sect's Kongshan art and even Ling Xiao Temple's Heavenly Dominion canon by who knew how many levels. Chen Yan's true qi was far deeper and purer than that of ordinary peak martial spring cultivators. Even the total reserve of true qi within his martial spring could reach several times that of those ordinary peak martial spring cultivators. Sheer brute force? This was the strategy Chen Yan adopted. His cheap master and senior martial uncle Yue Kai had indeed told him not to try to stand out too much at this heavenly summit mountain Dao inquiry, just to bring him out to see the world and make his name known. However, not making a fool of himself at heavenly summit mountain meant Chen Yan could only lose to disciples from the 5 great sects. Against Dao inquirers from ordinary sects, Chen Yan had to achieve complete victory. Pu Yuanzhu, the sect's eldest senior brother of Nandu sect. Nandu sect was a mid-sized sect in the southern part of Chenping continent with a fairly long history. Unlike the gargantuan 5 great sects, sects of this scale did not split into multiple peak branches. In a sense, the sect eldest senior brother of Nandu sect represented the top young figure of that sect's generation. Therefore, in the several countries surrounding Nandu sect, Pu Yuanzhu's name was famously renowned. He was mid-stage martial spring realm. Chen Yan's public cultivation, however, was still early-stage martial spring, having only barely advanced into martial spring for less than a month, so his foundation could be considered unstable. Thus, although Chen Yan was the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain of Kongshan sect and a Dao inquirer from one of the 5 great sects, the cultivators on the viewing stand still held reservations about the match between Chen Yan and Pu Yuanzhu. Even odds, that was the betting line set by the gamblers in the corner of the viewing stand for the Chen Yan versus Pu Yuanzhu match. Chief Disciple Chen, I have long admired you. Pu Yuanzhu stood on the west side of the stage, cupping his hands toward Chen Yan. His words and tone contained both respect for Chen Yan and his own bold, heroic spirit. Brother Pu, you're too polite. Chen Yan bowed in return. Pu Yuanzhu himself believed that he had a chance to win against someone who had only recently advanced into martial spring. But he still dared not relax for a single moment. After all, his opponent was a Dao inquirer from one of the 5 great sects. At the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, it was not uncommon for Dao inquirers from the 5 great sects to overturn Dao inquirers from ordinary sects across realms. Nearly every Dao inquiry had several such examples. For instance, late-stage martial spring disciples from the 5 great sects defeating peak martial spring disciples from ordinary sects, or mid-stage martial spring disciples overcoming late-stage martial spring opponents from ordinary sects. In the previous assembly, there was even a mid-stage martial spring disciple from Ling Xiao Temple who defeated a peak martial spring disciple from the southeast of Chenping continent. However, there had never been a record of an early-stage martial spring disciple from the 5 great sects defeating a mid-stage martial spring opponent. Throughout the history of the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry, it was rare for the 5 great sects to send early-stage martial spring disciples to compete on the Heavenly Summit Mountain. Which of the 5 great sects did not have talent in abundance? Only when talent was disastrously depleted would they deploy early-stage martial spring disciples. Yet Kongyuan Mountain had indeed experienced a recent gap in talent. Talented children between 10 and 14 existed, but among contemporary Kongyuan Mountain disciples aged 15 to 20, none could really stand out. All eyes in the viewing stands from every corner, the cultivators from across Chenping continent, including elders and disciples of the 5 great sects, were now focused on the 7th stage in the Daiyan arena. That was the match between Chen Yan and Pu Yuanzhu. In this round, the 5 great sects had only Chen Yan participating. Most cultivators on the viewing stands wanted to see how capable this sudden prodigy, the direct-line chief disciple of Kongshan sect, truly was.
Excuse me.
Pu Yuanzhu shouted, then fully opened his meridians. A faint red sheen rose on his body and thin wisps of steam began to seep off him. His sclera turned reddened, his breathing quickened, and the protective true qi overflowing from his meridians began to coalesce more tightly. Nandu domination technique. On the viewing stand, some disciples from southern sects like Nandu sect exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of art is the Nandu domination technique?" An uninformed cultivator beside them asked. "It's an extremely brutal grappling art. It fuses true qi into the sinews and bones, greatly enhancing speed and strength, massively boosting close-quarter combat. To a certain extent, it can cover significant cultivation gaps when facing opponents not skilled in body arts. It's too cheating. The more that disciple spoke, the angrier he became. The uninformed cultivator beside him's mouth twitched twice. Could it be this brother suffered a loss at the hands of a Nandu sect cultivator? The disciple quickly turned toward him with a displeased look. No. I just think you yap too much. So what if I lost to that dirty Nandu domination technique? You losing is inevitable too. If you don't believe me, let's go find an empty spot and train a few moves. The uninformed cultivator took half a step back, smiling awkwardly. Brother, don't be rash. I mean no ill will, but if you want to stretch your limbs, I can go a couple rounds with you. Oh, you've got some nerve, the disciple said as he rolled up his sleeves. I am an elite disciple of Wind-Piercing Mountain from the southern river state of Chenping Continent, late-stage Qi circulation realm. What do you go by? I am offering Elder of the Hall of Loyal Hearts, Jiang Kaiyan, mid-stage Qi C realm. The uninformed cultivator answered with a smile. The Wind-Piercing Mountain disciple's arrogant demeanor immediately froze, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. His fierce expression instantly melted into obsequious flattery. So it's Elder Jiang, how rude of me, how rude. What would you have me do? Should I kneel and kowtow twice for you right now? Setting aside those minor episodes, let's turn our gaze back to the ring at this very moment. Chen Yan looked at Pu Yuanzhu, who had already activated the Nandu domination technique, with a rather serious expression. Although he had absolutely no idea what specific technique the other party was using, Chen Yan could still discern some clues. Just by observing the restrained release and retraction of his true qi, Chen Yan could judge that Pu Yuanzhu's method must be a close-quarters grappling technique. Just as Chen Yan had anticipated, in the next instant, Pu Yuanzhu stomped on the floor, pulverizing the bluestone slab beneath his toes. In just a single breath, he crossed the distance of over 20 zhang between him and Chen Yan. Whoosh! The sound of a fist tearing through the air rang out, whizzing past Chen Yan's ear. Chen Yan quickly retreated half a step, then gathered his true qi and threw out a palm strike aimed directly at Pu Yuanzhu's chest. Pu Yuanzhu's body dodged to Chen Yan's left front in a bizarre manner, only to suddenly appear at Chen Yan's right rear in the next instant. Cloud Dragon Step! An exclamation of astonishment couldn't help but erupt from the viewing stand. While cultivating such a fiercely rigid technique like the Nandu domination technique, he can still simultaneously execute the Cloud Dragon Step, a movement technique renowned for its ghostly and agile nature. This eldest senior brother of the Nandu sect is probably no simple figure. Indeed, it was true. The position where Pu Yuanzhu appeared was completely within Chen Yan's current blind spot. Pu Yuanzhu threw another punch, this time aiming directly at the back of Chen Yan's head. Chen Yan had absolutely no way to dodge. Chen Yan clicked his tongue impatiently. In the next instant, his protective true qi violently erupted, blowing Pu Yuanzhu's already airborne body away like a fallen leaf. What immense true qi! Is this early-stage martial spring realm? Chief Disciple Chen is the direct-line chief disciple of the Kongshan sect. For him to be selected as Kongshan sect's Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquirer with early-stage martial spring realm cultivation, he must have his own unique strengths. I heard Chen Yan, based on the Kongshan art, pioneered the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, which can greatly expand a cultivator's martial spring, as well as the scale and efficiency of their true qi circulation. No wonder Chief Disciple Chen's true qi is so immense. The cultivators on the viewing stand discussed the situation on the field. However, compared to the strength displayed by other disciples of the 5 great sects at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, Chen Yan's performance was indeed much more awkward. Ultimately, the main reason leading to this result was because Chen Yan, possessing the power of the cycle of reincarnation, had been far too lax in his cultivation. The techniques he practiced were still all the ones he had learned back during the Qi circulation realm. And his combat style also remained that of a Qi circulation realm cultivator. One must understand that the gap between the Qi circulation realm and the martial spring realm is as vast as heaven and earth. Techniques from the Qi circulation realm are completely insufficient when faced with a martial spring realm cultivator. but learning new techniques and moves now was already completely out of the question. Just as Chen Yan had previously planned, the only method he could adopt was brute force. Pu Yuanzhu, who had been blasted away by Chen Yan's erupting protective true qi, adjusted his posture in midair before landing quite steadily on the ground.
Hi.
His breathing was very labored. The true qi fused into his sinews and bones by the Nandu domination technique placed an enormous load on Pu Yuanzhu's body. If he were not at the martial spring realm but at the qi circulation realm or body forging realm, just by activating the Nandu domination technique at such high intensity, his physical body would likely have already collapsed. Of course, the body forging realm cannot cultivate the Nandu domination technique. He had to end this quickly. In the next instant, Pu Yuanzhu pounced towards Chen Yan once more. Naturally, Chen Yan would not give Pu Yuanzhu another chance to engage in close-quarters combat with him. He raised his hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together and pointed them towards Pu Yuanzhu's direction. Kongshan finger. The same old trick? True qi bursting from his fingertips shot towards Pu Yuanzhu's chest. Yet Pu Yuanzhu still charged towards Chen Yan, showing no sign of wanting to defend or dodge. Just like that, he stubbornly withstood Chen Yan's Kongshan finger with his restrained protective true qi. Chen Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Silently reciting the Kongshan art in his mind, he began to mobilize the surging true qi in his meridians, unleashing a Kongshan finger with even greater power than the last one. Yet Pu Yuanzhu still withstood it with his protective true qi. This wouldn't do. Although the Kongshan finger was useful, it was, after all, only a qi circulation realm technique. When dealing with martial spring realm cultivators, especially this type who focused on close-quarters combat with restrained true qi, it was clearly insufficient, unless Chen Yan began to activate the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. The fusion of the Purple Mansion record with the Kongshan art could double the efficiency of true qi circulation while also allowing the Kongshan finger to unleash its maximum effect. Or perhaps this move could be called the Purple Mansion Kongshan finger. A terrifying force gathered at Chen Yan's fingertip then shot towards Pu Yuanzhu like an arrow. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of Pu Yuanzhu's neck stood on end. An intensely dangerous feeling surged into his heart. Pu Yuanzhu swiftly twisted his body to the side, managing to dodge Chen Yan's Purple Mansion Kongshan finger in a rather awkward manner. His subconscious told him that if he took this finger head-on, his protective true qi would definitely be pierced through like paper, and he himself would surely suffer quite serious injuries. Pu Yuanzhu raised his head. He discovered that Chen Yan was still pointing his fingertip in his direction. That terrifying force, even more dreadful than before, was gradually gathering at his fingertip.
I concede.
Pu Yuanzhu dropped to one knee, clasping his fists with a bitter smile. The terrifying force gathered at Chen Yan's fingertip dissipated. "You were gracious," Chen Yan said with a grave expression. The viewing stand immediately erupted into an uproar. Truly worthy of Chief Disciple Chen, the direct-line Chief Disciple of the Kongshan sect is indeed different. What was that move he used called? The Kongshan finger. In the Kongshan sect, any qi circulation realm disciple would definitely know how to perform it. That's just too exaggerated, using a qi circulation realm technique to defeat Pu Yuanzhu across realms. A prodigious talent, a prodigious talent. Even with no advantage in techniques or cultivation level, he could still defeat his opponent so effortlessly. What else can we say about Chief Disciple Chen other than prodigious talent? However, Chen Yan couldn't hear any of those praises from the viewing stand at all. Just now, he had suddenly become aware of a problem he had never considered before. The Kongshan finger, under conditions of equal cultivation realm, is very difficult to cause actual lethal damage. Therefore, regarding that outer sect disciple who died from the Kongshan finger, both himself and martial uncle Zhang Yin and the others had all tacitly assumed the murderer's cultivation must be at the martial spring realm or above. But the power unleashed by the Kongshan finger when driven by the Purple Mansion Kongshan art is several times greater than when driven by the Kongshan art. Doesn't this represent a possibility that the murderer did not intentionally use the Purple Mansion Kongshan art to frame Kongyuan Mountain, but rather, only by using the Purple Mansion Kongshan art to drive the Kongshan finger could they achieve the effect of killing with a single strike? Thinking of this, Chen Yan's pupils couldn't help but contract sharply. Your meaning is that the killer might be a Qi circulation realm cultivator. Zhang Yin said this with a serious expression. After the first round of matches in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry ended, Chen Yan immediately returned to the Slaying Heaven Pavilion and found the various elders of Kongyuan Mountain. And he voiced his conjecture. Senior brother, I believe it is indeed possible, just as Yanner said. Lin Kaifeng said, the Purple Mansion Kongshan art has never been any great secret within the sect. Even an outer sect disciple, with a bit of effort, could obtain a copy. Even if that's the case, getting past He Furen won't be that easy. Zhang Yin shook his head. My friendship with this elder he is not deep. I've only met him a few times before. It's only through working together on this matter that I've come to know this person. Zhang Yin trailed off, leaving his sentence unfinished. However, even without him saying it, Chen Yan and the others could guess it was nothing good. He Furen held the Kongshan Supreme Commanding Order. Therefore, although the nominal person in charge was Kongyuan's true Dharma elder when Hongli in reality, any major decisions regarding the situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain were ultimately approved by He Furen. Including the death of this outer sect disciple which had already been reported to He Furen for him to take responsibility. Chen Yan. Zhang Yin called Chen Yan's name and said, these trivial matters within the sect are for me, your master and your second uncle master to worry about. You don't need to concern yourself too much. Your most important task right now is to focus on the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. This disciple understands. Chen Yan bowed with clasped hands. It seemed Zhang Yin truly believed the death of this outer sect disciple was just a minor incident. For people like them normally, the death of a mere outer sect disciple was indeed a minor matter. It shouldn't even be something for important figures like them, the peak elders, to handle. It could easily be handed over to a random outer sect steward or even an administrator to deal with properly. The real issue was that this outer sect disciple's death was linked to the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. This forced the elders of Kongyuan Mountain to step in. But judging by the attitudes of Wen Hongli and Zhang Yin, although they took it quite seriously, they still only treated it as a minor matter that could be easily resolved. However, Chen Yan did not think so. Chen Yan felt that who the killer wasn't important. The person behind this only wanted to use the death of this outer sect disciple and the link between his death and the Purple Mansion Kongshan art to tie up and restrict the elders of Kongyuan Mountain. As for the real target, Chen Yan didn't think it was himself. Just as he had said before, if He Furen wanted his life, he had countless opportunities before coming to Heavenly Summit Mountain. Including sending Gu Qin to kill him, Chen Yan believed that might just be a smokescreen. As for the true purpose, Chen Yan didn't know it yet. But he felt he was already beginning to touch the truth, or rather, he was already starting to move in the direction of the facts. Chen Yan left the Slaying Heaven Pavilion and began walking towards the Daiyan Arena. He should still have another match today. To be honest, defeating Pu Yuanzhu on the ring didn't actually cost him much effort. In the eyes of the cultivators on the viewing stand, Chen Yan also didn't appear as disheveled as he himself imagined. On the contrary, what he displayed was completely the demeanor of a master. Early stage martial spring realm cultivation, using a Qi circulation realm basic technique to defeat a mid-stage martial spring realm opponent. What a remarkable feat. This was the current opinion of the people on the viewing stand regarding Chen Yan, chief disciple Chen. Just as Chen Yan was about to return to the Daiyan Arena, he was suddenly called out by a young man on the streets of Heavenly Summit Mountain. A young man stood there wearing a deep cyan Taoist robe with red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, a warm smile on his face. A Mirage Palace disciple. Chen Yan recognized his Taoist robe but did not recognize his face. When they first arrived at Heavenly Summit Mountain, the Tao inquirers of the 5 great sects led by their sect elders had all met at the profound scripture hall in the center of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Chen Yan had no impression of this person, so he deduced that this person at the very least was probably not a Tao inquirer from the Mirage Palace. May I ask who you are? Chen Yan showed an apologetic expression, bowing with clasped hands as he asked. Meeting for the first time, not knowing the other person's name is not a breach of etiquette. It's fine to ask openly and directly. This humble one is the chief disciple of the Mirage Palace's Weaving Dreams Tower, Zio Ban. The young man replied. So it's chief disciple Zio. Chen Yan bowed with clasped hands again, Weaving Dreams Tower. When Chen Yan was still an outer sect disciple, he had heard people mention this peak of the Mirage Palace more than once. Because the Mirage Palace was the sect most skilled in illusion arts in the entire Chenping continent, bar none. But if the Weaving Dreams Tower were considered independently, then the Weaving Dreams Tower would become the peak most skilled in illusion arts in the entire Chenping continent. Still bar none? Compared to fierce, direct offensive techniques, it is often the invisible, formless illusion arts that kill which are more feared. Therefore, rumors about the Weaving Dreams Tower spread everywhere across the land of Chenping continent. It was almost like an urban legend or a horror story. Congratulations, Chief Disciple Chen, for passing the first round of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry in a nearly overwhelming manner. Zio Ban said with a smile. Especially the Purple Mansion Kongshan art you displayed, Chief Disciple Chen. The profundity of this mental cultivation method is truly breathtaking. Hearing this, Chen Yan was inwardly startled, but on the surface he remained expressionless. Might I ask how Chief Disciple Zio knew that what I, Chen, displayed was the Purple Mansion Kongshan art and not the Kongshan art? Chen Yan asked. Whether it's the Purple Mansion Kongshan art or the Kongshan art, they are both just mental cultivation methods. If it were a technique or a move, being recognized at a glance would still be somewhat normal. But having the mental cultivation method one is using be seen through is different. Simple. Zio Ban said with a light laugh. Because the true qi circulation method of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art is different from the vast majority of mental cultivation methods in this world. This humble Zio can still see that. Oh. Chen Yan still remained expressionless. In fact, the true qi circulation method of my Weaving Dreams Tower's secret mental cultivation method is also different from the vast majority of mental cultivation methods in this world. Therefore, this humble Zio is very interested in the thinking behind Chief Disciple Chen's creation of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, and thus wanted to come and seek some advice. Zio Ban said. Then, as if suddenly realizing his request just now was quite rude, he took half a step back. Of course, only within the scope of what Chief Disciple Chen can say and is willing to say. Chen Yan roughly understood Zio Ban's purpose in coming. Of course that's possible. Chen Yan said with a smile, but it might have to be a bit later because... Chen Yan didn't finish his sentence, instead turning his gaze towards the direction of the Daiyan arena. Naturally, Zio Ban had a sudden realization and moved aside to make way for Chen Yan. Naturally, matters of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry are far more important. I hope Chief Disciple Zio will understand. Chen Yan said. Not at all. For Chief Disciple Chen to have promoted the Purple Mansion Kongshan art within the Kongshan sect in such a short time, you are sure to leave a significant mark in the history of Chenping continent in the future. Zio Ban praised. Hearing this, Chen Yan's footsteps paused. He turned around and said, Chief Disciple Zio might be somewhat mistaken. The Purple Mansion Kongshan art has not yet been fully promoted within the Kongshan sect. Is that so? Zio Ban showed a somewhat puzzled expression. I saw that Lin Xinyang, fellow Taoist Lin, also used the Purple Mansion Kongshan art in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, so I thought. Chen Yan only smiled and didn't say anything more. He said Lin Xinyang practiced the Purple Mansion Kongshan art? No, that was impossible. In the Chenping continent world, the vast majority of cultivation methods channel and circulate true qi in essentially the same directions and manners. Only a very small number of methods are anomalous. The heart technique of the Weaving Dreams Tower counts as one, Chen Yan's Purple Mansion record and the Purple Mansion Kongshan art formed by integrating it with Kongshan art count as another. The hidden Immortal Arts true qi circulation method should also be different. But due to the hidden immortal arts technique characteristics, even if it differed, it likely would not be noticed. As for Lin Xinyang, Chen Yan thought it unlikely that he practiced the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Zio Ban must have noticed that when Lin Xinyang circulated his true qi, the way his true qi flowed was different from what most methods used. So he instinctively assumed that the technique Lin Xinyang was using must be the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Suddenly, Chen Yan remembered what Lin Xinyang had once said to him on Xuanyuan Street. She said my true qi circulation is also very strange. According to Lin Xinyang's words, the technique he was circulating back then was only Kongshan art. If he was telling the truth, there were only two possibilities. 1. Qin Yue's judgment was mistaken. 2. Lin Xinyang himself had some inherent problem. Chen Yan's brow furrowed slightly, then quickly smoothed out as he smiled toward Xiao Ban and said, "The Purple Mansion Kongshan art is not exactly a top secret within the Kongshan sect. Perhaps senior brother Lin has already taken it up."
I see.
Xiao Ban replied. "Then Chief Disciple Xiao, I will be going ahead," Chen Yan said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ban raised both hands and cupped them toward Chen Yan, wishing Chief Disciple Chen continued success in battle.
Eh?
At the Dayan Arena on the viewing stand, Chen Yan returned to the spot where the Kongshan sect disciples were seated. Lin Xinyang and Chu Xiao sat to his left and right, and the empty seat between them was his. Chen Yan walked back to his chair and sat down. Senior brother Lin. He pretended nothing had happened, smiling as he greeted Lin Xinyang. Junior brother Chen. Lin Xinyang likewise nodded toward the newly seated Chen Yan. "How did the talk with Elder He go?" Chen Yan asked. At Chen Yan's question, Lin Xinyang's eyes dimmed for a moment. "I told my master that there might still be a Valley Qin inside agent within the sect." "And then what did Elder He say?" Chen Yan pressed. "My master said he would investigate thoroughly and asked me not to worry about such things and to focus all my energy on the upcoming Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry." Lin Xinyang said, "I feel like my master was brushing me off." He really was being brushed off. Chen Yan thought so in his heart. What else could he do, admit his connection with Valley Qin? Although the evidence Chen Yan currently had could not directly challenge He Furen, based on the intelligence gathered through many cycles and Chen Yan's present deductions, he could be certain everything that had happened was related to He Furen and the Huo Mu behind him. It was just that, up to now, Chen Yan still did not know what their ultimate objective was, what they planned to do on Heavenly Summit Mountain. The draw for the second round of the Heavenly Summit Dao inquiry has been released. Chu Xiao's cool voice suddenly sounded. "Has the first round all finished?" Chen Yan asked, surprised. Chu Xiao only nodded. Chen Yan had not watched Chu Xiao take the stage and duel. He recalled that in a past cycle when Chu Xiao was 17, she had once fought Valley Qin in the enforcement hall courtyard of the outer court. Chen Yan did not know the final outcome. He only knew that if Chu Xiao needed to be protected, she would have been at a disadvantage in that fight against Valley Qin. That did not mean Chu Xiao was weak, because Chen Yan was well aware of Valley Qin's strength and experience. "Our opponents in the next round are mostly fine, but Chief Disciple Chen Yu." Chu Xiao suddenly paused. "In the next round your opponent is Yi Xiu." At this moment, on the other side of the viewing stand. "Yi Xiu, what do you think?" Zhang Zhuang, the Beiyuan sect elder leading the team, asked Yi Xiu with some worry. "Please rest assured, elder," Yi Xiu said in a deep voice. "Although Chief Disciple Chen of the Kongshan sect is only an early martial spring realm disciple, he is. Please be at ease, elder." Yi Xiu slightly intensified his tone. "I will handle it." "Very well then." Zhang Zhuang had nothing more to say. Yi Xiu was the unprecedented, unrivaled genius in Beiyuan sect history. If he developed smoothly, his future cultivation realm would surely start at the Unity realm. That represented the potential of an upper three realms cultivator. Although Yi Xiu had not yet fully realized that potential, his latent status within the sect already ranked above any elder. Potential for the upper three realms was not guaranteed to materialize. But for Yi Xiu, stepping up to the Qi Si realm and even the passable God realm would be a piece of cake. "I'll step out for a breath," Yi Xiu said, then stood and walked out of the Dayan arena. Ha 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 ha. A remorseless old man's mocking laugh echoed inside Yi Xiu's mind. "You brat, you're so looked down on by your own peers. It's laughable that a peak martial spring realm cultivator would be worried about losing to a scrappy early martial spring realm kid." Elder Mo taunted Yi Xiu, servility. Yi Xiu flushed and cursed loudly. "That old bastard Zhang Zhuang always kowtows before the five great sects. Even when he first arrived at the heavenly summit mountain ferry, he let some outer court steward from Wind Ravine Valley shout him around. HMPH, isn't that normal? Eldermo sneered. That Zhang fellow will never have any hope of breaking through to the passable god realm in this lifetime. He'll be stuck on Baiyuan Sect's little patch of land for his whole life. He fears the might of the 5 great sects, so what's so wrong with that? But that Wind Ravine Valley outer court steward's cultivation is far beneath his. Yizu spat in anger. I will rip off the 5 great sects' veil of shame. Ha 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 ha, what an arrogant tone. Elder Mo laughed heartily. I wouldn't have dared speak so grandly back in my day. But I dare. Yizu clenched his fists. Mind your limits. Elder Mo advised, do not take Chen Yan's life. The Kongshan sect has already lost Qin Yue at this Dao inquiry. If another Chen Yan falls, not even I will be able to protect you. I understand. Yizu reined in his fury and said coldly. I do not want Chen Yan's life. I want to humiliate him so that every time he thinks of my name in this life and the next, he will suffer for the rest of his days. What a coincidence, Chen Yan frowned slightly. Between him and Yizu there was, after all, some degree of past grievance. That day on Xuanyuan Street, Chen Yan had played a trick on him, making Yizu pay for the tea. 3 mid-grade spirit stones were certainly nothing to a chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain like Chen Yan. The 7 Revolutions spiritual essence pills he had previously sold on the market had already earned him a hefty sum. But these 3 mid-grade spirit stones within the context of the Baiyuan sect, a sect that could barely be considered second-rate on the Chenping continent, while still not a huge amount, were enough to make Yizu feel a slight pinch. However, it was indeed Yizu who was in the wrong first, lacking in courtesy. He had looked down upon both the Kongshan sect and Chen Yan himself. That's why Chen Yan had employed a little scheme, giving Yizu a small lesson just to annoy him a bit. For this round, Chen Yan's group was relatively early, being the 4th group on Arena 7. And after the first round of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, people's assessment of Chen Yan seemed to be in no way inferior to that of Chu Xiao and others. Even though he was only a Martial Spring Realm early-stage cultivator, the strength and potential he had displayed had completely won over the cultivators on the viewing stands. Given that everyone's expectations for Chen Yan were now so high, he had even less reason to lose in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. At the very least, before encountering a disciple from the 5 great sects, where losing wouldn't be shameful, Chen Yan did not plan to lose. Especially when facing an opponent like Yizu with whom he had some grudge, Chen Yan had an even more compelling reason to win. Arena 7, 2nd group. This round the pace at Arena 7 seemed quite fast. The first match had just concluded after a little over 10 breaths, and after the 2nd group's battle began it quickly turned into a one-sided domination. It looked like the 3rd group's match would start very soon. Which meant the time for Chen Yan to take the stage was pressing. Senior Sister Chu says Yizu is strong. Chen Yan asked casually as if without much thought, MHM. Chu Xiao nodded. What exactly did she say? Chen Yan continued to ask, it's hard to say. Chu Xiao said, because Yizu was the one who discovered Qin Yue's body, I paid a bit of attention to him during the first round of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. This person definitely did not exert his full strength in his first round performance. Oh. Chen Yan's eyebrows raised slightly, but he still defeated his opponent with ease. In my view, perhaps this cultivator named Yizu might have the confidence to compete with disciples of the 5 great sects. Chu Xiao said, then, Senior Sister Chu, what do you think my chances of winning are? Chen Yan asked again. That might depend on how much effort Chief Disciple Chen intends to put in. Chu Xiao's tone remained cool and placid, but the content of her words carried a hint of playfulness. Hearing this, Chen Yan merely chuckled a couple of times and said nothing more. In a sense, Chu Xiao could be said to be Chen Yan's guide. When she first met Chen Yan, he was nothing more than an utterly mediocre outer sect disciple. But after that, everything changed. He became a disciple of Lin Kaifeng, then maneuvered between Kongyuan Mountain, Qingchen Peak and the outer court, and he cheated in the outer court competition, accidentally killing Qi Yadong. Afterwards, he entered Kongyuan Mountain, formally becoming a Kongyuan Mountain disciple, and within a short year created the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. and relying on the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, he became the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. A legendary experience, one might say. Chu Xiao had never believed that Chen Yan had taken some so-called forbidden drug to kill Qi Yadong. There were still many questionable points behind that. Another few breaths passed and the second group's match on Arena 7 had also concluded. What followed immediately was the third group. I'll go wait for my turn now. Chen Yan stood up, bowing with hands clasped in the direction of Lin Xinyang and Chu Xiao respectively. Senior brother Lin, senior sister Chu, this junior will take his leave for now. Afterwards, he walked towards the center of the Daiyan arena. Not everyone was seated on the viewing stands. Within the Daiyan arena, below the arenas, many disciple cultivators had gathered to watch. Watching up close gave a greater sense of immersion, but it also made one more susceptible to accidental injury from the cultivators on the arena. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations arose from beside a nearby arena. A figure fell from the arena platform, landing heavily amidst the crowd. Chen Yan glanced sideways at the direction of the figure, then continued stepping forward. A figure in pure white Taoist robes slowly passed through the crowd. The gilded cloud crane patterns on the sleeves were particularly eye-catching, and the token at his waist engraved with the 4 characters Kongyuan Chief Disciple swayed gently with his steps. The crowd clearly also noticed this direct-line chief disciple of the Kongshan sect, turning their heads to look. Arena 7, 4th group. A shout came from several dozen meters ahead of Chen Yan. Kongshan sect Kongyuan Mountain Chief Disciple Chen Yan versus Beiyuan sect disciple Yi Ziu. Immediately, the crowd blocking Chen Yan's path slowly parted before him, opening a way. And this path led precisely to Arena 7. Standing in the very center of Arena 7 was a youth with his hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, he was smiling as he looked towards Chen Yan walking towards the arena. That person was Yi Ziu. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Yan stepped onto the arena. Fellow Taoist Chen, it's been some time. Yi Ziu said. As soon as these words were spoken, the arena immediately erupted in murmurs. Because his form of address for Chen Yan was actually fellow Taoist, and not his status within the Kongshan sect. Unless the two had a close relationship, according to the etiquette of the Chenping continent's cultivation world, this was undoubtedly a provocative posture. However, none of the people present could have imagined that Yi Ziu would dare to publicly provoke this direct-line chief disciple of the Kongshan sect. They merely assumed that Chen Yan and Yi Ziu might have some personal acquaintance in private. Long time no see. Chen Yan remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied. I wonder if the tea from the tea house on Xuanyuan Street that day suited fellow Taoist Chen's taste. Yi Ziu asked. Poor quality stuff just for rinsing the mouth. Chen Yan said dismissively. Hearing this, a flash of malice passed through Yi Ziu's eyes, then fellow Taoist Chen's mouth must truly be made of gold. I think perhaps the few spirit stones in fellow Taoist Yi's pocket are the ones more precious. Yi Ziu clenched his fist. Smooth talker, in terms of mere verbal sparring, he really couldn't outmatch him. I wonder if fellow Taoist Chen's mouth will still be so sharp-tongued after taking my fist. Yi Ziu said through gritted teeth. Hearing this, Chen Yan smiled faintly, adopting a stance and curling a finger towards Yi Ziu. That might still depend on fellow Taoist Yi's capability. The cultivators watching below the ring seemed to hold their breath for a moment. After that brief silence, the atmosphere quickly boiled over. Such intense hostility. Originally, hearing Yi Ziu's form of address for Chen Yan, one might have thought the two were old acquaintances with a rather good relationship. But who could have imagined the reality was completely opposite? In fact, these two seemed utterly incompatible, like fire and water. Yi Ziu wanted to take this opportunity to properly teach Chen Yan a lesson, to vent the shame and fury he felt from being played like a fool by Chen Yan some time ago. There was another reason. He wanted to tear off the fig leaf covering the 5 great sects. In front of all the reputable sects across the entire Chenping continent, he wanted to humiliate Chen Yan, to humiliate the Kongshan sect. Of course, Chen Yan had no idea there was so much drama playing out in Yi Ziu's mind. He simply felt that, whether for public or private reasons, he had compelling reasons he absolutely had to win. Whether the cultivators below the ring or those on the viewing stand, all were paying considerable attention to Chen Yan and Yi Ziu on Ring 7 at this very moment. Because this wasn't merely a simple heavenly summit mountain Tao inquiry trial between disciples of the five great sects. This was a grudge match. A flash of disdain passed through Yi Ziu's eyes before he spoke. Fellow Taoist Chen's realm is still only at the early stage of the martial spring realm. My own cultivation realm far surpasses yours so. Yi Ziu still kept his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining an air of arrogant superiority. Seeing this, Chen Yan's eyebrows rose slightly. This posture of yours, fellow Taoist Yi, are you planning to let me have the first move?
Precisely.
Yi Ziu nodded. Since that was the case, Chen Yan wouldn't stand on ceremony. Chen Yan began to circulate the purple mansion Kongshan art. A vast, torrential amount of true qi erupted from his martial spring, surging through every inch of his body's meridians. Then the true qi began to gather towards the tips of Chen Yan's fingers. It was still that same technique. Purple mansion Kongshan finger, true qi compressed to its extreme burst forth from Chen Yan's fingertip, even producing a sharp tearing sound through the air over the ring. Yi Ziu's pupils contracted slightly. He had already realized the situation was not good. Maintaining his hands behind back posture, he secretly expanded his protective true qi to its fullest extent.
Thud.
A sound like a hammer striking a giant rock rang out. Yi Ziu remained standing in place, not moving an inch. However, if one observed carefully, one could see Yi Ziu's calves trembling slightly and his complexion had paled somewhat.
Hem.
Within Yi Ziu's divine sense, Elder Mo was momentarily startled. In this world, there is actually someone at the martial spring realm who can unleash the power of Kongshan finger so flawlessly. In reality, however, it wasn't that Chen Yan was unleashing Kongshan finger flawlessly. The reason his executed Kongshan finger possessed such great power was simply because Chen Yan's true qi reserves were exceptionally profound, even comparable to those of the qi si realm. Chen Yan hadn't even used his full strength. For that previous purple mansion Kongshan finger, Chen Yan had exerted about 70% of the power he could unleash while circulating the purple mansion Kongshan art. He didn't want to take a life, so he held back. But the actual damage caused made Chen Yan's heart sink slightly. Indeed, just as Chu Xiao had said, Yi Ziu was truly strong, even stronger than Chen Yan had imagined. He clearly understood that an ordinary martial spring realm cultivator would absolutely be incapable of withstanding his 70% power purple mansion Kongshan finger using just protective true qi and physical body. It seemed this battle wouldn't be easy. Yi Ziu circulated his true qi. The true qi flowing in his meridians, having been struck by Chen Yan's Kongshan finger technique, actually showed signs of disturbance. Was this really the early stage of the martial spring realm? With his slightly pale face, Yi Ziu couldn't help but ask himself this question. Chen Yan once again aimed his finger in Yi Ziu's direction. Yi Ziu instantly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He clearly understood he could no longer afford to take Chen Yan's Kongshan finger head-on. In the next instant, purple mansion Kongshan finger erupted once more from Chen Yan's fingertip. And at the moment the true qi burst forth, Yi Ziu also fiercely thrust out a palm. Great Sorrow Origin Palm. A steady yet fierce palm force shot out, carrying with it a sharp, fierce wind, directly meeting Chen Yan's purple mansion Kongshan finger. Watching the true qi erupting from Chen Yan's fingertip collide with Yi Ziu's palm force, a series of explosive sounds immediately erupted from the point where the two energies met.
Hem.
Chen Yan narrowed his eyes, then unleashed another purple mansion Kongshan finger. Yi Ziu's mind went blank for an instant before he hurriedly struck out with another Great Sorrow Origin Palm to counter. But before Yi Ziu could even catch his breath, Chen Yan's next purple mansion Kongshan finger arrived right on its heels. Bastard. Yi Ziu cursed inwardly, hastily dodging aside. Elder Mo, the sheer profundity of Chen Yan's true qi. Is this really the early stage of the martial spring realm? Along with his anger, Yi Ziu also felt a tremor of fear. The remnant soul of Elder Mo residing within Yi Ziu's divine sense fell silent for a brief moment before replying in a heavy tone. It is indeed cultivation at the early stage of the martial spring realm. Cultivators at the passible god realm and above can probe the cultivation realm of those below them. Not just Yi Ziu, even Elder Mo was beginning to suspect something was amiss. Elder Mo, who had once been a mighty figure of the Eighth Realm, also couldn't understand why a disciple at the early stage of the martial spring realm could possess such profoundly deep true qi reserves. Yi Xiu was currently extremely furious. He could not tolerate the fact that he was being forced into a difficult, humiliating battle against a mere early-stage martial spring realm cultivator.
Chen Yan.
Yi Xiu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Stop competing in long-range techniques with him, close in for close-quarters combat. Elder Mo shouted within Yi Xiu's divine sense. Yi Xiu quickly responded to Elder Mo's voice. The best way to restrict Chen Yan's Kongshan finger was to engage him in close-quarters combat. Pu Yuanzhu had tried this before, but he failed. But Yi Xiu was different. Although close-quarters combat wasn't Yi Xiu's greatest specialty, even 10 Pu Yuanzhis would absolutely not be a match for Yi Xiu when it came to movement techniques and close-quarters offensive skills. Chen Yan's right index and middle fingers pressed together aimed in Yi Xiu's direction. True qi erupted. In the next instant, Chen Yan's purple mansion Kongshan finger pierced through Yi Xiu's body, or rather through his afterimage. Chen Yan's pupils contracted slightly, then an acute sense of crisis assaulted him from behind his head. He hastily dodged to the side, but his protective true qi and cheek were still grazed by the sharp true qi carried on the tip of Yi Xiu's high-sweeping shoe. A bloody mark appeared on Chen Yan's face. This sudden turn of events also took Chen Yan somewhat by surprise. Were the disciples of these ordinary sects also this strong? Immediately after, another sense of crisis far surpassing the previous one sounded an alarm in Chen Yan's mind. Chen Yan had experienced this sense of crisis many times before. It was the threat of death. No. You must not strike to kill. Elder Mo's urgent, restraining shout echoed in Yi Xiu's mind, but it was already too late. The veins on Yi Xiu's arm bulged, then suddenly split open. Mysterious cyan true qi tinged with crimson red erupted, accompanied by a mournful sound like weeping. Mysterious yin weeps blood, all phenomena share the sorrow.
Death.
It is the final end that every living being in this world must face, whether mortal or cultivator. Even as strong as immortal venerable Fusheng ultimately could not escape the fate of falling. It is precisely because of this. Immortality became the highest pursuit of cultivators, but Chen Yan did not know what immortality ultimately meant for him or what significance it held. Because for him, the cycle of reincarnation itself was a peculiar kind of immortality. A blood-tinged, extremely violent dark blue true qi surged toward Chen Yan's face. A hit would mean death. Chen Yan quickly deduced that outcome. In the space between life and death, a person may unleash potential beyond imagination. Of course, it's only a possibility. Chen Yan suddenly noticed his heartbeat and breathing slowing down and the world around him growing quiet as if sound could no longer be heard. Yi Xiu's movements also slowed. Hidden immortal art. Chen Yan realized, without knowing when it began, that he had unconsciously started operating the hidden immortal art. Memories of every previous time he had used Kongshan finger flooded into his mind, producing in his heart an extremely profound sensation that was difficult to express in words. Yet he felt everything had become transparent. In that instant, a massive amount of true qi continuously poured out from his martial spring, as if it would drown the entire world. Chen Yan's spirit sense was instantly drawn out of his body. His spirit hovered in the skies looking down at heavenly summit mountain beneath his feet. Chen Yan saw himself. He stood motionless on the arena platform. At the same time, a towering, dark blue violent true qi wrapped with a blood-colored vortex and sounds of sorrowful wails surged toward Chen Yan's body. The spirit suspended in the heavens could control his body. But he also had the illusion that his body was moving on its own. Chen Yan watched himself raise his right hand toward Yi Xiu. A pinpoint of clear light emanated from his fingertip, only a speck of light and nothing more. The vast field of dark blue violent true qi melted instantly like snow meeting a scorching sun. Then that speck of light continued forward, shattering Yi Xiu's protective true qi and pressed on toward Yi Xiu's lower abdomen. A faintly blue glow rippled from the ring on Yi Xiu's chest, forming a barrier in front of him. The moment the clear light touched that barrier, a dazzling, blinding flash exploded between Chen Yan and Yi Xiu. A piercing scream of noise rang out and the entire arena platform built from bluestone bricks began to tremble violently. Every brick showed cracks, first one, then two, then dozens, hundreds, thousands. Eventually, the whole platform disintegrated into powder with dust billowing everywhere. When the dust settled, only one figure remained standing in the field. He wore a pure white Taoist robe, sleeves embroidered with gilded cloud crane patterns. About 10 meters away on the ground lay a bedraggled figure motionless. The faint rise and fall at his chest meant Iziu still had a breath left. Platform 7, Group 4, the match is decided. In a daze, Chen Yan seemed to hear the shout of the order-maintaining steward disciples from the 5 great sects in Daiyan Arena, announcing his victory. Only at that moment did he react, his spirit sense returning to his body. He stood amid the completely collapsed arena, receiving the cheers from around him and from the viewing stand. Daiyan Arena, East Side Viewing Stand. Star Heaven sect disciples were gathered here. Sitting at the highest place was an old man in a blue-gray Taoist robe, the upper half of the left sleeve embroidered with a half-moon emblem. Star Heaven Sect's Moon Void sect leader Hu Tianyuan. He was also the delegation envoy for Star Heaven Sect at this Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. Sitting beside him was a dignified young woman in a light green gauze dress, her face veiled. Qin Qingyu. At this moment, both sat silently, staring at the upright youth standing in the field wearing a pure white Taoist robe with gilded cloud crane embroidery on the cuffs. Qingyu, what do you think? After a while, Hu Tianyuan asked in a deep voice. The disciple does not know. Qin Qingyu answered. As the most stunningly talented disciple of the current age on Chenping Continent, Qin Qingyu always spoke plainly and directly. She never used false pleasantries. Early martial spring realm. Hu Tianyuan scoffed and shook his head. He did not doubt Chen Yan's cultivation level. As a myriad transformations realm cultivator, he could not be mistaken. Chen Yan was simply an early martial spring realm cultivator. Hu Tianyuan also recognized the technique Chen Yan used, the Kongshan sect's basic technique, Kongshan Finger. Even the later technique unleashed was recognizable as Kongshan Finger, though the mind method used seemed somewhat different and the power had increased significantly. It was likely the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Kongshan Finger is a basic Kongshan sect technique that, in same realm sparring, usually only serves to restrain and cannot decide a fight outright. But the amplification from Purple Mansion Kongshan art improved that. The power of Purple Mansion Kongshan Finger could certainly inflict some damage on cultivators of the same realm. As for what came after, Hu Tianyuan also recognized the technique finally used by the disciple named Yiziu. Beiyuan sect had considerable background. Thousands of years ago, there was a rogue cultivator on Chenping Continent who achieved the 8th realm, Divine Ability Realm, calling himself Xuanbei the Rogue. It was said Xuanbei the Rogue's cultivation had reached Divine Ability Realm completion, but he failed to progress further to Tao Union. So he chose to venture to the isolated Fusheng city across the sea to seek out immortal venerable Fusheng, hoping for a sliver of opportunity. Fusheng City denied this divine ability complete powerhouse entry, yet also pointed him a path. Legend had it that 7 million miles beyond Fusheng Island in the boundless sea stood a lone island devoid of any life, neither animals nor plants. Immortal Venerable Fusheng was said to have left an opportunity on that island for those destined to find it. If one could obtain Immortal Venerable Fusheng's opportunity, perhaps it would break the bottleneck that plagued Xuanbei the Rogue and allow him to reach Tao Union. It might even let him brush against the threshold of the Immortal Ascension realm. Thus Xuanbei the Rogue set out alone into the boundless sea to search for that elusive chance. From then on, there was no further news. Xuanbei the Rogue had 3 disciples. The most accomplished of them became the later founder of Beiyuan sect. The Beiyuan sect's founder, with a cultivation of myriad transformations realm, brought his master's hand-copied manuscripts and established Beiyuan sect in the northwest of Chenping Continent. Mysterious Yin weeps blood, all phenomena share the sorrow was Xuanbei the Rogue's signature technique, the 7th calamity among the 9 calamities of mysterious sorrow. In truth, although the Beiyuan sect patriarch possessed the handwritten copy of Xuanbei the Rogue, The profound sorrow nine tribulations had essentially become a lost art after the Baiyuan sect patriarch's passing. This was because such an arcane and profound cultivation method was absolutely not something that cultivators below the ordinary myriad transformations realm could begin to comprehend. But Yi Xiu was only a martial spring realm cultivator. To be able to execute the seventh tribulation of the profound sorrow nine tribulations, mysterious yin weeps blood, all phenomena share the sorrow, to such an extent with only martial spring realm cultivation was truly unbelievable. In fact, Hu Tianyuan felt that this Yi Xiu's talent might not be inferior to his beloved disciple Qin Qingyu. Now, regarding that final move used by Kongshan sect's chief disciple of the direct lineage, Chen Yan, to defeat Yi Xiu, Hu Tianyuan didn't understand that either. As a myriad transformations realm cultivator in sect leader Hu's eyes, the duels between martial spring realm disciples in the Daiyan arena were like children playing. All the techniques these disciples used were as easy to understand as simple arithmetic, except for that point of clear light that erupted from Chen Yan's fingertip. That was a technique completely beyond Hu Tianyuan's understanding. Hu Tianyuan even felt that, forget martial spring realm cultivators, even Qi Si realm cultivators wouldn't gain any advantage facing that point of clear light. No wonder Kongshan sect is taking the incident on Heavenly Summit Mountain so seriously this time, even to the point where that old fellow Hu Mu threw out his command token. Hu Tianyuan narrowed his eyes, so that's how it is. If a genius like this were to be lost, Kongshan sect would surely regret it immensely. He seemed to have misunderstood something. Then Hu Tianyuan turned to look at Qin Qingyu beside him. Qingyu, what do you think? If you face Chen Yan, what are your chances of victory? 70%. Qingyu answered. Hearing this, Hu Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. You're always so modest.
Eh?
At this very moment on the viewing stand on the other side, Senior Brother Yi. The Baiyuan sect disciples gathered together. Many male disciples wore anxious expressions, and there were even female disciples with reddened eyes, tears welling up. It wasn't just these disciples, even the Baiyuan sect's lead elder for the trip, Zhang Zhuang, was extremely anxious, pacing back and forth. The unconscious Yi Xiu lay on a platform surrounded by several disciples from the five great sects. They were feeding pills into Yi Xiu's mouth and diagnosing his injuries. They were all part of the medical team jointly established by the five great sects for this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. Their main duty was to treat cultivators injured during the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. After about half an hour of busy work, those disciples from the five great sects stood up, their expressions all grave. The leader was a martial spring realm cultivator from Lingxiao Temple. He walked directly up to the Baiyuan sect's lead elder, Zhang Zhuang. We've done our best, but the injured party's condition is severe. This Lingxiao Temple disciple said. What's wrong? Zhang Zhuang asked anxiously. It's hard to say. His meridians are severely damaged, even his martial spring has cracked. His true qi is continuously leaking out. There's danger of his body exploding at any moment. The Lingxiao Temple disciple replied, Senior, please save my senior brother Yi. Senior brother Yi cannot die. He is the only hope for our Baiyuan sect's revival. A Baiyuan sect disciple stepped forward emotionally, grabbing the sleeve of the Lingxiao Temple disciple. The Lingxiao Temple disciple's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Let go quickly, what kind of behavior is this? Zhang Zhuang sternly rebuked. The Baiyuan sect disciple flinched, then retreated to the side with a sullen look. Steward, my disciple was just disrespectful. Zhang Zhuang bowed with clasped hands towards the Lingxiao Temple disciple in apology. It's fine, it's understandable. The Lingxiao Temple disciple said, what else can we do next? Zhang Zhuang asked. Since the other party had already said they'd done their best, asking them to do more would be a disrespectful display of distrust. Rather than asking them to try again, it was better to ask what he himself could still do. The Lingxiao Temple disciple took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. This is meridian soothing powder. It's a pill that can slightly inhibit the injured party's true qi leakage. Administer one pill to the injured every half hour. It may not be effective, but you can try. Elder Zhang received the small porcelain bottle handed over by the Lingxiao temple disciple with both hands, then bowed again towards the disciple. "Thank you for your assistance, steward." "It's nothing, Elder Zhang, we will take our leave now." The Lingxiao temple steward returned the courtesy, then led the other 5 great sect's disciples away from the viewing stand. Zhang Zhuang slowly walked to where Yi Ziu lay on the ground, crouched down slowly and sighed. 8 years ago, an orphan who had lost both parents joined the Beiyuan sect. He was always alone, traveling solo between the training hall and the scripture hall. He had been looked down upon, provoked, and bullied by disciples within the sect. But this orphan would always swallow all humiliation, then, when the time was ripe, return all disgrace 100-fold. Unconsciously, this orphan became the sect's eldest senior brother. And after the Beiyuan sect received the invitation, this orphan became the Beiyuan sect's Tao Inquirer for Heavenly Summit Mountain. Originally, Elder Zhang believed that Yi Ziu would shine brilliantly at this Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, just as he had within the sect before. But that didn't happen. Yi Ziu was like a stray dog by the roadside, kicked to death by a direct lineage disciple of the 5 great sects. There was no dignity to speak of. But in Elder Zhang Zhuang's eyes, he was still the #1 prodigy of Great Wei. Zhang Zhuang took a pill from the small porcelain bottle and moved to put it into Yi Ziu's mouth. This was his only method to prolong life. Just as the pill was about to touch Yi Ziu's lips, a young man's voice came from behind. "It's useless." Zhang Zhuang turned around in surprise. He saw a young man wearing a deep cyan Taoist robe with red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, who had somehow appeared standing behind him at some point. Zhang Zhuang's gaze swept over the young man's Taoist robe, then his eyes focused. "Mirage Palace, this esteemed." Zhang Zhuang quickly stood up. "Meridian soothing powder is useless. It might slightly prolong the injured's life by a few incense sticks worth of time, but it ultimately cannot prevent the final outcome." The young man slowly crouched in front of Yi Ziu, placed his hand on Yi Ziu's lower abdomen, released a few wisps of true qi to probe Yi Ziu's injuries. "I can save him." Then the young man said this, "Might I ask who you are?" Hearing this, Zhang Zhuang's eyes lit up and he asked urgently, "I am of the Mirage Palace Weaving Dreams Tower, Xiao Ban." Xiao Ban, the chief disciple of the Mirage Palace's Weaving Dreams Tower? Zhang Zhuang's breath hitched. The young man smiled and said, "I can save him, but I must take him back to the Water Mirror Pavilion." Water Mirror Pavilion was the Mirage Palace's territory on Heavenly Summit Mountain. "No problem, that's absolutely no problem." Zhang Zhuang hurriedly agreed, as if grasping the last life-saving straw. "In 2 days, come to the Water Mirror Pavilion to find me. Just tell the disciple at the pavilion entrance you're looking for Xiao Ban." The young man smiled, picked up Yi Ziu's body from the ground, and began walking down from the viewing stand. Zhang Zhuang thanks Chief Disciple Xiao. Zhang Zhuang bowed with clasped hands behind Xiao Ban. Xiao Ban walked further and further away, not responding. He just smiled, lowered his head, fixed his gaze on the ring hanging on Yi Ziu's chest, and murmured softly as if talking to himself. "First time meeting you, Senior Mo. A cultivator's physical recovery speed far surpasses that of ordinary people." The cut on Chen Yan's cheek had completely healed by the time he had just stepped out of the arena platform's rubble. The crowd in the Daiyan arena automatically made a path for Chen Yan. The looks they gave Chen Yan were filled with astonishment and fear. Early Martial Spring Realm, the chief disciple of Kongshan sect's direct lineage, was only at the early Martial Spring Realm. Yet the combat prowess he had displayed was enough to rival any peak Martial Spring Realm cultivator. It even surpassed the vast majority of peak Martial Spring Realm cultivators. No one knew what that point of clear light that erupted from Chen Yan's fingertip was, himself included. Hidden immortal art. The only thing Chen Yan knew was that the strange ability he had erupted with at the critical moment of a life-and-death crisis was related to the hidden immortal art and the Kongshan finger. It was an extremely profound and transparent feeling, with every strand of true qi completely governed by his spiritual sense. Then it condensed into that point of clear light. Chen Yan raised his hand, looked at his fingertip, and tried to find that profound, transparent feeling once more. But no matter what, he couldn't do it. Yet Chen Yan didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. For some reason, he just had an intuition that he would truly master that point of clear light sooner or later. Perhaps he would suddenly have an enlightenment one day, or maybe after a certain cycle of reincarnation, when his hidden immortal art was completely perfected. Chen Yan returned to the viewing stand. Lin Xinyang was already nowhere to be seen, only Chu Xiao remained sitting there. Beyond my expectations, chief disciple Chen. After Chen Yan sat down beside Chu Xiao, the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak said slowly. What does senior sister refer to? Chen Yan asked. That disciple from the Beiyuan sect named Yi Xiu is stronger than I imagined. Chu Xiao said, then she turned her head. But what's even more beyond my expectations is you, chief disciple Chen. Is that so? Chen Yan said, a year and a half, growing from a body-forging realm disciple in the outer court to this point today. Chu Xiao said slowly. Chief disciple Chen, you remind me of a word. Which word? That word which, since the fall of the Orthodox Pivot sect, has never been allowed to be brought onto the stage again. Cause of calamity. Chen Yan knew very well what Chu Xiao was referring to. Then I'll take it as senior sister Chu praising me. Chen Yan simply responded with a smile. Perhaps chief disciple Chen, you are safe for now, but if you continue like this, those who will harbor such suspicions about you will definitely not be limited to just me. Chu Xiao said, then she swept her gaze towards the distant crowd. The identity of chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain is not weighty enough to serve as your permanent get-out-of-jail-free card. She had already spoken very clearly. I wonder why senior sister Chu holds such prejudice against me. Chen Yan continued playing dumb. I have just been diligently cultivating, that's all. Not everyone is obligated to play along with your performance. Chu Xiao said this flatly, including Kongyuan Mountain as well. Hearing this, Chen Yan's heart sank slightly. He had long been aware of this point. Although Kongyuan Mountain was the direct lineage of Kongshan sect and was personally managed by sect leader Yun Yichen, in the eyes of those lofty grand elders who started from the upper three realms, all matters within the sect were merely child's play of the middle and lower three realms. The situation of the sect leader's direct disciples on Kongyuan Mountain might be somewhat delicate right now, especially these few personal disciples of the sect leader on Heavenly Summit Mountain at this very moment, led by Zhang Yin. Chen Yan believed that he absolutely did not have the weight to make He Furen or even the Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo Mu go to such great lengths. Even if he was the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, he was just a measly, lowly life at the Martial Spring Realm. The consequences of killing a chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, although slightly troublesome, were something Huo Mu could completely bear. It's just that his life probably wasn't worth dirtying Elder Huo Mu's hands over. If Huo Mu's goal wasn't him but rather to achieve some purpose by suppressing the sect leader's direct lineage, perhaps Fu Kaiyan might know something, but all of this was still just speculation on Chen Yan's part. By the way, where is senior brother Lin? Did he also take to the ring? Chen Yan wanted to skip over the topics just discussed and began to change the subject. No, his turn is still far off. Chu Xiao shook her head. Just now, a disciple from Yuanhua Mountain came over and called him away. I'm not clear on the specifics. Chen Yan nodded, then as if thinking of something, he looked up towards the higher levels of the viewing stand behind them. He Furen's figure had also disappeared. The entire Heavenly Summit Mountain has already descended into chaos. I don't know what the point of us staying here is now. Chu Xiao said, then turned to look in Chen Yan's direction. What do you think, Chief Disciple Chen? The Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry continued. A total of 2 rounds of matches were held on the first day. Out of the 800 Dao inquirers from various sects across the Chenping continent, 600 were eliminated. Among them, 2 Dao inquirers from the 5 great sects were eliminated. One was that disciple from the Bai Shang Ravine of Wind Ravine Valley who fought Qin Qingyu. The other was Lin Xinyang. Lin Xinyang didn't lose to anyone. He forfeited the match. His opponent automatically advanced to the next round. Even after returning to the Slaying Heaven Pavilion when Chen Yan wanted to look for him, he still didn't see Lin Xinyang. The format of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry on the second day was slightly adjusted. From the remaining 200 Dao inquirers, another 72 were eliminated through a challenge arena platform method. After that, the final 128 remaining Dao Inquirers would engage in paired draw matches all the way to the final showdown. Chen Yan's first-round opponent was a Dao Inquirer from a first-rate sect in the southeastern part of the Chenping continent. With a cultivation at the late Martial Spring realm, Chen Yan still had to expend some effort to defeat him. Chu Xiao's opponent was quite extraordinary. Lingxiao Temple, chief disciple of Qingxia Terrace Yiliang. This individual's prestige in the Chenping continent was on par with Chu Xiao, Li Haowen, Huang Jing, and others. Second only to the overwhelmingly powerful top Martial Spring realm cultivator of this generation, Qin Qingyu. His duel with Chu Xiao naturally garnered the attention of everyone present, and many also lamented that one of these two contemporary geniuses would actually be eliminated at the stage of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiries Top 128. The brilliance of this battle far surpassed any previous duel, because both sides in the fight were evenly matched in both cultivation and combat power. The final victor was Chu Xiao. This was very similar to the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry result in Chen Yan's memory, because in his recollection, the final showdown of this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry was Chu Xiao losing to Qin Qingyu. In fact, during past cycles of reincarnation as a marginal outer sect disciple, Chen Yan simply wouldn't have cared about things like the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent or the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, because they had nothing to do with him. During Chen Yan's first lifetime, at the time the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent was being held, he was merely a body-forging realm cultivator. The only Martial Spring realm cultivators he could possibly come into contact with were the outer sect stewards, and even that couldn't really be called contact, it was more like a chance encounter. And whenever Chen Yan encountered those outer sect stewards, he had to stand respectfully to the side, bow with clasped hands, and remain that way until the steward had walked far away. To Chen Yan, who was just a marginal disciple back then, an outer sect steward was an incredibly significant figure. For such an insignificant Chen Yan, something like the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry was far too distant. Forget about the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, the highest stage for the young generation of disciples on Chenping Continent. Even the threshold to enter the inner sect of his own sect seemed like an insurmountable chasm to Chen Yan. Chen Yan only happened to hear someone mention the final results of that Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. If not for him, the list of Dao Inquirers from Kongshan sect for that Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry should have been Chu Xiao, Qin Yue, and Lin Xinyang. Similarly, if not for him, that Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent would have proceeded smoothly, and Qin Yue would not have died on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Qin Yue ultimately lost to Qin Qingyu during the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. Then Lin Xinyang also lost to Qin Qingyu. The final battle was Chu Xiao versus Qin Qingyu. As for the final outcome, it's already known. Qin Qingyu achieved a 1 versus 3 sweep, defeating all three of Kongshan sect's Dao Inquirers single-handedly. It was precisely because of this that the name Qin Qingyu nearly became a nightmare for Kongshan sect. This matter spread like wildfire within the sect. Many outer sect disciples were even so indignant about it that they clamored to challenge Qin Qingyu to single combat to restore Kongshan sect's reputation. That's why Chen Yan knew the ultimate outcome of that Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. From this perspective, the reason Qin Yue died during that Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent was entirely because of him. Not only that, Huo Mu's fate and Heavenly Summit Mountain being enveloped by a barrier were also because of Chen Yan. Is this the butterfly effect? Chen Yan sighed with a bitter smile. Then, he took the draw results for the next round of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. On the matchup chart, the name of Chen Yan's next opponent was clearly written, Qin Qingyu, on the central arena platform of Daiyan Arena. Chen Yan, wearing a pure white Taoist robe with gilded cloud crane patterns on the sleeves and the Kongyuan chief disciple token hanging at his waist, stood on the eastern side of the platform. On the western side of the platform stood the gentle and elegant young woman, Qin Qingyu, dressed in a light green gauze skirt, her face also veiled with a matching light green veil. Chen Yan felt no particular pressure about this fight. because he never intended to win from the start. Just as Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai had advised him, Chen Yan himself held the same view: winning against a few disciples from ordinary sects was enough. When encountering disciples from the 5 great sects, one should lose when it's time to lose and avoid being too ostentatious. Otherwise, as Chu Xiao had said, he might attract the attention of those who shouldn't be watching. Moreover, his opponent this round was Qin Qingyu, recognized as the #1 martial spring realm cultivator of the current generation on Chenping continent.
Chief Disciple Chen.
Qin Qingyu curtsied towards Chen Yan's direction and said, "Yesterday, watching Chief Disciple Chen's battle with that Beiyuan sect disciple truly broadened this humble girl's horizons. It doesn't compare to even a fraction of Chief Disciple Chen's grace." Chen Yan returned the courtesy with a bow. This humble girl must admit that among all the Dao inquirers at this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, Chief Disciple Chen's performance is the only one worthy of this humble girl's respect as an opponent.
Qin Qingyu said.
As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. For most cultivators present, this statement meant little. But for prodigies like Chu Xiao, Yi Liang, and Huang Jing, Qin Qingyu's words felt especially sharp. "Are you saying the only heroes in the world are you and Chen Yan? How arrogant." Although Qin Qingyu had the strength and the capital to say such things, it still felt excessively arrogant to many. While everyone was stunned into silence, only the Moon Void sect leader Hu Tianyuan on the viewing stand smiled and nodded slightly. He understood his disciple's temperament very well. She always said exactly what she meant, without embellishment. Since she said Chen Yan was the only opponent on the field worthy of her respect, it meant Qin Qingyu truly believed that. But Chen Yan, hearing Qin Qingyu's words, was genuinely startled, cold sweat nearly trickling down the back of his neck. Her words undoubtedly placed him directly on the grill over hot coals.
Chief Disciple Qin praises me too highly.
Chen Yan hurriedly said, "To express my respect for Chief Disciple Chen during this duel, I will suppress my cultivation to the early martial spring realm."
Qin Qingyu said.
"Only then will the duel between us be considered fair." Only at this moment did Chen Yan and the spectating crowd finally understand Qin Qingyu's true intention. It must be known that Qin Qingyu had always positioned herself as the #1 martial spring realm cultivator of the current generation on Chenping continent, until Chen Yan suddenly emerged yesterday. Before this, the peers compared to Qin Qingyu were Chu Xiao, Yi Liang, Huang Jing, and others. These individuals were all at the peak martial spring realm, the same as Qin Qingyu. But now, among these names, there was an additional Chen Yan who was only at the early martial spring realm. If Qin Qingyu, with her peak martial spring realm cultivation, crushed Chen Yan, who ostensibly only had early martial spring realm cultivation, then based on Chen Yan's performance yesterday in defeating Yi Ziu, a certain narrative might emerge. That Qin Qingyu's victory was not honorable, and if Chen Yan were also at the peak martial spring realm, he might not necessarily lose to Qin Qingyu. Or, if Chen Yan were at the peak martial spring realm and Qin Qingyu were only at the early martial spring realm, then Chen Yan would certainly be able to crush Qin Qingyu. Qin Qingyu wanted to be the undisputed #1 martial spring realm cultivator of Chenping continent. Then she had to silence all critics. Defeating Chen Yan while suppressing her cultivation to the early martial spring realm was undoubtedly the best method. This way, no one could ever again compare anyone else to her. Agreed. Chen Yan agreed. He truly did not want to win this duel. The empty fame gained from defeating Qin Qingyu held no benefit for Chen Yan. However, Chen Yan also didn't plan to lose this match casually. He also wanted to test and see exactly what level this so-called #1 martial spring realm cultivator of Chenping continent, Qin Qingyu, was at.
Chief Disciple Chen, please.
Since the other party had already made such a significant concession, if Chen Yan were to attack first, that would be rather shameless. Therefore, Chen Yan decided to let Qin Qingyu make the first move. In this world, the level of one's cultivation is relatively transparent and cannot be hidden. Unless one takes certain special elixirs to truly suppress their cultivation level to a lower realm, they cannot avoid detection by cultivators above the 5th realm. Just like Zhang Zishan in the past. However, it is also possible to actively restrict one's own cultivation realm to a certain level or below. For example, Qi Yadong during the outer court competition restricted his late-stage Qi circulation realm cultivation to the late-stage body forging realm. And Qin Qingyu naturally could also restrict her cultivation to the early-stage martial spring realm level. She said this was for fairness. Qin Qingyu's words made Chen Yan hesitate slightly. He wondered if he should also actively restrict his cultivation to below the early-stage martial spring realm, but he quickly let it go. His opponent was Qin Qingyu, the most peerlessly talented cultivator of this generation on the Chenping continent. And just over a year ago, he was merely a marginal disciple in the outer court of the Kongshan sect. Chen Yan clearly knew that the reason he could stand on the same stage as Chu Xiao was not because of any great innate talent. It was only because he happened to have a cheat. Since that was the case, there was no need to hypocritically feel ashamed anymore. Thinking this, Chen Yan began silently reciting the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, true qi surging within his meridians. He waited for Qin Qingyu to make her move. However, Qin Qingyu, clad in a dress of pale green gauze, simply stood there motionless. It was only when her eyes met Chen Yan's that they suddenly curved as if she were smiling. "Chief Disciple Chen, be careful." In the next instant, Chen Yan's vision suddenly began to blur. It wasn't due to any internal issue with his eyes, but because his sight was being disrupted by a soft, glowing light source. It was a lunar halo. Then, Chen Yan saw that flash of pale green gauze flicker through the lunar halo. Chen Yan fully activated his heart method, only to discover that under the impetus of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, the true qi within his meridians felt as heavy as lead ingots. It was only then that Chen Yan realized what the lunar halo, which he had originally mistaken for an illusion technique, actually was. This lunar halo was no illusion technique at all. It was Qin Qingyu's supremely refined, pure lunar phase true qi. This reminded Chen Yan of the method Lin Kaifeng used to suppress Gu Qin. However, Lin Kaifeng at the Qi Sea realm could already directly use his vast, oceanic reserves of true qi to inflict damage on an enemy. But Qin Qingyu, at the martial spring realm, or rather with her cultivation suppressed to the early-stage martial spring realm, could not accomplish such a feat. Yet Qin Qingyu was still able to use her lunar phase true qi to inhibit the circulation of true qi within Chen Yan's meridians. In the entire Chenping continent, only Qin Qingyu at the martial spring realm could achieve this level of control. The operation of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art became extremely sluggish. Though Chen Yan possessed a vast reservoir of true qi, he was completely unable to mobilize it. With no other choice, he began operating the hidden immortal art, allowing the true qi in his meridians to be mobilized by him once again. He decisively raised his hand, located that pale green figure within the lunar halo, and unleashed his true qi. Kongshan finger! A beam of true qi shot forth from Chen Yan's fingertip, piercing through the lunar halo on the arena platform, heading straight for Qin Qingyu's direction. But this beam of true qi had only traveled about 7 Zhang before it was already swallowed up by the lunar halo. Chief Disciple Chen, you really do have a special fondness for that Kongshan finger technique, don't you? A soft murmuring whisper came from beside Chen Yan's shoulder. But he knew Qin Qingyu was not actually beside him. She was merely using her true qi to project her voice to Chen Yan's ear. Using Kongshan finger was, for Chen Yan, entirely an act of desperation. After all, on the surface he had only advanced to the martial spring realm a month ago. Moreover, even before the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, when Chen Yan had already created the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, the vast majority of people within the sect still viewed him as a prodigy, not a cultivation genius. This meant that Chen Yan hadn't had much opportunity before this to come into contact with more profound and mystical techniques. And even if Chen Yan were exposed to them, given his innate talent, it would be very difficult for him to master or become proficient in martial spring realm techniques within a short period. He needed a great deal of time to practice, or to pin his hopes on reincarnation rewards. Chen Yan accelerated the operation of the hidden immortal art. The true qi he released from his meridians into the external environment forcibly tore several gaps in the lunar halo, enveloping the entire arena platform. This was also within Qin Qingyu's expectations. If Chen Yan couldn't even manage this much, then she wouldn't have looked at him with such high regard in the first place. The lunar halo misting over the arena platform began to show countless cracks. This wasn't due to Chen Yan's actions but a spontaneous disintegration initiated by Qin Qingyu herself. The lunar halo began to shatter into countless silvery white points of light, which then gathered into several beams of moonlight, flying one after another toward Chen Yan's direction. Chen Yan activated his protective true qi to deal with Qin Qingyu's attack. Originally, Chen Yan believed that in front of Qin Qingyu only the purity and vastness of his true qi would not fall short. But now, Chen Yan realized he was wrong. Even with Qin Qingyu suppressing her cultivation to the early-stage martial spring realm in terms of sheer total true qi volume, Qin Qingyu could actually match Chen Yan on equal footing. Maybe he should just concede. Losing to Qin Qingyu wasn't shameful. After all, she was the #1 martial spring realm cultivator of this generation on the Chenping continent. And Chen Yan hadn't planned on winning in the first place. The title of Heavenly Summit Champion for the current Chen Yan would absolutely bring more disadvantages than benefits. But just then, a profound feeling suddenly arose again in Chen Yan's heart. Just like when he fought Yi Xiu, yet this profound feeling was also very strange. No matter how he tried to grasp it, it always slipped away. Chen Yan suddenly remembered something. When his protective true qi dispersed Qin Qingyu's moonlight beams and then her moonlight beams condensed again to launch an attack at him, he dissipated all of his protective true qi. He faced Qin Qingyu's attack in a completely defenseless posture, certain death. If struck by Qin Qingyu's moonlight beams without any defense, he would undoubtedly die, but Chen Yan decided to gamble on this. He operated the hidden immortal art with all his might and pointed his fingertip toward the direction of the oncoming moonlight beams. A point of clear light shot forth. All the moonlight beams, the moment they touched the clear light from Chen Yan's fingertip, completely disintegrated. The clear light continued flying toward Qin Qingyu's direction. Qin Qingyu let out a soft sound of surprise. Then her Taoyan Starscale's scripture mobilized the scattered, sky-filling moonlight beams, all surging toward that point of clear light. Like moths to a flame, countless silvery white moonlight beams vanished without a trace after pouncing upon that single point of clear light. The clear light continued flying toward Qin Qingyu's direction. Her expression for the first time since the opening of this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry revealed a trace of astonishment. That point of clear light grew larger and larger in Qin Qingyu's pupils. And then, the Daeyan arena erupted with a skyfall of white light. Midst the flash of light and swirling dust, what drifted and danced in the air was a pale green veil. Two figures, one male and one female, stood in the center of the arena platform. Chen Yan only felt a slight coolness on his forehead, because Qin Qingyu's fair, slender index finger was pressed against the spot between his eyebrows. He lowered his head slightly, and what met his eyes was a face of unparalleled beauty he had never seen before. Chen Yan's lips moved slightly and then he spoke. "I have lost." "You were gracious, Chief Disciple Chen," Qin Qingyu said softly, then she withdrew the index finger pressed against Chen Yan's brow and turned to walk off the arena platform. And before the dust settled, she caught the veil floating down from the air and gently put it back on. The winner, Qin Qingyu. The voice of the Wind Ravine Valley manager-disciple echoed through the Daeyan arena. For the surrounding cultivators watching, this was an expected result. On the viewing stand where the Star Heaven sect was located, Hu Tianyuan looked at the returning Qin Qingyu and revealed a meaningful smile. "How was it?" Under her veil, Qin Qingyu's face showed a trace of unwillingness. This disciple failed to accomplish it. "Nothing unexpected. You didn't lose to Chen Yan. You lost to that speck of his clear light." Hu Tianyuan nodded with a smile. "How much did you exert?" "Mid-martial spring realm." Qin Qingyu replied. "That really is a hollow victory then, ahahaha." Hu Tianyuan laughed out loud. Qin Qingyu still stood there, head lowered, her extremely beautiful eyes filled with nothing but unwillingness. Cough, cough, cough. When the young man awoke, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. He first glanced at his left arm, wrapped in bandages, then his first reaction upon realizing his situation was to sit up and grasp the ring on his chest with his right hand. Fortunately, it was still there. Yi Xiu let out a sigh of relief, then he tried to use his spiritual sense to communicate with Elder Mo in his mind. Senior. I am here. Elder Mo's voice came from within Yi Xiu's mind. Where are we now? Yi Xiu asked. Heavenly Summit Mountain, Water Mirror Pavilion. Elder Mo replied, Water Mirror Pavilion. Yi Xiu was first startled, then his eyes widened. He certainly knew what the Water Mirror Pavilion was. It was the territory and residence of the Mirage Palace on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Why was he on the Mirage Palace's turf? Yi Xiu inwardly voiced this question. However, compared to that, there were more important things he wanted to know. Senior, who won in the end? Yi Xiu asked Elder Mo through his spiritual sense. Chen Yan. Elder Mo said calmly, I misjudged Chen Yan's strength. You could not possibly be his match. Ugh. Yi Xiu did not speak immediately, only clenching his right fist as if trying to digest this information. Why? He finally couldn't help but ask. Because if I hadn't helped you block that speck of Chen Yan's clear light, you would already be a corpse right now. Elder Mo said. If Elder Mo had wished, with his current myriad transformations realm cultivation, completely blocking that speck of clear light and preventing it from causing such significant harm to Yi Xiu would have been an effortless matter. But he did not do that. The reason was that in the Daiyan arena there were myriad transformations realm cultivators from the 5 great sects overseeing things. If Elder Mo's actions were too conspicuous, the slightest misstep could lead to discovery by others. That might trigger even greater trouble. It was precisely because of this that Elder Mo only helped Yi Xiu block the damage to the minimum extent necessary, preserving his life. After all, Elder Mo's soul was now completely bound to Yi Xiu's life. No matter what, Elder Mo had to save Yi Xiu. Of course, if Xiao Ban hadn't intervened, Yi Xiu definitely wouldn't have died either. Because Elder Mo would absolutely never allow something like Yi Xiu exploding and dying to happen. Alright, the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry has ended. Don't dwell on the past anymore. Elder Mo said calmly. Yes, Senior. Although Yi Xiu still harbored much unwillingness, what Elder Mo said indeed made sense. If one became too fixated, it was easy to damage one's Dao heart, which would be detrimental to future cultivation. But Senior, Yi Xiu continued to ask Elder Mo through his spiritual sense, why am I on the Mirage Palace's turf? Someone saved you. Elder Mo replied, Who? Yi Xiu continued to ask. Before Elder Mo could answer Yi Xiu's question, the door to the room was suddenly pulled open from the outside. A handsome young man dressed in a Mirage Palace Taoist robe with red lips, white teeth, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes walked in, smiling in Yi Xiu's direction. You're awake, how do you feel? Yi Xiu wore a puzzled expression but nodded. Let me introduce myself first. The young man continued, My name is Xiao Ban. I am the chief disciple of the Mirage Palace's Weaving Dreams Tower. So it's Chief Disciple Xiao. Yi Xiu said respectfully, then tried to stand up to bow in greeting. But the intense pain from his lower abdomen forced him to sit back down on the bed. Fellow Taoist Yi, rest well and don't move recklessly. Xiao Ban showed a concerned expression and advised him thus. Thank you, Chief Disciple Xiao, for your life-saving grace. Yi Xiu said the Baiyuan sect was a fairly prestigious immortal cultivation sect on the Chenping continent. As the eldest senior brother of the Baiyuan sect, Yi Xiu couldn't possibly be ignorant of etiquette. To his life-saving benefactor, Xiao Ban, he naturally was willing to address him as Chief Disciple Xiao. Fellow Taoist Yi, there's no need for such formality, it was just a small effort. Xiao Ban said, Oh right, there's another person who very much wants to see you. He said he might have something to ask you. Who? Yi Xiu asked. Junior brother Lin, please come in. Xiao Ban called out clearly. Immediately after, a young man wearing a Kongshan sect Yuanhua Mountain Taoist robe entered the room. He was somewhat thin in build yet exuded an air of uprightness. However, for some reason his brow carried a trace of worry. Fellow Taoist Yi. The young man bowed in Yi Xiu's direction. I am Lin Xinyang, a disciple of Kongshan sect's Yuanhua Mountain. Yi Xiu greets fellow Taoist Lin. He was still somewhat confused. He certainly recognized this Yuanhua Mountain disciple who had replaced Qin Yue as Kongshan sect's Dao inquirer. Might I ask what fellow Taoist Lin seeks me for? Yi Xiu asked. Lin Xinyang did not speak immediately. Xiao Ban, standing to the side, naturally knew what this was about. He smiled and stood up. I, Xiao, still have some personal matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you company for now. Then he left the room, conveniently closing the door behind him. Fellow Taoist Yi. Lin Xinyang's brow furrowed slightly, his expression full of worry. I won't waste words and will get straight to the point. Please speak, fellow Taoist Lin.
Yi Ziu said.
I have heard that you, fellow Taoist Yi, witnessed the scene of Qin Yue's murder but due to some pressure were unable to speak the truth. Is that correct?
Lin Xinyang said. Yi Ziu was stunned.
He simply didn't understand what Lin Xinyang was talking about. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist Yi. As he spoke, Lin Xinyang took out a token from his robe. On the token were engraved only 4 characters, Yuanhua Yi. This was He Furin's token. Yuanhua Mountain Dignity Elder He Furin, who is also my master, is acting under the orders of the Kongshan sect's Supreme Imperial Law Elder to thoroughly investigate the case of Qin Yue. Whatever you know, fellow Taoist Yi, please speak freely. I can guarantee your safety. Lin Xinyang said, but he really knew nothing. Say that you saw it. Just as Yi Ziu was about to shake his head, Elder Mo's voice came from his mind. Why next say what I tell you to say? Yi Ziu didn't understand, but he trusted Elder Mo, so he decided to do as Elder Mo instructed. I saw it.
Yi Ziu said.
Saw what? The culprit who killed Qin Yue. Who was it? I don't know who did it because there was more than one person at the scene at the time. Who were they? Lin Xinyang asked. An elderly man with white hair wearing a Bagua Taoist robe, and a man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. As he spoke, Yi Ziu paused for a moment, his voice growing calmer and more certain. And one more person whom I recognized. Who? Lin Xinyang pressed on, Kongshan sect chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain Chen Yan. As mentioned before, losing to Qin Qingyu was absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, almost everyone felt it was normal for Chen Yan to lose to Qin Qingyu, including Chen Yan himself. Although Chen Yan hadn't originally intended to defeat Qin Qingyu, it was already enough for him to make a name for himself across Chenping continent by simply defeating all the ordinary sect disciples. After all, on the surface he was only at the early stage of the martial spring realm. If he had won against Qin Qingyu, his reputation would have become too loud, which would only invite unnecessary trouble. Of course, even if Chen Yan wanted to win, he couldn't. From his duel with Qin Qingyu, Chen Yan finally experienced the gap between himself and a true genius. Although Chen Yan had seen many geniuses and had even defeated many so-called geniuses, the gap between them and Qin Qingyu was far greater than Chen Yan had imagined. However, Chen Yan did not come away empty-handed. He gently closed his eyes, sensing that point of clear light slowly revolving around his martial spring. Through the battle with Qin Qingyu, Chen Yan had completely assimilated that point of clear light for his own use. When fighting others again, he wouldn't be reduced to the awkwardness of rapidly firing Kongshan finger techniques. He now had a new killing move. Chen Yan returned to the viewing stand and sat down again beside Chu Xiao. I lost, senior sister Chu, Chen Yan said slowly. This outcome is not surprising in the least. Chief disciple Chen, Chu Xiao, clad in white, replied with similar calm. She wasn't wrong. Is this how senior sister Chu comforts a fellow disciple who has suffered a setback at the Heavenly Summit Dao inquiry? Chen Yan half-joked. Is that so? Chu Xiao's tone lifted slightly. Does chief disciple Chen feel he has suffered a setback? I'm also not surprised at all that I lost to Qin Qingyu, Chen Yan said. It's just that, even though she suppressed her cultivation to the early stage of the martial spring realm, I still lost so miserably. I can't help feeling a bit unwilling. Actually, Chu Xiao seemed to want to say more but suddenly stopped short, because 2 people had suddenly appeared standing before her and Chen Yan. They were the elders dispatched by the sect for this Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly, one from Mingxiao Peak and one from Linwu Mountain. Chen Yan, the elder from Linwu Mountain called out. Come with us back to the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Hearing this, Chen Yan's brows furrowed slightly. He detected something unusual in the elder's tone. He stood up and bowed respectfully. May I ask, elder, what is the urgent matter? Elder Zhang Yin has something to discuss with you, the elder from Mingxiao Peak said. Understood, disciple, Chen Yan said, offering no further words. He simply followed the two elders away from the Daiyan arena, heading towards the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Of course, he didn't believe it was Elder Zhang Yin looking for him. Chen Yan had reincarnated dozens of times in this world. Regardless of how shrewd he was now, he was certainly not stupid. If it were martial uncle Zhang Yin looking for him, the people who came wouldn't be an elder from Mingxiao Peak, an elder from Linwu Mountain, or even elders from Union Peak or Yibai Peak. It would definitely be his own master, or perhaps martial uncle Yue Kai or martial aunt Liu Yanteng coming to deliver the message. The appearance of these two elders before him could only mean one thing. Right now, the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain on Heavenly Summit Mountain were indeed in a very precarious situation. Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Initially, Chen Yan thought these two elders would take him to see someone or do something to him. But they did not. They simply escorted Chen Yan to martial uncle Zhang Yin's courtyard within the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Once Chen Yan stepped into the courtyard, the two elders left. At this moment, excluding Chen Yan, there were 4 figures in the courtyard. They were Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, Lin Kaifeng, and Liu Yanteng. In other words, all the direct disciples of the sect leader's lineage from Kongyuan Mountain were gathered in this courtyard. "You lost to Qin King Yu?" Lin Kaifeng asked, looking up as Chen Yan appeared in the courtyard. "Yes," Chen Yan replied. "You really should have lost to her." Martial Uncle Yue Kai, clad in his Bagua Taoist robe, nodded from the side. Even if he wanted to win, he couldn't. Chen Yan silently muttered to himself. "Can you tell what situation we're in right now?" Lin Kaifeng asked again. "I can," Chen Yan nodded. The direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain were currently under house arrest. This was quite obvious. "But why?" Chen Yan asked. "Because someone has accused someone from our Kongyuan Mountain of killing Qin Yue." Martial Uncle Zhang Yin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Who?" Chen Yan asked. "You know him too," Martial Uncle Yue Kai said. "Yi Ziu." Chen Yan was suddenly taken aback. Yi Ziu, this was a name Chen Yan had never expected. Because he didn't believe that, based solely on the testimony of Yi Ziu, a disciple from a second-rate sect, all the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain would be placed under house arrest. Especially considering Yi Ziu had some personal entanglement with him. Unless, in Chen Yan's mind, the image of He Furen's face wearing that half-smile surfaced. "Yi Ziu doesn't have the influence to pull off something like this," Chen Yan said. Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, and the others remained silent. No one present was a blockhead. They all understood the underlying machinations at play. "What about Elder Wen?" Chen Yan continued to ask. Elder Wen Hongli was the true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain, personally appointed by Kongshan's sect leader Yun Yichen to lead the investigation into Qin Yue's death. In this situation, they could only pin their hopes on Elder Wen. "It's useless," Zhang Yin simply shook his head. "Chen Yan, what do you think He Furen's true goal is?" Lin Kaifeng asked. He naturally also knew that Gu Qin was He Furen's man and that He Furen had once sent 2 martial Spring Realm cultivators to assassinate Chen Yan. It was just that they still didn't have enough evidence to accuse He Furen, especially since he had a lofty Grand Elder backing him. Chen Yan shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He Furen's target definitely wasn't him. His life wasn't worth such elaborate trouble. "Where is Yi Ziu now?" Liu Yanteng spoke up. "Otherwise, let's summon him here for a direct confrontation." "You won't get to see that kid," Zhang Yin shook his head. "He's at the Water Mirror Pavilion, under the protection of the Mirage Palace." "The Mirage Palace?" Chen Yan frowned tightly. Not long ago, he had just met Xiao Ban, the chief disciple of the Mirage Palace's Weaving Dreams Tower. Actually, it wasn't surprising that the Mirage Palace would protect Yi Ziu. Because outside Heavenly Summit Mountain, Kongshan Sect's Supreme Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu had already reached an agreement with the other 4 great sects. The 4 great sects on Heavenly Summit Mountain would fully cooperate with Kongshan Sect's actions. The object of their cooperation, naturally, was not Wen Hongli, the lead investigator appointed by Yun Yichen. It was He Furen. The direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain could not leave this courtyard. As soon as they had the intention to leave, they would immediately be politely persuaded back by the 2 outer sect disciples guarding the courtyard gate. Whether it was Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, Lin Kaifeng, or even Liu Yanteng, they were all seething with anger. When had they, as the sect leader's personal disciples, ever suffered such humiliation being guarded by outer sect disciples? But there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just force their way out, could they? Forcing their way out would only give others a handle against them. And so 2 days passed. Today was the day of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry Finals. Chen Yan leaned against the courtyard gate, gazing up at the Heavenly Summit Palace hanging high in the azure sky. Little Ding. He called out the surname of the outer sect disciple responsible for guarding the gate.
What is it, Chief Disciple Chen?
The outer sect disciple whom Chen Yan addressed as Little Ding replied respectfully. For today's Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry are the 2 contestants Chief Disciple Chu and Qin Qingyu.
Chen Yan asked.
That is correct. Little Ding answered, exactly the same as it had developed in past cycles, but there was nothing surprising about that. After all, in terms of pure combat strength alone, among the disciples of this generation in the Chenping continent, these 2 were indeed the most outstanding. Chu Xiao was half a tier above everyone else, and Qin Qingyu was several tiers above Chu Xiao. Previously, before the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, people often compared Qin Qingyu to Yun Yichen from 300 years ago, or to Jing Hongyao, the former temple master of Ling Xiao Temple from 500 years ago. But now, that was no longer the case. Qin Qingyu's performance so far had far surpassed that of Yun Yichen and Jing Hongyao, who had also dominated their respective eras. Her name could already be mentioned alongside the few surviving Dao Union realm great powers of the current age. There were even those who compared Qin Qingyu's combat prowess to that of Su Hongzhen, the last immortal Ascension realm cultivator of the Chenping continent. This edition of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry most likely held little suspense. The Heavenly Summit champion would be Qin Qingyu. Chief Disciple Chen is very interested in knowing the final outcome of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry.
Little Ding asked. What, can you let me go to the Daiyan arena to watch?
Chen Yan laughed. Upon hearing this, Little Ding gave an awkward chuckle, then fished out a projection talisman from his robes. Chief Disciple Chen wanting to watch live might be a bit difficult, but if you want to watch from here. A projection talisman? Chen Yan was slightly taken aback. Projection talismans were truly valuable items. You couldn't get your hands on one without at least a dozen or so high-grade spirit stones. He remembered when he himself was an outer sect disciple, he had only managed to save up 7 or 8 high-grade spirit stones over 100 years. It seemed the outer sect disciples stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain were indeed, as the rumors said, each and every one of them rolling in wealth. You want to sell this to me?
Chen Yan asked.
How would this disciple dare to sell this little trinket to Chief Disciple Chen? Little Ding said with a flattering smile, it's a gift for you. Although Chen Yan was currently under house arrest in this courtyard, he was, after all, the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. His status and position were of such great esteem to a mere outer sect disciple. A dozen or so high-grade spirit stones was a lot. But if a little object bought with a dozen or so high-grade spirit stones could please Chief Disciple Chen, then that small cost was practically negligible.
You keep it, I'm not that eager to watch either.
Chen Yan shook his head and said with a smile, hee hee. Seeing that Chen Yan had absolutely no intention of accepting the projection talisman, Little Ding said nothing more and tucked the talisman back into his robes. It seemed Chief Disciple Chen did not want to owe him, a minor figure, a favor. Then he need not insist any further, saying more would only risk causing annoyance. Chen Yan lifted his head and continued to gaze up at the Heavenly Summit Palace suspended in the air. Another half-quarter of an hour later, Little Ding, who had been guarding the gate, suddenly straightened his posture, his voice stammering for a moment. Greetings to Elder Bai. Elder Bai? Chen Yan turned his head to look outside the gate. He found an acquaintance standing there, though not really a close acquaintance, smiling at him. Qingchen Peak True Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming.
Chen Yan, come with me.
Bai Kaiming said. Chen Yan hesitated for a few breaths, then he stood up and prepared to walk out of the courtyard. Seeing this, Little Ding immediately became somewhat flustered.
You cannot.
And why is that? Bai Kaiming's eyes glared at Little Ding. He did not use any true qi, but the aura of a myriad transformations realm cultivator alone nearly caused Little Ding's face to pale and almost made him vomit blood. Yet Little Ding still had to symbolically persist a bit. Elder Bai, Elder he has given orders. If anything goes wrong, I Bai Kaiming will bear all the consequences. Bai Kaiming said. Little Ding said no more. Because what he wanted was precisely this statement from Bai Kaiming. Elder Bai, may I ask what matter you seek my disciple for? At that moment, Lin Kaifeng suddenly appeared from within the courtyard, standing with his hands behind his back as he asked Bai Kaiming. At a critical juncture, someone must always step forward. Bai Kaiming said, what's happening outside? Lin Kaifeng asked, nothing has happened yet, but perhaps something will happen very soon. Bai Kaiming said, could you stop talking in circles and speak plainly? Although Lin Kaifeng was only a Qi Si realm cultivator, his status was merely that of a sect leader's personal disciple, and he currently held no actual position within the sect. Yet his attitude towards Bai Kaiming, this Qingchen Peak true Dharma elder, was utterly lacking in deference. And Bai Kaiming was not the least bit annoyed, as if accustomed to Lin Kaifeng's attitude towards him. I will not tell you. Bai Kaiming said, then whom do you plan to tell? Lin Kaifeng asked. Bai Kaiming did not speak, merely sweeping his gaze over Chen Yan beside him. Lin Kaifeng said nothing more and let Chen Yan follow Bai Kaiming away from the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Chen Yan followed behind Bai Kaiming. The direction the two were heading was towards the Dayan Arena on Heavenly Summit Mountain. His understanding of this Qingchen true Dharma elder was not deep. In total, the two had only met 2 or 3 times. In fact, because of Fu Kaiyan, Chen Yan was actually somewhat wary of Bai Kaiming. Neither the Qingchen true Dharma lineage nor the Qingchen martial discipline lineage were good people. Or perhaps there were very few truly good people in this world, because what was most often presented was not right and wrong but position and stance. The situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain right now is very tense. Bai Kaiming said to Chen Yan as they walked, who is the enemy? Chen Yan asked, you know. Bai Kaiming did not answer directly. Immediately after, Bai Kaiming spoke again. I had suspected that Qin Yue's death was caused by someone from your Kongyuan mountain. Elder Bai no longer thinks so. Chen Yan said, no. If it really was you who did it, you definitely would not have been placed under house arrest in the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Bai Kaiming said, he calculated many things but he overlooked me alone. At this moment, almost everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain was gathered at the Dayan Arena, watching the final battle between Chu Ziao and Qin Qingyu. Therefore, the streets of Heavenly Summit Mountain were deserted. Why me? Chen Yan asked, it must be you, and I can only tell you. Bai Kaiming stopped walking, then turned around, his expression unprecedentedly serious. The stolen Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul is in He Furin's hands. Chen Yan was not the least bit surprised by this news. As he had learned more and more information, he had gradually come to connect He Furin, or rather, the person behind him, Huo Mu. This supreme imperial law elder of the Kongshan sect was the mastermind behind all of this. Whether it was Song Ming's list or the stolen Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul, the ultimate target pointed to was Huo Mu. However, Chen Yan did not know what Huo Mu's goal was. The distance between his current level and that tier was still too vast, far too vast to even begin to speculate on any clues. Over a year ago, after you returned from Taiyuan City and met with me, Elder Fu began to retract his influence. The gambling den in Taiyuan City was destroyed and you were ambushed by people sent by He Furin. Bai Kaiming spoke, then paused slightly. I don't know exactly what happened behind the scenes, but I can make a rough guess. Without a doubt, Bai Kaiming was an extremely intelligent man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been called an old fox by Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai, nor would he be qualified to contend with Fu Kaiyan, who had been entrenched for centuries on Qingchen Peak. What does Elder Bai mean? Chen Yan asked, I want you to go see He Furin. Bai Kaiming stated. Hearing this, Chen Yan's expression froze momentarily before he forced a bitter smile. Elder Bai just said that Elder He once wanted my life, now you're telling me to go see him. I understand He Furin. Bai Kaiming continued, if he once wanted your life it means he definitely still does now. He Furin cannot tolerate a thorn stuck in his eye, even if you are the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. So, Chen Yan pressed, before he kills you we must find a way to bring him down. Bai Kaiming said, this true Dharma elder of Qingchen Peak certainly did not care about Chen Yan's life or death. The reason Bai Kaiming made this proposal to Chen Yan was naturally to achieve his own goals. Then Bai Kaiming looked towards the Daiyan arena not far ahead. Right now, representatives from all the prestigious and illustrious immortal cultivation sects across the entire Chemping continent, dispatched for this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chemping continent, are all there observing the peak battle between Qin Qingyu and Chu Xiao on Heavenly Summit Mountain. He stated, "Take this opportunity to confront him. He Furin definitely will not move against you." Bai Kaiming's reasoning was sound, but what evidence do I have to confront him with? Chen Yan asked again. Over a year ago, Fu Kaiyan was constantly searching for the legacy left behind by Song Mingde. Bai Kaiming said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a list, and on that list at the very least are the names of Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu and He Furin." Chen Yan's heart secretly trembled. Seeing Chen Yan's reaction, Bai Kaiming laughed. "It seems I guessed correctly. In that case, that Zhang Zishun whom Elder Fu detained and interrogated must be Elder He's man. And that Gu Qin from Mingxiao Peak a while back who died in exactly the same way as Zhang Zishun is also most likely He Furin's man." He was correct. You can use the matters of Zhang Zishun, Gu Qin, or those two martial Spring Realm cultivators who once tried to ambush you to publicly question and accuse him. Bai Kaiming said, "As the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, an accusation initiated by you carries significant weight. Our goal is to weaken He Furin's current authority within the Kongshan sect and allow Elder Wen to resume control of affairs. Currently, all matters on Heavenly Summit Mountain were entirely under He Furin's sole dictation. It wasn't just the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain who were constrained, even the Kingchen True Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming was the same. The Black Flood Dragon Remnant soul was in He Furin's hands. It must be known that although this wisp of the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul had completely lost its consciousness, its destructive power was still comparable to that of a Unity Realm cultivator. If this matter was not handled properly, a Peak Elder from Kingchen Peak would definitely be pushed out to take the blame. In other words, the current situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain, or rather within the Kongshan sect, had pushed Bai Kaiming and the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain to the same side. This disciple understands," Chen Yan said solemnly. Immediately after, he began walking again, heading towards the Daiyan arena. The arena platforms within the Daiyan arena had all been removed. Now, apart from the viewing stand, the entire Daiyan arena had become the stage for Qin Qingyu and Chu Xiao's performance. At this moment, the Daiyan arena was empty. All the cultivators who had come to observe the battle for this term's Heavenly Summit champion were seated on the viewing stand. Then, a figure dressed in pure white Taoist robes slowly appeared within the arena grounds. He was the only spot of white on the entire field paved with bluestone bricks. Golden cloud crane patterns were embroidered on his sleeves. Countless gazes focused on this chief disciple of the Kongshan sect's main lineage. They were curious why Chen Yan had appeared on the grounds of the Daiyan arena. This should have been the duel between Qin Qingyu and Chu Xiao. However, this chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain was indeed, up to this point, the one whose duel with Qin Qingyu had been the most suspenseful. Even though Qin Qingyu had suppressed her cultivation to the early martial Spring Realm at that time, chief disciple Chen. Several deacon disciples from the 5 great sects responsible for maintaining order stepped forward, wanting to stop Chen Yan, who was walking into the Daiyan arena. Chen Yan merely gave a light tremble, and the true qi he released pushed these deacon disciples aside. These deacon disciples responsible for maintaining order were all from the outer courts of the 5 great sects, so the highest cultivation among them was only at the peak of the qi circulation realm. Then he strode to the center of the Daiyan arena, channeling true qi to his throat. "Esteemed seniors, fellow Taoists. I am Chen Yan, chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain of the Kongshan sect. I have come here today for one thing only. To accuse He Furin, the dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain of the Kongshan sect, of his crimes." On the viewing stand, He Furin's face still wore that faint, seemingly smiling expression. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Chen Yan in the arena. He showed no reaction, as if he was merely waiting for Chen Yan to continue. First, As the mastermind behind the scenes, He Furin ordered Kongshan sect disciple Gu Qin to cruelly murder Song Mingde, the Merit Hall deacon of the Kongshan sect's outer court. Second, when I was investigating the truth behind Song Ming's death, He Furin attempted to have me ambushed and killed. Third, Qin Yue, the personal disciple of Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming, and one of the Kongshan sect's Dao inquirers for this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, was also personally plotted against by He Furin in a case of the thief crying, "Stop thief." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. The reason Heavenly Summit Mountain had been enveloped by Wen Hongli's barrier, cutting off contact with the outside world, was precisely because of Qin Yue's death. And this order had been personally issued by He Furin, who held the supreme imperial law elder token of the Kongshan sect. If Chen Yan's accusations were true, the truth behind this was truly terrifying to contemplate. Elder He Wen Hongli, sitting nearby, spoke without even lifting his eyelids. "Do you have anything to say?" "I do," He Furin said with a smile. All eyes turned towards He Furin, awaiting the defense of this dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain. Then his lips moved slightly. "This child deserves execution." Immediately after, an immense pressure descended upon Chen Yan from above. Instinctively, Chen Yan looked up at the sky. He saw a gigantic, ethereal palm imprint descending from the heavens. In the next instant, he was struck by this palm imprint and turned into a mist of blood. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating be no other reason the world is unpredictable. Accumulated cultivation. Martial Spring Realm Peak. Reincarnation reward, hidden immortal art mastery. Reincarnation settlement complete. The host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. The first reaction of Chen Yan after being reborn again was that his true qi had become several times more profound and powerful, and that point of clear light at his martial spring had also become sharper and more unstoppable. But compared to the further progress of the hidden immortal art, he had something more perplexing troubling him. Chen Yan found it utterly unreasonable. Why? He had publicly accused He Furin of his crimes in front of over 20,000 cultivators from various major immortal cultivation sects gathered at Heavenly Summit Mountain. Yet He Furin had slapped him to death with a single palm strike. On what grounds? How dare he? Even if he, Chen Yan, died, wouldn't He Furin's actions be equivalent to smashing a cracked pot, a desperate, self-destructive act? Killing the chief disciple of the Kongshan sect's main lineage in public because of an accusation? Even Huo Mu couldn't protect him from the consequences, right? Moreover, he had only made an accusation against him and hadn't presented any substantial evidence. If we're really talking about smashing a cracked pot, it hadn't reached that point yet. He Furin still had plenty of room to maneuver. Chen Yan's goal was only to shake his current dictatorial authority on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Chen Yan didn't understand, couldn't figure out why things had developed this way. "Why have you stopped?" Suddenly a voice came from ahead of him. Chen Yan looked up and forward. Standing there was precisely the true Dharma elder of Qingchen Peak, Bai Kaiming. The reincarnation record point this time was the moment when he and Bai Kaiming were heading to the Daiyan arena together. It was Bai Kaiming who had instructed him to publicly accuse He Furin. Even someone as astute as Bai Kaiming probably hadn't anticipated that He Furin would dare to slap Chen Yan to death with a single palm. Because this was completely unreasonable and utterly baffling, Chen Yan's mind was still in a state of confusion because the other party killing him was completely not playing by the rules. No, it could be called a table-flipping move. "Elder Bai," Chen Yan spoke up, "I believe my accusation might not carry enough weight to shake Elder He's authority." No, the words of the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain carry sufficient weight. Moreover, you shone brilliantly at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. This disciple has a more secure method. Chen Yan said, "What?" Bai Kaiming asked. "This disciple believes we should first establish some contact with Elder Wen, coordinate our approach, and then proceed to hold Elder He accountable for his crimes. Otherwise it might be too abrupt." Chen Yan continued. Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiming's expression became somewhat inscrutable. "If you think that's feasible." He didn't deny Chen Yan's suggestion, then took a token from his waist. Written on the token were the 4 large characters, Kingchen True Dharma. Just like in the previous reincarnation, Chen Yan entered the Daiyan arena, only this time he didn't stride into the arena openly. Instead, he walked towards the viewing stand. The elders from the various peaks and veins of the Kongshan sect showed somewhat surprised expressions upon seeing Chen Yan step onto the viewing stand, but none of them said anything. Chen Yan walked to the higher area and stopped in front of Wen Hongli and He Furin. Chen Yan. Wen Hongli looked up, slightly stunned for a moment. According to He Furin's orders, the direct disciples of the Kongyuan mountain lineage should have been under house arrest within the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Elder Wen. Chen Yan respectfully bowed with clasped hands. May we speak in private? Chief Disciple Chen, shouldn't you be properly by your master and martial uncle's side? What brings you to the Daiyan arena? Before Wen Hongli could answer, He Furin spoke up first. Chen Yan took out Bai Kaiming's token from his robe. Elder Bai ordered me to come and discuss some matters with Elder Wen. What matters? He Furin asked. I cannot say. Chen Yan smiled, such tight lips, it must be something of great importance. He Furin also said with a smile. Only his smile was, as always, extremely unpleasant to look at. When Hongli and He Furin exchanged a glance, then Elder Wen stood up. Let's go. He said to Chen Yan. Chen Yan followed behind Wen Hongli. Wen Hongli's back was tall and broad. This true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain enjoyed Yun Yichen's deep trust. Therefore, his relationship with the direct disciples of the sect leader's lineage was also very good. He should be able to trust him. Thinking this, a peculiar sense of déjà vu arose in Chen Yan's heart. A person he could trust. An extremely young face surfaced in his mind. Lu Li, he had once died because he believed Lu Li would appreciate his talent. As for Wen Hongli then, Chen Yan suddenly realized he had overlooked one thing all along. For Chen Yan himself, everything would start over from the beginning after his death. But for others, that wasn't the case. He Furin's actions must have been the result of careful deliberation. As the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, the name Chen Yan carried significant weight whether within the Kongshan sect or anywhere in the Chenping continent. If he killed him in front of everyone, He Furin would certainly face severe, inescapable consequences, yet he still did it. Just why? Chen Yan followed behind Wen Hongli, looking up at the heavenly summit palace in the sky. And above that was the barrier shaped like an inverted bowl covering the entire heavenly summit mountain. Chen Yan's breath hitched. An extremely terrifying hypothesis appeared in his mind. Also flashing through his mind was the glance exchanged between Wen Hongli and He Furin just now on the viewing stand. All right, what did you want to tell me? On the deserted street, Wen Hongli turned around and asked Chen Yan. I hope Elder Wen can trust my character Chen Yan's. Chen Yan immediately bowed with clasped hands, almost a 90-degree bow. Junior sister Qin's death was absolutely not the doing of my master and martial uncles. I implore Elder Wen to see clearly and judge fairly for us disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. Is this what you wanted to say? Wen Hongli asked again. Junior sister Qin's master, Elder Bai Kaiming of Kingchen Peak, also believes we are innocent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lent me his token. Of course, I understand the character of Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, and the others. Qi Feng and Yan Tang, I even watched them grow up. Wen Hongli sighed. Rest assured, I will definitely fight for you. Thank you, Elder Wen. Chen Yan deliberately showed an expression of relief, but he didn't believe a single word Wen Hongli had said. Come, let's return to the Daiyan arena. Since you're here, you might as well watch the decisive battle between Chu Xiao and Qin Qingyu to the end. Wen Hongli said, that won't be necessary, it's better for this disciple to return to the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Then I won't insist. This disciple takes his leave first. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Wen. After saying this, Chen Yan immediately left this empty street and also left the Daiyan arena. He walked in the direction of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion, once again looking up at the barrier in the sky. If his hypothesis could be confirmed, then everything would make sense. Chen Yan could also understand why He Furin would slap him, the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, to death without any hesitation. Because from the very beginning, he never intended to let anyone leave Heavenly Summit Mountain alive. The The barrier Wen Hongli had created over the heavenly summit palace wasn't to prevent the murderer from escaping. It was to establish a prison of death. This was an extremely bold, even fantastical conjecture, but indeed only this could fully rationalize He Furen's actions and behavior. Yet, what exactly was He Furen's, or rather Hu Mu's, ultimate goal? And for what reason did Yi Xiu accuse and slander Kongyuan Mountain? Was it just to frame them? If Wen Hongli and He Furen were on the same side, then they had absolutely no need to place the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain under house arrest. Unless what they truly wanted to pin on the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain wasn't Qin Yue's death, but rather the impending tragedy that was about to occur on Heavenly Summit Mountain. If they killed all the cultivators and prodigies from various sects across Chenping continent gathered on Heavenly Summit Mountain, it would inevitably cause a sensation throughout the entire continent. This would become the greatest tragedy in the cultivation world of Chenping continent in thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Its severity and impact would far surpass the eliminating the cause of calamity purge from 1,000 years ago. Whether it was He Furen, Wen Hongli, or Huo Mu, none of them could possibly bear the blame for this black pot. But if they could shift this blame, along with the theft of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, onto the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain, Chen Yan realized he had long been placed on the chessboard of those powerful figures. He Furen knew that Chen Yan knew the secret of the list. From this perspective, Chen Yan had definitely been a thorn in He Furen's side for a long time. And before Chen Yan became the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, He Furen had countless opportunities to eliminate him. But he did nothing, merely allowing Chen Yan to grow, because Chen Yan still had value to He Furen. Although Chen Yan was a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, he also had significant connections with Qingchen Peak, especially with Fu Qian's lineage. This gave He Furen ample reason to shift the blame for both the theft of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul and the tragedy on Heavenly Summit Mountain onto Kongyuan Mountain. But what was their ultimate goal? What benefit did Hu Mu gain from killing everyone at the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent? Chen Yan currently did not know. After all, everything above was merely his speculation, yet it was exceptionally logical. Regardless, Wen Hongli was unreliable. Currently, the only ones Chen Yan could trust were the ones he guessed would be the greatest victims. Namely, the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. Chen Yan returned to Slaying Heaven Pavilion, Chief Disciple Chen. Seeing Chen Yan return, Little Ding, the outer sect disciple guarding the courtyard gate, revealed a smile. But Chen Yan paid him no heed. He simply focused on circulating his mental cultivation method, then his true qi surged violently, knocking out the two outer sect disciples in front of the courtyard gate. The direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain inside the courtyard naturally sensed the disturbance outside. Chen Yan. Martial Uncle Yue Kai walked out, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked at the two unconscious outer sect disciples on the ground, then asked, "Why, Martial Uncle Yue?" Chen Yan wore an extremely serious expression. "I have a very important matter to discuss with everyone." A quarter of an hour later, Chen Yan finished explaining his conjectures to the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. This included the matter of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, originally supposed to be sealed within Qingchen Peak's Kajun Tower, being stolen and falling into He Furen's hands. He Furen wants to kill everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Elder Wen is actually on the same side as He Furen. Zhang Yin shook his head, revealing a look of astonishment. "That's too far-fetched." Chen Yan had long anticipated this reaction from his senior martial uncle. Because Chen Yan's conjecture, lacking the most crucial piece of evidence, was indeed difficult to stand firm. That piece of evidence was that when he publicly accused He Furen actually dared to strike him dead with a single palm. But Chen Yan couldn't say this as it involved the secret of his cycle of reincarnation. "Chen Yan." Lin Kaifeng's expression was grave, his voice low. "You can take responsibility for your own words, correct?" Chen Yan nodded without hesitation. "If we don't act quickly, it will all be too late. So what should we do?" Chen Yan fell silent. What asterisk could they do? The direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain were currently in a situation that could be described as isolated and without support. Although they had the two myriad transformations realm cultivators, Zhang Yin and Yue Kai, to rely on, the two of them combined were probably no match for Wen Hongli alone. This great myriad transformations realm expert with 7,000 strands of innate true energy was enough to run rampant across the current heavenly summit mountain. So what should be done? Chen Yan didn't know. I'm willing to believe you, but you have to tell me, what should we do? Lin Kaifeng pressed on. Zhang Yin and Liu Yanteng both cast strange looks at Lin Kaifeng, not understanding why he would so readily believe his own disciples' words. Meanwhile, Yue Kai beside them remained silent, just watching Chen Yan. Chen Yan felt somewhat vexed, because he also didn't know what to do, and Lin Kaifeng's personality was, relatively speaking, more swift and decisive. No wonder his cheap master disliked the slow, somewhat indecisive Lin Xinyang. When the name Lin Xinyang surfaced in Chen Yan's mind, his eyes widened. Chen Yan suddenly realized he had already discovered the clue that could connect everything. Lin Kaifeng had told him that the circulation patterns of true qi for the vast majority of cultivation techniques in this world were the same. Only a very few were exceptions, such as Chen Yan's Purple Mansion Kongshan art or the mental cultivation methods of the Mirage Palace's Weaving Dreams Tower. And the circulation method of Demon Beast True Qi was even more completely different from that of the cultivators of Chenping Continent. Before she was killed, Qin Yue had once met Lin Xinyang. She said that Lin Xinyang's True Qi circulation method was also very strange. And the mental cultivation method Lin Xinyang was circulating at that time was the Kongshan art. This meant that the anomaly Qin Yue detected wasn't actually Lin Xinyang's true qi, the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul. The stolen Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul from Qingchen Peak's Kajun Tower was on Lin Xinyang's person. With this, everything could be explained, and the reason Qin Yue was killed was perhaps precisely because she detected the anomaly on Lin Xinyang. That's why she was eliminated by He Furin as an unstable factor. So, who did it? Chen Yan didn't know, and it wasn't important now. The most important thing was how to break the current deadlock. With Wen Hongli's strength, there wasn't a single myriad transformations realm cultivator on Heavenly Summit Mountain who was his match. 7,000 strands of innate true energy. One could imagine the profound depth of Wen Hongli's foundation. So the only method that could be thought of now was Lin Xinyang. Chen Yan spoke. Lin Xinyang. Lin Kaifeng asked, confused. We must control He Furin's personal disciple Lin Xinyang to have a chance to turn the tables. Chen Yan continued. Why? This time it was Yue Kai's turn to voice the question. Because Elder Bai Kaiming said that the remnant soul of the great demon of Dao Union realm, originally sealed within Qingchen Peak's Kajun Tower, is now in He Furin's hands. Chen Yan said, and the container for that remnant soul is Lin Xinyang, a great demon of the Dao Union realm, the Black Flood Dragon in Kajun Tower. Zhang Yin furrowed his brow tightly. A ninth realm great demon. Throughout the entire history of Chenping Continent, there were not many such records. Therefore, even though these direct disciples of the sect master had never seen one with their own eyes, they had all heard of the deeds between true person Kaiyun and that ninth realm Black Flood Dragon. They also knew that a wisp of that Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul had always been suppressed within Kajun Tower. But what does this have to do with Lin Xinyang? Lin Kaifeng asked. Before Qin Yue died, she once met Lin Xinyang. She said that the way Lin Xinyang circulated his true qi was very strange. Chen Yan stated, you mean to say that the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul is inside Lin Xinyang's body? Yue Kai said, and Qin Yue's death is also most likely related to this matter. Correct. Chen Yan nodded, but why nail Qin Yue's corpse to the Heavenly Summit Palace? Liu Yanteng asked. If it's He Furin's faction trying not to expose the whereabouts of the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul, why be so ostentatious? Even if Qin Yue didn't die, someone else would have. Chen Yan said solemnly. Maybe the one to die would have been me or perhaps Chu Xiao. It doesn't matter because He Furin just needed a pretext, a reason that would allow him to legitimately come to Heavenly Summit Mountain under Huo Mu's banner. This was a chess game that had been set up long ago. The Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul in Kajun Tower should have been suppressed beneath the demon suppression stone. Zhang Yin said slowly, Unless something unexpected happened, its strength should still remain above the Unity realm. To extract such a powerful remnant soul from the demon suppression stone, the caster would need at least cultivation at or above the divine ability realm. Only a cultivator of the 8th realm, the divine ability realm or higher, could accomplish such a thing. So then it seemed quite obvious whose handiwork this was. Hu Mu, allow me to sort this out a bit. Liu Yantang's brows slightly knitted. You mean to say that Elder Wen and He Furin are from the same faction? They stole the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul, sealed the entire Heavenly Summit Mountain, and planned to wipe out all the cultivators on the mountain in one fell swoop.
Exactly.
Chen Yan said.
Qi Feng, what do you think?
Zhang Yin asked Chen Yan's nominal master Lin Kaifeng. I trust Chen Yan. Lin Kaifeng simply answered that. Why? Zhang Yin pressed. Because ever since Chen Yan became my disciple, he has never once given a wrong answer. Lin Kaifeng replied. Hearing this, Zhang Yin wore an expression that was half a smile, half not. Have you forgotten about the year he sent you to the rear cliff for reflection? So, I have now returned from the outer court back to Kongyuan Mountain, and my own disciple has already become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain.
Lin Kaifeng was merely stating facts.
Zhang Yin was slightly taken aback, then said again, Be prepared. If we really turn against He Furin, the responsibility we will have to bear afterwards is unimaginable. Martial Uncle Zhang. Chen Yan called out. At a time like this, there's no more talk of responsibility or not. The situation is simple, either resist or die. Zhang Yin hesitated for another moment, his gaze sweeping over Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng, then he nodded. It wasn't trust in Chen Yan but trust in his junior brothers. Yue Kai, go to the Daiyan arena now. Zhang Yin said, Qi Feng, Yan Tang, you two try to rally some people from the other 4 great sects. Liu Yantang had been the Dao sect wanderer of Kongshan sect for 15 years. Here, she was the most familiar with people from the other 4 great sects, so sending her to rally support had the highest chance of success. As for why Lin Kaifeng was also sent to rally people, Chen Yan didn't understand.
Yes.
Liu Yantang acknowledged, and then Chen Yan. Finally, Elder Zhang Yin turned his gaze to Chen Yan. His explosive muscles looked intensely imposing. You decide for yourself. Whether you go find Lin Xinyang or I go.
I decide.
Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. Zhang Yin didn't speak. From the sleeve of his Taoist robe he took out a letter. Earlier today, a sound, swift sparrow flew in. Zhang Yin said, Lin Xinyang said he wants to see you. Kang Luan Cliff, this was the highest point of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Unlike Heavenly Summit Mountain, which was full of spirit herbs and immortal trees, Kang Luan Cliff was quite desolate. Not a blade of grass grew. This was also the place on Heavenly Summit Mountain closest to the Heavenly Summit Palace suspended in the sky. A handsome young man in pure white Taoist robes slowly stepped onto Kang Luan Cliff. At the edge of Kang Luan Cliff sat another, more slender-looking young man, also dressed in pure white Taoist robes. The handsome young man who had just stepped onto the cliff had gilded cloud crane patterns embroidered on his sleeves. The other young man sitting at the cliff's edge had waves painted on his collar. Senior brother Lin. Chen Yan smiled, speaking softly towards the figure at the cliff's edge. You came. Lin Xinyang turned his head, glanced at Chen Yan, then also smiled. I thought you wouldn't come.
Why?
Because I felt you wouldn't come. Lin Xinyang said. Chen Yan smiled again, not speaking. Then, Chen Yan shifted his gaze to the long sword beside Lin Xinyang. Xia Ohua sword, one of the 2 peak swords of Yuanhua Mountain. The other was named Yuanji and was in the hands of Yuanhua Mountain's chief disciple, Li Heiawen. The cultivation methods of Yuanhua Mountain were not known for excelling in sword techniques, but Li Heiawen and Lin Xinyang were exceptions. These 2 most outstanding young disciples of Yuanhua Mountain today were both actually sword cultivators. According to Yuanhua Mountain's tradition, the Xia Ohua sword and the Yuanji sword could only be used under one circumstance. That was a fight to the death. So when Chen Yan saw Lin Xinyang's Xia Ohua sword, although he remained expressionless on the surface, he was indeed briefly flustered for a moment.
Look.
Lin Xinyang sat at the cliff's edge, slightly raising his head to gaze into the distance. He was looking in the direction of the Daiyan arena. The duel between Chief Chu and immortal Maiden Chen still hasn't been decided. Lin Xinyang said, "Junior brother Chen, who do you think will win, who will lose?" "I'd guess probably immortal Maiden Chen." Chen Yan answered, "Right." Lin Xinyang laughed twice more. "Junior brother Chen has fought immortal Maiden Chen before, so you should know very well just how powerful she is."
Yes.
Chen Yan replied, "A few days ago I went to the Water Mirror Pavilion. There I met Yi Xiu, that disciple of the Beiyuan sect who discovered junior sister Qin's corpse." Lin Xinyang said he saw the murderer who killed junior sister Qin. An elderly man with white hair wearing a Bagua Taoist robe and another man who looked around 40 or 50 years old.
And then,
Chen Yan asked. Outwardly he was relaxed, but in reality he had already secretly activated the hidden immortal art, ready to fight Lin Xinyang at any moment. A cold wind blew across the top of Kang Luan Cliff, making Lin Xinyang's robe hem sway slightly and his hair flutter. Then he slowly spoke, "I suspect there's something wrong with my master." The year Lin Xinyang entered the Kongshan sect, he was only 7 years old. He was originally the young master of the Lin family, a wealthy merchant family in Wyang County of the Jinan Kingdom. Locally, people respectfully addressed his father as Squire Lin. Even the county magistrate of Wyang County never missed Squire Lin's presence at his annual birthday banquet. It could be said that the Lin family wielded considerable influence in the local area of Wyang County. And Lin Xinyang was Squire Lin's legitimate eldest son. Squire Lin had always been grooming him as his successor. Then, the year Lin Xinyang turned 6, a blind man arrived in Wyang County. Holding a cane in one hand and a broken bowl in the other, he wandered the streets, making a living by telling fortunes and divining hexagrams for people. This blind man's reputation in Wyang County grew larger and larger. Everyone said he was a living immortal, though the stories about him spread by word of mouth were just that, hearsay. Later, Squire Lin's wife, Madame Lin, who was also Lin Xinyang's mother, took him to have a fortune told by that blind man. "This child will become an immortal in the future." That's what the blind man told Madame Lin. Receiving such an evaluation from the blind man, regardless of whether it was true or false, Madame Lin was overjoyed. An immortal. One must understand that the gap between a cultivator and an ordinary person is even more exaggerated than the gap between a human and a dog. Even a body-forging realm cultivator could easily defeat any mortal martial artist running a martial arts school in Wyang County. However, the reason for Madame Lin's joy was absolutely not because of how powerful a cultivator's combat strength was. It was status. Wyang County, as a small county with not very high visibility within the Jinan Kingdom, had no cultivation families stationed there. But Madame Lin had once witnessed the demeanor of a cultivator. It was at the 80th birthday banquet held by the Wyang County magistrate for his elderly mother. A young man who looked quite youthful, roughly only in his 20s, sat to the right of the county magistrate, chatting and laughing with him. In fact, the county magistrate seemed somewhat restrained and deferential instead. Later, Madame Lin learned that this young man was a scion from a cultivation family based in the capital of the Jinan Kingdom. With his background, let alone the Wyang County magistrate, even if he met the emperor, he wouldn't need to kneel. That was the first time Madame Lin witnessed the bearing of a cultivator, and the only time. But it left her unable to let go of the thought for a long time. Her son, Lin Xinyang, would become that kind of great personage in the future. What mother wouldn't hope for that? The fortune told by the blind diviner gradually took root and sprouted in Madame Lin's heart. The following year, it happened to coincide with the Kongshan sect opening its mountain gates to recruit disciples. So, Madame Lin prepared travel expenses and took Lin Xinyang across over 30,000 miles to the Kink Kingdom, solely to seek immortality and inquire about the Tao. The number of people wanting to join the Kongshan sect was incredibly vast. The training ground outside the Kongshan sect's mountain gate was a densely packed, dark mass of people, heads moving like a tide. There had to be at least several 100,000 gathered there. However, the Kongshan sect only recruited 1,000 people, 900 outer sect disciples and 100 inner sect disciples. The initial selection process was simple. Several dozen Qi circulation realm cultivators from the Kongshan sect's outer sect took turns injecting true Qi into the meridians of these people seeking immortality and the Tao. Those with clear and unobstructed meridians could pass the first round of selection. If one's meridians were blocked or obstructed, even if they could join a cultivation sect, even if they joined the heavenly summit mountain of tens of thousands of years ago, it would be almost impossible to break through to the Qi circulation realm. The best outcome would merely be wasting their entire life stuck in the body-forging realm. What happened later is also known. Lin Xinjiang passed the first round of selection for that year's disciples, entered the Kongshan sect, and became one of the 1,000 disciples. After the first round of selection came the second round of screening. The elders of the Kongshan sect's 7 major peaks personally judged and selected. These fifth realm, passable God realm elders could already use their divine sense to assess the talents of these disciples. The accuracy wasn't 100%, misjudgments always occurred. Lin Xinjiang passed the second round of screening as well. After that, along with over a dozen newly entered disciples, he followed the elder with wave pattern embroidery on his collar and arrived at this Yuanhua mountain made entirely of dark jade.
Greetings, Elder He.
Lin Xinjiang and the other disciples followed the elder into a great hall where an old man sat upon the dais. That elder bowed respectfully with clasped hands towards the old man on the dais. The old man merely smiled at everyone, yet it didn't quite seem like a genuine smile. To the young Lin Xinjiang, he only felt this old man was terrifying, but he couldn't articulate exactly what about the old man was terrifying. After that, Lin Xinjiang became this old man's personal disciple. In the blink of an eye, a full 12 years had passed. Chen Yan had completely not expected that Lin Xinjiang would utter such a statement. Was he suspecting He Furen? One must know, Lin Xinjiang was He Furen's personal disciple. Unlike Chen Yan, from the moment Lin Xinjiang entered the Kongshan sect at age 7, he was an inner sect disciple, He Furen's personal disciple. 12 years had passed since then. What kind of problem could Elder He possibly have? Chen Yan probed. Yiziu never saw the murderer at all. He just happened to discover junior sister Qin's body. Lin Xinjiang said. However, he later suddenly started framing the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. There must be something fishy going on behind this. Senior brother Lin means, the matter of my Kongyuan Mountain disciples being framed is related to Elder He. Chen Yan said. Junior brother Chen, please stop playing dumb. Lin Xinjiang said with a bitter smile, otherwise who else could it be? Indeed, the matters behind this were quite obvious. Yiziu was just a minor disciple of the Beiyuan sect, insignificant and with little influence. Yet, solely because of this minor figure's accusation, the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain were placed under house arrest within the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Anyone with clear eyes could see who exactly wanted to deal with Kongyuan Mountain's direct disciples. Only He Furen. Secondly, I cannot find any reason for Kongyuan Mountain disciples to want to kill junior sister Qin. Lin Xinjiang continued. That's right, regarding Qin Yue's death, Kongyuan Mountain lacked an obvious motive. Lin Xinjiang, who could figure this out, could easily reverse deduce the cause back to He Furen. Regardless of who the murderer of Qin Yue actually was, purely considering the point that He Furen wanted to frame and control Kongyuan Mountain's direct disciples, one could already detect certain clues. Even so, Elder He is still a peak elder of our Kongshan sect and even more so, senior brother Lin's master. Chen Yan continued, precisely because he is my master I understand him better than others do. Lin Xinjiang revealed a very complicated expression. I want to know what exactly my master is trying to do. What if it's something bad? Chen Yan asked. I will stop him. Lin Xinjiang's tone was extremely firm. A cold wind blew across the edge of Kangluan Cliff. Chen Yan's voice entered Lin Xinjiang's ears with the wind, and Lin Xinjiang's originally calm gaze gradually became one of terror. The Black Flood Dragon remnant soul from Kajun Tower inside my body. Lin Xinjiang said. Chen Yan did not speak, merely nodding his head. Everything made sense now. So you mean junior sister Qin was, because she discovered the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul inside me. Elder He did not come to Heavenly Summit Mountain only after Qin Yue's death. Chen Yan stated. He has been on Heavenly Summit Mountain all along. Moreover, everything that has happened on Heavenly Summit Mountain this time was already planned by Elder He, or rather, by Supreme Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu. For He Furin to be able to appear on Heavenly Summit Mountain smoothly and logically, carrying the token of the Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshan sect to take charge of the overall situation, there had asterisk to be dead people. And the dead person also had to have a certain status. So you mean whether Junior Sister Chin discovered the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul inside me or not, she had to die? Lin Xinyang asked. Not necessarily. Chen Yan shook his head. Me, Chu Xiao, Qin Yue, or any of the chief disciples from the various peaks and branches, whoever died would give Elder He sufficient reason to carry the Supreme Imperial Law Elder token of Kongshan sect and come to take control of the overall situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain. But why would Master want to take control? Lin Xinyang's thoughts were extremely chaotic right now. Even though he had already sensed that his master might have problems, he had never imagined that He Furin could possibly be the mastermind behind it all, and the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul. Lin Xinyang could roughly guess when this remnant soul was implanted into his body, because he had lost 3 days of memories from a year ago. Lin Xinyang didn't know what happened during those 3 days. It was as if it was just a blank. Perhaps it was during that blank period that the wisp of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul from Cajun Tower was implanted into his body. Not only that, Kongyuan Mountain's true Dharma elder, Elder Wen Hongli, very likely also participated in this scheme. Chen Yan continued. What? Lin Xinyang was still confused. Then Chen Yan raised his head, looking into the sky at the barrier above Heavenly Summit Palace. This is the cage created by Elder Wen. Lin Xinyang also followed Chen Yan's gaze upward. Everyone in this cage must die. Chen Yan continued, I don't understand. From the beginning I haven't been able to understand. For Lin Xinyang, the impact of what Chen Yan was saying was indeed still too great. Why must Master Elder Wen, or rather, Supreme Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu, kill everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain? Lin Xinyang asked. No, their goal may not necessarily be to kill everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Chen Yan shook his head. Rather, the goal they want to achieve cannot leave any survivors. This was Chen Yan's genuine thought. Almost all the prestigious cultivation sects from Chenping Continent had sent delegations to participate in this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. If all these people were wiped out, the negative impact could be imagined, but He Furin and the others were willing to bear this risk. Their goal was definitely not just killing. So what could the goal be? Chen Yan didn't know yet. No. Lin Xinyang picked up his Xiaohua sword that he had placed by the cliff edge, then began walking toward the direction below Kangluan Cliff. I'm going to ask Master what exactly is going on. No. Chen Yan called out to stop Lin Xinyang. Do you think questioning Elder He will stop all this? But Lin Xinyang hesitated. As Chen Yan's nominal master Lin Kaifeng had said, Lin Xinyang's personality was relatively more indecisive. We need you and the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul inside you as bargaining chips. Before Chen Yan could finish his sentence, a loud explosion was heard from the distance. Then a figure flew swiftly toward the direction of Kangluan Cliff. Thud. As the figure landed, countless cracks were shaken out of the cliff ground. The muscles under the visitor's Taoist robe bulged and he was panting heavily. It was Kongyuan Mountain's dignity elder, the personal disciple of Yun Yichen, Chen Yan's senior martial uncle, Zhang Yin. Chen Yan, you were right. Zhang Yin said. Chen Yan's heart sank. He could guess what had happened. What do we do now? Chen Yan asked. Zhang Yin didn't speak, just used his 2 hands to pick up Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang respectively, then threw them toward the direction of Heavenly Summit Palace. Play it by ear. Zhang Yin shouted loudly from behind. The vertical distance between Heavenly Summit Palace and Kangluan Cliff was only a little over 1,000 zhang. Zhang Yin's immense arm strength was enough to easily throw both Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang onto Heavenly Summit Palace. The two landed below the steps of Heavenly Summit Palace. The steps of Heavenly Summit Palace totaled 808. After ascending these 808 steps, one would reach the main hall gate of Heavenly Summit Palace. But Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang could not enter. Because of the restriction, only the Heavenly Summit champion could enter Heavenly Summit Palace. This was an unbreakable rule. Located in the high air over 2,000 kai away from Daiyan Arena, with just a little true chi enhancement, Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang could see everything happening in Daiyan Arena very clearly. Complete chaos? He Furin was fighting with Yue Kai, while Wen Hongli was entangled in a struggle with Hu Tianyuan and Zhang Yin. Martial uncle Yue Kai held the upper hand in his fight against He Furin. But Star Heaven sect leader Hu and martial uncle Zhang Yin seemed very passive when facing Wen Hongli. They probably couldn't hold on for much longer. Not only that, the entire Daiyan arena was in complete disarray. Countless cultivators were trying to flee, only to be blasted to death by spells from Chi Si realm cultivators or even Spirit Connection realm cultivators chasing behind them. Moreover, those cultivators attacking the ordinary sects were not just Kongshan sect disciples. That's right, not just Kongshan sect disciples. Among the other four great sects there were also He Furin's inside agents. No, this can't go on. The declining momentum of martial uncle Zhang Yin and sect leader Hu in front of Wen Hongli was becoming more and more obvious. Defeat was just a matter of time. If Wen Hongli, this myriad transformations realm cultivator who had cultivated 7,000 strands of innate true energy, could free his hands, then it would mean the overall situation was decided. Something had to be done. Chen Yan looked at Lin Xinyang beside him. The Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul with Unity Realm combat power was his only bargaining chip. He had to gamble and try. Chief Disciple Chen, fellow Taoist Lin, it's been some time. Just as Chen Yan was preparing to take action, a young man's voice suddenly came from behind. A chill ran down Chen Yan's neck. There was actually someone else on Heavenly Summit Palace. He swiftly turned his head, looking behind him. He saw a handsome young man wearing a deep cyan Taoist robe with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, red lips, and white teeth. Zai Oban, he was slowly walking down the white jade steps of Heavenly Summit Palace toward Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang below the steps. As he walked, he seemed to be fiddling with something in his hand. When he got a little closer, Chen Yan finally recognized what the small object Zai Oban was playing with was. It was a ring. The concept of combat between cultivators in the myriad transformations realm is completely different from that of cultivators below the Spirit Connection realm. There is no exchange of fists, feet, blades, or swords, because in battles at this level such moves have already lost their meaning. Only innate true energy can crush everything. Just like when He Furin once slapped Chen Yan to death, that massive palm imprint descending from the sky was merely a wisp of his innate true energy. The sudden chaos on the Daiyan arena caused tens of thousands of cultivators from the Chenping continent to scatter and flee. Some were actively pursuing and blasting these fleeing cultivators, but their killing efficiency was far inferior to the shockwaves generated by myriad transformations realm cultivators clashing with their innate true energy. Scattered innate true energy with just the slightest touch could shatter the martial spring of any cultivator below the Chi Si realm. Ha! Elder Yue Kai let out a fierce roar. The Bagua Taoist robe he wore floated upwards and several wisps of pale blue innate true energy gathered before him, seemingly coalescing into a cyan blue dragon. He Furin's innate true energy, however, was a murky black. The murky black true energy rising from behind him coiled and surged forward to meet the cyan blue dragon unleashed by Yue Kai. The moment the two streams of innate true energy collided, all the bluestone bricks within a 30 zhang radius turned to dust. Even some fleeing cultivators 100 zhang away were affected, their meridians shaken and bodies sent flying sideways. Some with excessively low cultivation even vomited blood on the spot. On another side, the entangled fight between Wen Hongli, Zhang Yin, and Hu Tianyuan was even more intense. If Zhang Yin were replaced by any other myriad transformations realm cultivator on Heavenly Summit Mountain, he would absolutely not cause Wen Hongli such great trouble. This was because of his special, internally focused innate true energy. Unlike the magical combat between He Furin and Yue Kai, Zhang Yin had been circling within 10 zhang of Wen Hongli the entire time, engaging him in close-quarters combat. This left Wen Hongli momentarily in a somewhat awkward position. At the same time, Hu Tianyuan was also launching sneak attacks from the side, interfering with Wen Hongli. Hu Tianyuan was the sect master of the Moon Void sect of the Star Heaven sect, a position equivalent to the Sword Master Elder of the Kongshan sect. Although both the Star Heaven sect and the Kongshan sect were among the 5 great sects of the Chenping continent, the Star Heaven sect's overall strength had always been half a tier higher than the Kongshan sect's. However, if we consider only the current sect masters of the Star Heaven sect, their cultivation levels were actually slightly inferior to the Sword Master Elders of the various peaks of the Kongshan sect. The reason was simple. The eliminating the cause of calamity purge 1,000 years ago. The result of eliminating the cause of calamity was not only the destruction of the Orthodox Pivot sect but also severely damaged the vitality of the Star Heaven sect. Because 1,000 years ago the chief disciple of the Star Heaven sect's master, a heaven-chosen talent whose aptitude and comprehension were no less than Qin Qingyu's today, was killed due to the machinations of a villain. This enraged the Grand Elders of the Star Heaven sect who launched a purge within the sect. It was a necessary purge. Although it caused significant short-term damage to the sect's vitality, failing to act would have been like planting a ticking time bomb within the sect. Of course, even so, the Star Heaven sect's overall strength today still surpassed that of the Kongshan sect. This was because the Star Heaven sect occupied a more advantageous geographical location on the Chenping continent and possessed a deeper foundation. More importantly, the number of Divine Ability Realm Grand Elders in the Star Heaven sect far exceeded that of the Kongshan sect. Zhang Yin's speed was extremely fast. While the afterimage from his previous move was still fading, his next fist was already shooting towards Wen Hongli. Wen Hongli, in turn, used his vast quantity of innate true energy to defend while simultaneously compressing Zhang Yin's space to maneuver. Whenever Wen Hongli locked onto Zhang Yin's figure, he would immediately be disrupted by Hu Tianyuan's interference. This prevented him from launching any effective attacks against Zhang Yin. Petty tricks. Wen Hongli roared in anger. Immediately, 3,000 wisps of innate true energy swirled around him and began coiling up his right arm. He Furin had slapped Chen Yan, a peak martial spring realm cultivator, into a bloody mist using just one wisp of innate true energy. Now, Wen Hongli's right arm was coiled with 3,000 wisps. An utterly terrifying pressure of true energy converged upon Wen Hongli's right arm. Then, those 3,000 wisps of innate true energy violently collapsed inward. The sky above the Daiyan arena instantly darkened and a vortex formed above Wen Hongli's head. Both Zhang Yin and Hu Tianyuan's expressions sank drastically, especially Zhang Yin. As the dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain, he understood Wen Hongli, another peak elder of Kongyuan Mountain, very well. They absolutely could not sit back and wait for death. In the next instant, Zhang Yin's body suddenly flushed crimson. His internally focused innate true energy erupted like a volcano. Hundreds of afterimages bloomed within a tiny space, each phantom holding a different fist seal, attacking Wen Hongli from all directions. Evade! Wen Hongli bellowed, then slammed his right fist heavily into the ground. In an instant, with Wen Hongli at the center, an extremely terrifying wave of true energy turbulence radiated outward, shattering all the afterimages Zhang Yin had left in the air. Not only that, thousands of cultivators fleeing towards the edge of the Daiyan arena were also crushed into bloody mist by the residual shockwave of Wen Hongli's heavy blow. Zhang Yin was no exception. He was blasted by Wen Hongli to a position over 100 zhang away, his landing posture somewhat awkward. Now, the roles of offense and defense were reversed. Wen Hongli gained a moment to catch his breath, and his first reaction was to attack Hu Tianyuan nearby. Facing Wen Hongli, who was now in a state of complete and furious rage, Hu Tianyuan had almost no ability to fight back. Just then, several clear and melodious sword chimes rang out from the sky. Following the sound, 9 chains composed of pure white true energy lashed towards Wen Hongli. Wen Hongli had no choice but to retract his offensive move and deflect these 9 pure white true energy chains. Bai Kaiming! Wen Hongli shouted loudly. He naturally knew who this pure white innate true energy belonged to. It was precisely Bai Kaiming, the true Dharma elder of Qingchen Peak. Elder Wen seems quite agitated today. An old man's figure was seen lightly stepping on the white chains beneath his feet. With each step, a clear sword chime rang from his toes, slashing towards Wen Hongli. At the same time, Zhang Yin seized this opportunity, closing the distance with Wen Hongli once more to continue their entangled combat. Heavenly Summit Palace. Watching Xiao Ban walk slowly towards him and Lin Xinyang, Chen Yan was very wary. Especially of Xiao Ban's action of fiddling with the ring on his hand. Chen Yan had some impression of that ring he was toying with. He thought for a moment and finally remembered the ring's original owner. It was Yi Xiu. Why was Yi Xiu's ring in Xiao Ban's possession? Could it be that Yi Xiu had already? That would actually be quite normal, chief disciple Xiao. Chen Yan spoke up. I truly never expected to see you here in the Heavenly Summit Palace. Nothing is an accident, chief disciple Chen. Xiao Ban merely smiled and said, all coincidences are premeditated. Then this youth wearing deep blue Taoist robes turned his gaze to Lin Xinyang beside Chen Yan. However, this truly surprises me. Fellow Taoist Lin would actually mingle with a murderer. Could it be that fellow Taoist Lin also? Xiao Ban wore a half-smile, his tone even carrying a hint of teasing. Lin Xinyang said nothing. He just abruptly drew the Xiaohua sword from his waist and slashed a strand of sword energy towards Xiao Ban's direction. Oh my. Xiao Ban tilted his body slightly, easily dodging Lin Xinyang's slash. His face still wore a relaxed smile. What does fellow Taoist Lin mean by this, even drawing the Xiaohua sword? The twin swords of Yuanhua, once unsheathed, must decide life and death. Then this is no longer a simple spar. Immediately after Xiao Ban finished speaking, the figure of Xiao Ban standing before Lin Xinyang and Chen Yan rapidly twisted, then faded, disappearing without a trace. A sense of crisis suddenly surged from behind Lin Xinyang. He swiftly turned, using the Xiaohua sword in his hand to block the attack from Xiao Ban, who had abruptly appeared behind him and then lightly leaped backward, rapidly creating distance. Brilliant sun and moon. Lin Xinyang chanted a sword formula. Immediately, scorching, lava-like flowing light surged from the Xiaohua sword in his hand. Fiery serpents akin to a solar corona pounced towards Xiao Ban's direction. Xiao Ban hastily dodged. In the next instant, Lin Xinyang reversed his grip on the sword. The scorching flowing light erupting from the blade rapidly transformed into ice crystals, carving a crescent moon in the air and slashed towards Xiao Ban once more. Xiao Ban's current cultivation was at the peak of the martial spring realm and Lin Xinyang was the same. But in terms of foundation, Xiao Ban was still slightly stronger than Lin Xinyang. After all, compared to Lin Xinyang, he was a few years older. Lin Xinyang alone could not defeat Xiao Ban. Chen Yan quickly realized this fact. He had to help. Chen Yan began circulating the hidden immortal art. Then, that point of clear light swirling near his martial spring rapidly amplified in power, bursting forth from his fingertip, transforming into a clear rainbow that blasted towards Xiao Ban. An immense sense of crisis surged from his entire body towards Xiao Ban's mind. He stared in shock towards Chen Yan's direction, dumbfounded. If hit, he would die. Xiao Ban was very clear about this, but he couldn't move. Because this clear rainbow was simply too fast. 2 breaths of time later, Chen Yan stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Lin Xinyang also stood in place, the Xiaohua sword in his hand flowing with flames composed of ice crystals. Still standing on the steps of the Heavenly Summit Palace was Xiao Ban. Nothing had happened. Facing the clear rainbow unleashed by Chen Yan after achieving great mastery of the hidden immortal art, Xiao Ban was actually completely unscathed. One must know, even Qin Qingyu had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge when facing Chen Yan in the past, when his hidden immortal art was only at minor mastery. Why was it like this? Immediately after, Chen Yan locked his gaze onto the ring that Xiao Ban was casually toying with. He suddenly realized something, so that's it? That ring of his was fishy. Tusk, it seems Chief Disciple Chen is far more dangerous than I imagined. Xiao Ban spoke as if somewhat fearful in hindsight, yet also somewhat playful. Fortunately, I came prepared. An instant later, Xiao Ban bit his thumb, then smeared the blood onto the ring on his chest. Disciple Xiao Ban requests Senior Mo to possess this body. A brilliant azure light erupted before the eyes of Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang. Afterwards, Xiao Ban still stood there, but his expression and demeanor had completely changed, especially his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Ban's eyes were the eyes of a complete superior, devoid of joy or sorrow, viewing all as mere ants. Senior Mo possess? Chen Yan had just seen Xiao Ban bite his thumb and smear the blood onto that ring. Could it be that an old grandpa resided within that ring? And this was originally an opportunity belonging to Yi Xiu, but now it had fallen into Xiao Ban's hands. Chen Yan was extremely wary. Subconsciously, he already understood that he was absolutely no match for Xiao Ban possessed by the old grandpa. He was most likely about to restart again. Although his life had entered a countdown, he still had to seize this opportunity to gather more intelligence. Let me see. The Xiao Ban possessed by Senior Mo turned his head, sweeping his gaze over Lin Xinyang before him, then slowly said, "You still have use." Immediately after, the Xiao Ban possessed by Senior Mo looked towards Chen Yan standing on the other side. "Young man, you are quite interesting, but..." As he spoke, the Xiao Ban possessed by Senior Mo paused briefly. "You have no use." Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating. Diha, what happened? One must know, even Qin Qingyu had to temporarily avoid his edge when facing Chen Yan in the past, when his hidden immortal art was only at minor mastery. Reincarnation reward. None. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. A biting cold wind stung Chen Yan's cheeks. He regained consciousness, opening his eyes to look forward. The majestic white jade palace was drawing closer and closer to him. The reincarnation record point had refreshed again, and this refreshed record point left Chen Yan unsatisfied. The great calamity at Heavenly Summit Mountain had already begun, which meant Chen Yan had not obtained any breathing room at all. Moreover, regarding the previous reincarnation, how did he die? Chen Yan only remembered that the Xiao Ban possessed by the so-called Senior Mo just glanced at him, said, "You have no use," and then, dead. What kind of situation was this? No more time for thought was given to Chen Yan. He had already landed on the steps of the Heavenly Summit Palace. It must be said, this was the reincarnation with the most urgent timing Chen Yan had experienced so far. There was simply no buffer at all. From the moment of rebirth, he had to bear immense pressure. He had to think of a way quickly, had to hurry. The more anxious Chen Yan became, the more chaotic his thoughts grew. The Daiyan arena is already in complete chaos. Lin Xinyang beside him spoke with a grave tone, his voice even beginning to tremble slightly. "Think of a way, think of a way. Chief Disciple Chen, fellow Taoist Lin, it's been some days. Here he comes again." Chen Yan turned around, looking towards Xiao Ban walking towards him and Lin Xinyang from the steps. Fight him once more, catch him by surprise? Chen Yan's eyes turned sharp. The greatly mastered hidden immortal art operated at full power. A clear rainbow with even greater momentum than before burst forth from Chen Yan's fingertip. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, D-Ha again. Accumulated cultivation, peak martial spring realm. Reincarnation reward, none. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. He couldn't win. Chen Yan was completely no match for Xiao Ban after the so-called Senior Mo had possessed him. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Chen Yan's hidden immortal art caused absolutely no harm to Xiao Ban, and the clear rainbow light from his fingertips seemed to vanish into thin air. And Chen Yan didn't even understand how he died. He didn't even feel the oppressive aura of true qi. It was like he had suddenly dropped dead. Once again, Chen Yan landed on the Heavenly Summit Palace together with Lin Xinyang. He had roughly estimated the time. From the moment Elder Zhang Yin threw him onto the Heavenly Summit Palace to when Xiao Ban appeared behind him and Lin Xinyang, it took about half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Before he was killed again, he only had this half stick of incense worth of time. He had to think of a way, and fast. Chen Yan's mind raced. He recalled the words spoken by Xiao Ban, or rather, the so-called Senior Mo. Lin Xinjiang was still useful while he was not. Because he was useless, that's why he was killed. Xiao Ban and that old grandpa inside the ring were most likely on the same side as He Furin. They were probably connected to the conspiracy hidden behind Song Ming's list. The target of Xiao Ban and the so-called Senior Mo was not him, it was Lin Xinjiang. The Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul was indeed of immense significance to his current enemies. Quickly, Chen Yan identified the crux of the problem. He absolutely could not let Lin Xinjiang fall into Xiao Ban's hands, because the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul within Lin Xinjiang's body was the only bargaining chip Chen Yan and the others had to oppose when Hongli and He Furin. He knew what he had to do, senior brother Lin. Chen Yan's tone was serious as he turned to speak to Lin Xinjiang. What is it? Lin Xinjiang asked. We need to leave this place immediately. Chen Yan continued. But Elder Zhang said. Suddenly, Lin Xinjiang paused, then showed a look of astonishment. Could it be that Elder Zhang Yin can't be trusted either? No, martial uncle is probably trustworthy. Chen Yan said. However, if we continue to stay on the Heavenly Summit Palace, we will be in danger. As he spoke, Chen Yan took 2 steps forward and then leaped down from the Heavenly Summit Palace. Follow me, senior brother Lin. Lin Xinjiang looked at Chen Yan's back as he jumped off the Heavenly Summit Palace, then turned his head to look at the distant Daiyan arena, engulfed in fierce battle where countless cultivators were dying miserably. Finally, he made up his mind and jumped down after Chen Yan. The vertical distance between the Heavenly Summit Palace and the platform of Heavenly Summit Mountain was over 2,000 Zhang*. Not just the Daiyan arena, the entire Heavenly Summit Mountain was in complete chaos. Many of the buildings constructed later by cultivators from the 5 great sects had already turned to ruins. Fierce flames raged, and the ashes of burning spirit grasses and immortal trees occasionally drifted past Chen Yan and Lin Xinjiang. The ground was littered with the corpses of cultivators from various sects. Among them were naturally the bodies of disciples from the 5 great sects. All of this was done by my master and the others. Lin Xinjiang's voice trembled slightly. Experiencing hell firsthand was a completely different kind of shock and experience compared to observing it from the lofty heights of the Heavenly Summit Palace. MHM. Chen Yan nodded. What should we do next? Lin Xinjiang asked. Compared to Chen Yan, who had gone through several cycles of reincarnation and remained quite calm, Lin Xinjiang was clearly more at a loss. Senior brother Lin. Chen Yan spoke with great solemnity. You are now our last hope of leaving Heavenly Summit Mountain alive. Because of the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul within me. Lin Xinjiang's mind worked quickly. This super demon beast whose cultivation at its peak had once reached the Dao Union realm, even now, 10,000 years later with its consciousness completely lost, still retained remnant strength above the Unity realm. Apart from the old grandpa in Xiao Ban's ring, whose exact cultivation was unknown, this great demon's remnant soul was the strongest entity on Heavenly Summit Mountain at this moment. Although the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul, devoid of divine sense, was in a completely uncontrollable state, and if released from Lin Xinjiang's body, it would most likely launch indiscriminate attacks on anyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain. But this was indeed the only bargaining chip Chen Yan and the others had to negotiate with He Furin. Otherwise, they would face an inescapable dead end. Chief Disciple Chen, fellow Taoist Lin, it's been a while. A familiar voice, a familiar opening line, sounded once again from behind Chen Yan. It sent a chill down his spine. Why? Chen Yan turned around, his gaze falling on the young man in a deep cyan Taoist robe walking slowly towards him and Lin Xinjiang from behind. Xiao Ban. He was still toying with that ring in his hand, an unbeatable enemy. Chen Yan took a deep breath. Then he took 2 steps forward and bowed in Xiao Ban's direction, so its chief disciple Xiao. And he kept his head lowered for a long time. Seeing Chen Yan's reaction, Xiao Ban slightly raised an eyebrow, his expression seeming somewhat surprised. A trick, that was his first thought. For anyone, this chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain who rose from obscurity to fame within a year was a source of great curiosity. What kind of stunning, heaven-chosen talent could make his name resound across the entire Chenping continent in just over a year? But when he first spoke with Chen Yan, he had to admit he was disappointed. This chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain was not as outstanding as he had imagined, neither in intellect nor in cultivation talent, but later his impression of Chen Yan gradually changed. Under normal circumstances, today should have proceeded like this. After the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry concluded, Kongshan Sect's Elder He and Elder Wen, together with the Mirage Palace's Elder Zhang, would join forces to slaughter everyone on the Daiyan arena while the Kongyuan Mountain Core disciples were under house arrest and unable to react immediately. Then they would turn back to eliminate the Kongyuan Mountain Core disciples, ensuring absolute certainty and minimizing losses. After that came the most important matter, Lin Xinjiang. The actions on Heavenly Summit Mountain today would influence the entire future of Chenping Continent. Even the landscape of Chenping Continent for the next 100,000 years would be determined by the final outcome of today. But the originally flawless plan had suddenly been thrown into complete disarray. Why did the people of Kongyuan Mountain see through Elder He Furin's scheme? When he saw Chen Yan together with Lin Xinjiang, he quickly understood. The people of Kongyuan Mountain knew everything. They not only knew that Elder He's true goal was to slaughter everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain, they also knew about the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul hidden within Lin Xinjiang's body. Then, Chen Yan should also, thinking this, his vigilance rose another level, because he didn't know and couldn't figure out what kind of scheme Chen Yan was brewing in that gourd of his right now. But no matter what medicine Chen Yan was selling in his gourd, for Xiao Ban, Chen Yan's fate was already sealed. That was death. Senior Mo's current cultivation strength was equivalent to a myriad transformations realm cultivator. However, his spiritual sense intensity remained at the level of a divine ability realm cultivator. How powerful were divine ability realm cultivators? To take the life of a cultivator below the spirit connection realm, they needed only a glance or even a single thought. 98,000 years ago, in the southeastern part of the Chenping continent, there was once a divine ability realm cultivator who had gone berserk. He had once been an elder of Heavenly Summit Mountain, highly respected and of great virtue. But later, his mind was disturbed by a great demon of Dao Union realm and he eventually became mad. Later, because he violated the precepts, he was expelled by Heavenly Summit Mountain and drifted to the southeast of the Chenping continent. For some unknown reason, this berserk divine ability realm cultivator used just a single thought to slaughter all living beings within a radius of 6,000 miles. Having committed such a sin, even if someone on Heavenly Summit Mountain harbored personal feelings, it was completely impossible to quell the public outrage. Only under pressure from the cultivators of the entire Chenping continent did Heavenly Summit Mountain finally send someone to execute this berserk divine ability realm cultivator. To take Chen Yan's life, Senior Mo also needed only a single thought. Therefore, although Xiao Ban's attitude towards Chen Yan was very vigilant, overall he was still quite relaxed. Because before the ring in his possession, Chen Yan absolutely could not stir up any waves. Facing Chen Yan, who was bowing with hands clasped, Xiao Ban chose to return the gesture. He also wanted to figure out what medicine Chen Yan was really selling in his gourd. Especially under these circumstances where the situation was completely under his control. Chief Disciple Chen to be able to stroll leisurely even in such a predicament, I Xiao am truly impressed, Xiao Ban said. Isn't Chief Disciple Xiao the same? Chen Yan replied with a smile. Please, Chief Disciple Chen, stop feigning madness and acting foolish. I Xiao am still willing to give you a quick death. Before Chen Yan could speak, Lin Xinjiang was the first to step forward. Before moving against my junior brother, Chief Disciple Xiao, please get past me first. He drew the Xiaohua sword from his waist, brilliant sun and moon. Flame-shaped ice crystals, or rather ice crystal-shaped flames, instantly covered the sword's body. Senior brother Lin, Chen Yan called out, do not act rashly, you are not his match. Junior brother Chen, rest assured, Lin Xinjiang said in a deep voice. Disciples of the Mirage Palace's Weaving Dreams Tower are not skilled in offensive techniques. Even if he is the chief disciple of Weaving Dreams Tower, it's the same. What I'm referring to is not Xiao Ban, Chen Yan said slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinjiang was slightly stunned. What does junior brother mean by that? Chen Yan did not answer Lin Xinyang's question. Instead, he bowed once more towards Xiao Ban's direction. Might I ask if Senior Mo could appear for a conversation? Xiao Ban's face stiffened. The composure he originally felt in his heart vanished completely in that instant. Why, being able to guess that Furin's true goal was to slaughter everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain was one thing, but why could he even know about Senior Mo's existence? He didn't have more time to think. The next moment, Xiao Ban's entire person became dazed. After a few breaths, his gaze and facial expression seemed to have completely transformed into that of another person. Lin Xinyang, standing to the side seeing such a scene, was also stunned in place. "Young man, you really are interesting," said Xiao Ban, or rather, the Senior Mo within his ring. "But I am of no use to Senior Mo, am I?" Chen Yan replied with a smile. "Correct," Senior Mo said, "therefore you must die today." "Before I die, may I ask Senior a few more questions?" Chen Yan's tone remained calm. "You are not afraid of death?" Elder Mo asked. "I am," Chen Yan continued, then slightly raised his eyes, "but since Senior Mo is determined to kill me regardless, then naturally this junior wishes to die with understanding." "Three," said Elder Mo, who was controlling Xiao Ban's body, extending 3 fingers, "I permit you to ask me 3 questions." "Many thanks, Senior," Chen Yan bowed again with hands clasped. "The first question. Who exactly are you, Senior?" Hearing this question, Elder Mo showed a rather surprised expression. "Don't you know me?" "Senior Mo only needs to answer this junior's question," Chen Yan said. "Ha ha ha ha," Elder Mo laughed out loud. "Interesting, you really are an interesting kid, far more interesting than that Yi Xiu who always wears a bitter face." Immediately after, he began to introduce himself. "My name is Mo Zhang. I am but a rogue cultivator." Mo Zhang? Chen Yan had not heard this name before. The second question, what is Furin's true objective? Chen Yan continued to ask. "I do not know, nor do I care," Mo Zhang replied. The third question, why is Senior helping them with their task? Chen Yan asked. Mo Zhang fell silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. "Naturally, there are benefits to be gained." Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating. D as swift as ever. Accumulated cultivation, Martial Spring Realm Peak. Reincarnation reward, none. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. The cold wind swirling chaotically in the air once again slapped against Chen Yan's cheeks. After Mo Zhang answered his 3 questions without any hesitation, he directly killed him, truly decisive. Chen Yan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Like this, 3 questions, the latter 2 were essentially asked in vain. Only the first question was somewhat useful, though it was merely learning the so-called Senior Mo's name. He himself didn't know who Mo Zhang was, but that didn't mean others didn't know. Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang landed on the steps of the Heavenly Summit Palace for the 4th time. "Senior brother Lin," Chen Yan began to ask, "do you know of a person named Mo Zhang?" Mo Zhang? Lin Xinyang, who had just landed on the Heavenly Summit Palace steps, showed a puzzled expression. "Who is that?" Subsequently, his attention quickly shifted to the Daiyan Arena on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Several myriad transformations realm cultivators had once again begun to clash there. It seemed he didn't know who Mo Zhang was either. Chen Yan frowned slightly, then continued asking, "Then, Senior brother Lin, do you know of any techniques or tricks that can utilize the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul within the body?" "What?" "For example, biting a finger, then shouting something like, 'I call upon the Black Flood Dragon to possess me,' or something." Hey. Chen Yan was well aware that he had just been indulging in wild fantasy. Their target was Lin Xinyang, the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul. Lin Xinyang was useful to them while he was not. That is to say, as long as he was with Lin Xinyang, he would definitely be treated as useless trash and swept away by Mo Zhang. Wait a moment, what if he wasn't with Lin Xinyang? Realizing this, Chen Yan quickly reacted. That's right, their target had always been only Lin Xinyang. As for Chen Yan's death, it was most likely just something Mo Zhang did casually along the way. This also meant that continuing to tangle with Lin Xinyang here was utterly meaningless, because Xiao Ban would definitely come looking and then effortlessly use the old grandpa in that ring to kill him. "Senior brother Lin." Chen Yan pondered for a few breaths, then spoke, "Be careful yourself." Then, with a movement of his divine sense, the shadow-binding rope emerged from his consciousness, attached itself to Lin Xinyang's shadow, and then vanished without a trace. Chen Yan used the hidden immortal art as cover, applying a restriction seal to the shadow-binding rope with his true qi. He was very clear about the unique aspects of the hidden immortal art. It could obscure the workings of heaven. He would bet his life that not even He Furen or Wen Hongli, even if Hu Mu himself came, would absolutely be unable to see through the hidden immortal arts restriction and discover the shadow-binding rope hidden within Lin Xinyang's shadow. And the shadow-binding rope was connected to Chen Yan's own divine consciousness. This also meant that after the shadow-binding rope infiltrated Lin Xinyang's shadow, Chen Yan could rely on it to locate Lin Xinyang at any time. As mentioned before, Lin Xinyang was still useful to them, and he was also He Furen's personal disciple. No, being He Furen's personal disciple didn't mean He Furen wouldn't kill him. But as long as he still served as a vessel for the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, Lin Xinyang most likely wouldn't die. "Junior brother, what are you planning to do?" Hearing Chen Yan's words, Lin Xinyang was clearly somewhat puzzled. "Didn't Elder Zhang say for us to stay at the Heavenly Summit Palace and not come down?" "I'll find you later," Chen Yan said, then leaped down from the Heavenly Summit Palace's steps towards Heavenly Summit Mountain. A height of 2,000 zhang wouldn't kill a martial spring realm cultivator, especially one who had mastered some profound movement techniques. Even though martial spring realm cultivators couldn't fly through the air, they could still land as if walking on flat ground. Unfortunately, Chen Yan didn't know any damn movement techniques. He crashed heavily onto the ground, using his true qi as a barrier to absorb part of the impact before landing. Yet he still ended up rolling around quite awkwardly on the ground several times. The direction of his descent this time was different from the last cycle. His landing spot this time was much closer to the Daiyan Arena. That's right, Chen Yan was heading to the Daiyan Arena. He was very clear about what was happening there right now. Several myriad transformations realm cultivators were battling there. If he got even slightly close, he could very likely be turned into a bloody mist by a stray wisp of innate true energy from who knows where. But he had to go. Because Chen Yan needed more information, he could only gamble. If one life wasn't enough, he'd just use another. With this determination, Chen Yan got up from the ground and began operating the hidden immortal art at full power. The perfected hidden immortal art elevated the purity of Chen Yan's true qi to another level. Especially that speck of clear light that had been lurking near his martial spring before, which had now transformed into a wisp of clear rainbow. He started running towards the direction of the Daiyan Arena. Unconsciously, Chen Yan felt his steps becoming lighter and lighter. Puzzled, Chen Yan lowered his head to look and witnessed a scene that was utterly unbelievable to him. His feet were actually suspended in midair, treading on nothing. And the height was still increasing. Flying through the air, logically speaking, only cultivators at the Qi Si realm or above could achieve this. And the current Chen Yan had not yet experienced the spring surging into a sea. He was still only a martial spring realm cultivator. Could it be that this was also a benefit brought by mastering the hidden immortal art? Chen Yan didn't know, and this wasn't something he should be thinking about right now. Look, that person is. It's chief disciple Chen of the Kongshan sect. Many Chenping continent cultivators fleeing from the Daiyan Arena saw Chen Yan suspended in midair, moving swiftly forward, flying through the air. Didn't he just advance to the martial spring realm a month ago? Ichi realm. Although they were greatly puzzled, the current situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain didn't allow them to keep their attention focused on Chen Yan. Escaping with their lives was more important. In fact, the vast majority of cultivators who came to participate in the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent had cultivation realms below the Qi Si realm. Cultivators at the Qi Si realm and above, even counting all the disciples of the 5 great sects, totaled no more than 1,000 or so. That is to say, the vast majority were cultivators of the lower 3 realms. Just a slight ripple of the innate true energy from a myriad transformations realm cultivator would wipe out large swathes of them. It's just that now, Those few myriad transformations realm cultivators on He Furin's side were also temporarily unable to spare the effort to exterminate these lower three realms cultivators. If not for Kongyuan Mountain's Zhang Yin and Yue Kai taking action, and with the help of Star Heaven Sect's Hu Tianyuan, sect leader Hu, probably everyone who was currently fleeing would have already been slaughtered by Wen Hongli and the others within a few breaths. At that moment, Chen Yan suddenly spotted a familiar figure near a building to the side. Lin Kaifeng, he saw his nominal master in a rather unfavorable situation surrounded by 6 cultivators. Techniques and spells were being hurled towards Lin Kaifeng's direction as if they cost nothing. Although somewhat disheveled, Lin Kaifeng could actually barely manage to hold his own. Those 6 were all Qi Si realm cultivators. That meant Lin Kaifeng was currently fighting 1 against 6, this old guy. Chen Yan gritted his teeth, then stopped, hovering in midair looking towards Lin Kaifeng's direction. It seemed that although Lin Kaifeng was a bit disheveled, the 6-person siege seemed to be causing him little real harm. Judging from the attire of those 6, they were also cultivators from the 5 great sects. 2 of them were even from the Kongshan sect. It had to be said, although this nominal master of his always called himself trash as the sect leader's personal disciple, he did have some skills. He even began to subtly reverse the situation during the constant counterattacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. Chen Yan decided to lend a hand. He pulled out the soul ice needles that he always kept in his robe, then held them between his fingertips, activating them with the hidden immortal art. The needle tips flashed with a gleam of clear light, then shot towards one of the people besieging Lin Kaifeng. Immediately after, 8 more soul ice needles flew out consecutively from Chen Yan's fingertips, targeting 3 of the 6 people respectively. These were the middle-grade third-tier spiritual artifacts Lin Kaifeng had gifted him. When propelled by true qi, they could easily penetrate the protective true qi of cultivators of the same level. But those 6 were not on the same level as Chen Yan. Using peak martial spring realm cultivation to forcefully challenge the Qi Si realm, it had been mentioned countless times before. On Chenping continent, the gap between major realms was like a chasm, and trying to fight across a major realm boundary was absolutely impossible. But Chen Yan was different. His hidden immortal art did not belong to Chenping continent. The grade of its cultivation method far surpassed any cultivation method from Chenping continent. Moreover, Chen Yan's hidden immortal art had already been cultivated to perfection. 9 ice needles shimmering with clear light shot toward the 6 cultivators surrounding Lin Kaifeng. Soon, these individuals sensed the threat approaching from behind. Break! The disrupted cultivators hurriedly turned, waving their hands to unleash massive waves of true qi, shaking off the soul ice needles Chen Yan had thrown. Although it caused them no real harm, it was enough to distract them. Because the threat brought by that glimmer of clear light was tangible and real, and Lin Kaifeng would never let this opportunity slip. Lin Kaifeng's true qi suddenly erupted from his qi si, and in an instant the imposing aura he radiated increased more than tenfold. Then, his raised right hand chopped down in a hand blade strike. The unbearably sharp true qi directly sliced 2 of the Qi Si realm cultivators in half at the waist. The 2 Qi Si realm cultivators he killed were precisely from the Kongshan sect. HMPH, kill the traitors first. Lin Kaifeng sneered with a ferocious laugh, then turned his gaze toward the remaining 4 cultivators. The remaining 4 clearly understood they were no match for this personal disciple of the Kongshan sect's sect master. After exchanging a glance, they began to scatter and flee. It didn't matter if they couldn't handle Lin Kaifeng. Once Elder He, Elder Zhang, or Elder Wen freed up their hands, a mere Lin Kaifeng would be dealt with in a single breath. For now, preserving their own lives was paramount. Thinking this, one of the 4 Qi Si realm cultivators fled directly toward Chen Yan's direction. When that person's gaze locked onto the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain hovering motionless in midair before him, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Die! Immediately, he thrust a palm strike toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan extended his right hand, pointing slightly toward the man. A streak of clear rainbow light flew from his fingertip. It was already too late to dodge. This Chi Sea realm cultivator probably never imagined that this cultivator originally at the early Martial Spring realm could unleash such a powerful technique. No, he only realized now just how foolish he had been. Because from the very beginning, Chen Yan was suspended in midair. What Martial Spring realm cultivator could achieve flight? Yet he had still only regarded him as a Martial Spring realm cultivator, thinking to crush him with a single palm strike. But how had Chen Yan broken through to the Qi Si realm? However, reality granted him no more time for thought, because the streak of clear rainbow light bursting from Chen Yan's fingertip had already completely pierced through his body. Watching the corpse fall from the sky, Chen Yan slowly descended, arriving beside Lin Kaifeng. Lin Kaifeng merely looked at Chen Yan calmly, showing no emotional fluctuation at Chen Yan's one-strike kill of a Qi Si realm cultivator. As if everything was within expectations. Where is Lin Xinyang? He simply asked Chen Yan this. Chen Yan used his connection with the shadow binding rope to sense. At this moment, Lin Xinyang was still at the Heavenly Summit Palace. I can't bring him over myself because someone has him under surveillance. Chen Yan said, you can't manage it either. Lin Kaifeng frowned, otherwise. Chen Yan said, after all, I'm only at the peak of the Martial Spring realm. He knew what Lin Kaifeng was thinking. Who has Lin Xinyang under surveillance? Lin Kaifeng continued asking, Xiao Ban of the Mirage Palace, or rather Mo Zhang. Chen Yan answered, Mo Zhang. Lin Kaifeng showed a somewhat puzzled expression. Master, do you know who this person is? Seeing Lin Kaifeng's subtle reaction, Chen Yan quickly seized the opportunity to ask. The Mo Zhang of this current era I do not know. Lin Kaifeng shook his head then said. But if it's the previous one. The previous one you knew, Master, who was he? Chen Yan pressed further. A rogue cultivator who was a divine ability realm mighty one. To put it precisely, before that mighty one's fall, he was on very good terms with one of our sect's grand elders. Lin Kaifeng said, you know that grand elder too. In almost an instant, Chen Yan quickly realized who Lin Kaifeng was referring to. Huo Mu. Correct. Lin Kaifeng nodded. The Mo Zhang I mentioned is very likely the same Mo Zhang you just spoke of, Master. Chen Yan said. Hearing this, Lin Kaifeng's expression changed. What do you mean, are you saying Mo Zhang has also reincarnated? Lin Kaifeng said, then half lowered his head, beginning to mutter to himself. But Mo Zhang was only at the divine ability realm, not an immortal, so why? He never died at all. Chen Yan explained. The world mistakenly believed Mo Zhang had fallen, but his soul was hidden within a ring. For some reason, it ended up in the hands of that Beiyuan sect disciple named Yi Ziu. Yi Ziu. Lin Kaifeng naturally had a deep impression of this chief culprit who caused the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain to be placed under house arrest, and thus suddenly understood. So, the one who framed our Kongyuan Mountain direct disciples was likely acting under Mo Zhang's instruction. That is indeed a possibility. Chen Yan nodded. He had never considered this before because Chen Yan had only just learned who Mo Zhang actually was. And before this, Yi Ziu had also consistently held a grudge against him. Even during the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, Yi Ziu had once wanted to take his life. This likely indicated that Yi Ziu himself also wanted to use this opportunity to strike at him. That's why he framed the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. But you just said the person keeping an eye on Lin Xinyang besides Mo Zhang is also Xiao Ban of the Mirage Palace. Lin Kaifeng said, correct. Chen Yan replied. Xiao Ban is the one holding that ring. Hearing this, Lin Kaifeng frowned again. Strange, very strange. How so? Logically speaking, in a situation like Mo Zhang's, to nourish his divine soul and maintain his consciousness, he must bind his soul to another person's soul. Lin Kaifeng said, based on what you just said, I originally thought the ring would be in Yi Ziu's hands, but you say Xiao Ban is holding the ring. Chen Yan suddenly thought of something. If Mo Zhang's soul is bound to Yi Ziu's, then what would happen to Mo Zhang if Yi Ziu were killed? He asked. Naturally his soul would scatter and vanish. Lin Kaifeng answered. Chen Yan finally knew how to break this deadlock. Yi Ziu must die. Chen Yan stated with absolute determination. According to previous intelligence, Yi Ziu should be under house arrest at the Water Mirror Pavilion. He didn't know what deal Xiao Ban struck behind the scenes with Yi Xiu and Mo Zheng, allowing Xiao Ban to possess the ring and even be possessed. But if Yi Xiu were killed, then they could reclaim Lin Xinyang, thereby gaining a bargaining chip for negotiations with He Furen. Chen Yan didn't know the chances of success, but he had no choice but to try. Water Mirror Pavilion. On Heavenly Summit Mountain, the location of the Water Mirror Pavilion and the location of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion are positioned exactly diagonally across the mountain from each other. Heavenly Summit Mountain, as the former #1 immortal sect of the Chenping continent, is far more spectacular and vast than those who have never set foot upon it could imagine. However, compared to the Kongshan sect, the Star Heaven sect, and the other current 5 great sects of the Chenping continent, Heavenly Summit Mountain's total area might be somewhat smaller. But the overall built-up area of Heavenly Summit Mountain is equivalent to that of a medium to large-sized city. Its overall layout and planning can be called perfect. The straight-line distance between the Daiyan Arena and the Water Mirror Pavilion is about 10 li. For Lin Kaifeng and Chen Yan, getting from their current location to the Water Mirror Pavilion would only take about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. But Lin Kaifeng and Chen Yan looked at each other. Currently, Lin Kaifeng's cultivation is at the peak of the Qi Si realm, while Chen Yan is at the peak of the Martial Spring realm. With their cultivation levels, this master and disciple pair couldn't make any waves on Heavenly Summit Mountain. In fact, even ensuring their own safety would be extremely difficult. Water Mirror Pavilion. Under the current circumstances, the Mirage Palace's envoy Elder Zhang, had completely joined He Furen's faction. Although Chen Yan believed that among the Mirage Palace's disciples there must certainly be innocent ones, now was absolutely not the time to consider those innocent disciples. Master, can you contact Martial Uncle Yue or Martial Uncle Zhang right now? Chen Yan asked. I can. I have a communication talisman on me, but they might not have any free time right now because... Lin Kaifeng said. At this very moment, the battle situation on the Daiyan Arena should still have Yue Kai holding the upper hand. He Furen's actual combat power is still slightly inferior compared to Yue Kai's. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin and Hu Tianyuan are locked in a bitter struggle with Wen Hongli. As for whether Bai Kaiming has joined the battle, that is still unknown. So, immediately inform Martial Uncle Yue to launch an attack towards the Water Mirror Pavilion's direction. Spare no cost, use his full strength. Chen Yan said this, understood. Lin Kaifeng nodded in reply. He harbored no doubts about any instruction Chen Yan gave. His level of trust even surpassed his trust in Yun Yichen. Lin Kaifeng took out the communication talisman from his bosom and then channeled his true qi into it. Senior brother, immediately launch an attack towards the Water Mirror Pavilion's direction. Lin Kaifeng said, then added another sentence. This is Chen Yan's order. Beside him, Chen Yan's expression changed slightly. My order? Wait, shouldn't it be my request? But merely a breath of time later, from the direction of the Daiyan Arena, a massive cyan-blue dragon erupted forth, grinding everything in its path to dust, ultimately turning the entire Water Mirror Pavilion into complete ruins as well. Excellent, this is the charm of saturation firepower coverage. Rewind time to 10 seconds ago on the Daiyan Arena. Controlling the cyan-blue dragon condensed from his innate true energy, Yue Kai completely held the upper hand in his exchange with He Furen. Although He Furen appeared extremely disheveled, in reality as long as He Furen turtled up in defense, Yue Kai couldn't do much to him for a while. But the situation at the other end of the battlefield was different. Although Zhang Yin had been constantly engaging Wen Hongli in close combat, and with Hu Tianyuan's interference, it made it very difficult for Wen Hongli to launch an effective attack. However, Wen Hongli could afford to make countless mistakes, while Zhang Yin and Hu Tianyuan could only afford to make one. No, if put that way, it might exaggerate the deterioration of Zhang Yin and Hu Tianyuan's predicament a bit, but they truly couldn't afford to give Wen Hongli too many opportunities to counterattack. Every time this myriad transformations realm expert possessing 7,000 strands of innate true energy launched a counterattack, it had the potential to be fatal. Yue Kai was also very clear about this. If he could be the first to eliminate He Furen and join the three-way battle between Zhang Yin, Hu Tianyuan, and Wen Hongli, then the hope of achieving victory might become slightly greater. Conversely, if Wen Hongli managed to eliminate either senior brother Zhang Yin or sect leader Hu first, then defeat would be certain. Just as Yue Kai was putting in even more effort, trying his best to suppress He Furin and seize an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Kaifeng's voice suddenly rang out within his spiritual sense. It was the communication talisman. After formulating the battle plan, senior brother Zhang Yin had distributed communication talismans to himself, Kaifeng, and Yan Tang so they could stay in contact at any time. Senior brother immediately launched an attack towards the Water Mirror Pavilion's direction. From the communication talisman, Lin Kaifeng's voice sounded out like this: Water Mirror Pavilion, but why? Immediately after, the voice of Lin Kaifeng sounded again in his mind. This is Chen Yan's order. Hey. Chen Yan's order. Yue Kai's eyes focused, and he immediately made a decision. At the very beginning, Yue Kai had once thought that Chen Yan was just some mouthpiece Lin Kaifeng had casually found from the outer court and therefore hadn't paid him much attention. But when the news of Chen Yan instantly killing Qi Yadong during the outer court competition reached his ears, Yue Kai quickly realized the situation was unusual. Yet before he could make his next move, Lin Kaifeng had thrown the black pot onto him. Just as Yue Kai was utterly confused and before Lin Kaifeng was confined to the rear cliff, he had managed to see Lin Kaifeng once. Protect Chen Yan. Lin Kaifeng had said to Yue Kai at that time, he is very likely to be in the same situation as the Grandmaster. When these words fell into Yue Kai's ears, he felt as if struck by thunder, his entire being becoming intensely alert. Among Yun Yichen's 6 disciples, it was him, the second senior brother, who got along exceptionally well with 5th junior brother Lin Kaifeng, so close they could be said to share the same pair of pants. Although Lin Kaifeng's cultivation lagged behind, for some unknown reason, the Grandmaster, who was a supreme elder, was extremely fond of this unpromising grand disciple. All this was still somewhat normal. It wasn't until later, when before the Grandmaster passed away, the last person he wanted to see was not his only direct disciple Yun Yichen, but Lin Kaifeng, that everyone realized the Grandmaster's favoritism towards Lin Kaifeng was beyond description. On the first night after the Grandmaster passed away, Lin Kaifeng appeared in the middle of the night in front of Yue Kai's dormitory room in the Alchemy Hall and knocked on the door. His entire person was pale and his eyes were vacant, as if he had experienced something extremely terrifying. The Grandmaster was not the Grandmaster. This was the first sentence Lin Kaifeng spoke. Not only Lin Kaifeng, but even Yue Kai, who was only a martial spring realm cultivator at the time, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine upon hearing Lin Kaifeng suddenly say such a thing in the dead of night. What kind of statement was that? Yue Kai couldn't understand, but Lin Kaifeng's inexplicable reaction genuinely made him shiver. The Grandmaster was actually true person Kung Miao Yan Yun. Lin Kaifeng said this. Yue Kai believed Lin Kaifeng's words without hesitation. He didn't know why. Logically, what Lin Kaifeng was saying was utterly absurd, but he just believed him. Their ancestral master was not their ancestral master, but the reincarnation of true person Kung Miao Yan Yun. To this day, this secret remained known only to Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai. Even Yun Yichen was unaware of it. The disciple Lin Kaifeng had taken, Chen Yan. His situation was likely similar to the ancestral master's. So, which Ascension Realm Mighty One's reincarnation could he be? Yue Kai took the records detailing the personality traits and life stories of the 31 Ascension Realm Mighty Ones who had appeared on the Chenping continent from ancient times to the present. He compared them one by one with Chen Yan, but shockingly not a single one matched. Could it be an Ascension Realm Mighty One from beyond this domain? That was a question Yue Kai had no way to investigate. From that moment on, Yue Kai had been keeping a close watch on Chen Yan. He had originally been skeptical of Lin Kaifeng's claim that Chen Yan was likely the reincarnation of an Ascension Realm Mighty One. But Chen Yan's performance increasingly surpassed everyone's expectations. Whether it was his maneuvering between the peaks of Qingchen Peak or the later matter of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, it all nearly exceeded Yue Kai's comprehension. Yue Kai came to believe. He believed Chen Yan's situation was likely identical to their ancestral masters, the reincarnation of some Ascension Realm Mighty One. If it was Chen Yan's command, on the Daeyan arena at this very moment. Yue Kai propelled the cyan-blue dragon formed from his pale blue innate true energy, exerting every ounce of his strength to hurl it towards He Furin's direction. Was he throwing his life away? That was He Furin's first reaction. Because this was a suicidal strike where Yue Kai had abandoned all defense, exposing a multitude of openings and vulnerabilities. But He Furin had no choice. If he were stronger, he could definitely seize this opportunity. If not to kill Yue Kai in one blow, he could at least inflict serious damage. Unfortunately, He Furin could not become stronger. He could only dodge. However, He Furin soon noticed something unusual about Yue Kai's attack this time. Normally, after He Furin dodged Yue Kai's attack, Yue Kai should quickly recall the cyan-blue dragon formed from his innate true energy back to his side, then prepare for the next attack or defense. But that didn't happen. The cyan-blue dragon continued extending forward. He Furin stared in the direction the cyan-blue dragon formed from pale blue innate true energy was assaulting, his eyes widening involuntarily. This cyan-blue dragon, condensed from pale blue innate true energy, crushed the viewing stand on the Daeyan arena, then pulverized all the buildings along the street, obliterating everything in its path. It was heading straight for the Water Mirror Pavilion. No. He Furin could only watch it all unfold, until the Water Mirror Pavilion was completely reduced to a pile of rubble. The Water Mirror Pavilion was destroyed. But whether Yi Xiu was dead or alive remained unknown. When uprooting weeds, one must remove the roots. After all, Mo Zheng, no matter what, was once a divine ability realm cultivator. Moreover, unlike the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul, which had originally been at the Dao Union realm but had completely lost its sanity, Mo Zheng used Yi Xiu's soul as a nurturing bed to warm and nourish his own soul. This ensured his divine sense remained at the divine ability realm level. His actual combat capability must far surpass that of Wen Hongli and the others. Confirming Yi Xiu's death was a necessary task. Of course, capturing Yi Xiu alive and then using him to control Mo Zheng or something similar, don't even think about it. As a divine ability realm mighty one, Mo Zheng definitely possessed the ability to assess a situation. If Yi Xiu were captured and controlled, even if Mo Zheng chose to compromise, it would be useless. That would only drag him deeper into the mire, with the end result still being annihilation. Rather than ending up like that, it was better to fight desperately from the start. As for why Xiao Ban could use his power, there must be some transaction behind it. And this transaction offered terms enticing enough to move Mo Zheng's heart. Chen Yan didn't know the content of the transaction, and it wasn't the least bit important to him anyway. Yi Xiu's death, however, was very important to him. "Master, let's go," Chen Yan said. The firepower strike was complete. The next step should be to verify the corpse. Along the straight line from the Daeyan arena to the Water Mirror Pavilion, whether buildings or streets, everything had been completely reduced to ruins. But this also provided some convenience for Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng. They no longer needed to wind their way east and west towards the Water Mirror Pavilion. They simply needed to head straight along the path of ruins. Corpses were scattered everywhere on Heavenly Summit Mountain. It was even difficult to find a complete corpse by the side of the streets. Most were severed limbs and broken arms. In a corner beside the ruins stood a large tree. As mentioned before, all the plants on Heavenly Summit Mountain were spirit herbs and immortal trees. This tree was no exception. Over 30 zhang tall, its canopy spreading in all directions could shade several mu of land. Yet now, this great tree was blazing fiercely. From time to time, fireballs rolled down from its branches, falling to the ground and blooming like fiery flowers. Beneath the great tree, a young woman dressed in a light green gauze skirt sat with her back against the trunk, cradling an entirely silver longsword in her arms. She wore no veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that took one's breath away. Her eyes were half open, half closed, making it impossible to discern the emotion in her gaze beneath the flickering firelight. Blood stained her gauze skirt and her cheeks as well, though not a single drop of this blood belonged to her. Scattered around this great tree were over a dozen mangled corpses. From time to time, beams of moonlight drifted down from the air. Every corpse lying on the ground had possessed cultivation at the Qi Si realm or above when they were alive. and every corpse lying on the ground had been killed by that young woman in the light green gauze skirt. 13 corpses in total, 13 Qi Sea Realm cultivators. Chen Yan saw Qin Qingyu sitting beneath the tree. Qin Qingyu also saw him. Their eyes met. Although Chen Yan was only at the peak of the martial spring realm, not yet at the spirit connection realm and thus unable to perceive others' cultivation levels, he could still discern the overall change in Qin Qingyu. Qi Sea Realm cultivator, that's right. Qin Qingyu had now broken through to the Qi Sea Realm. In fact, Qin Qingyu could have broken through to the Qi Sea Realm long ago. She had simply been suppressing her cultivation realm all this time, solely for this heavenly summit mountain Tao inquiry. To stand peerless among her contemporaries. These 4 words involuntarily surfaced from the depths of Chen Yan's heart as he looked at Qin Qingyu. A pity with Huo Mu and He Furin's schemes everything had turned to dust. Chief disciple Chen. Qin Qingyu softly called Chen Yan's name, then swept a glance at Lin Kaifeng standing beside Chen Yan before continuing. Where are you two headed? The tree trunk blazed fiercely, painting Qin Qingyu's black long hair with a crimson glow. In the air, aside from the sparks scattered by the turbulent currents created by the collision of hot and cold air, there were also specks of moonlight beams slowly rising from the ground towards the sky. Chen Yan could clearly sense the vigilance radiating from Lin Kaifeng beside him. Chen Yan. Lin Kaifeng whispered in a low voice, "If there really are no more hidden tricks up our sleeves right now, the two of us, master and disciple, might not be her match." Unrivaled in the current generation. This wasn't just a label Chen Yan had arbitrarily slapped on Qin Qingyu, it was the consensus of almost everyone across the entire Chenping continent. From the moment she stepped into the martial spring realm, Qin Qingyu was invincible within the martial spring realm. And now that she had stepped into the Qi Sea realm, naturally she was also invincible within the Qi Sea realm. At the very least in this current era, no other genius could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Qin Qingyu still held the silver-white long sword in her arms, motionless. Only her hair and the hem of her skirt were stirred by the air currents. The 13 corpses of Qi Sea Realm cultivators lying on the ground were a testament to Qin Qingyu's strength. Where are you two headed? This was the question Qin Qingyu posed to Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng. To kill someone. Chen Yan replied, "Kill who?" "Baiyun sacked Yi Ziu." "Why kill him?" "Because if Yi Ziu isn't killed, no one will be able to leave Heavenly Summit Mountain alive." Chen Yan declared clearly, his gaze meeting Qin Qingyu's eyes which reflected both the firelight and the moonlight beams. "I." Qin Qingyu said nothing. Chen Yan understood very well that Qin Qingyu was absolutely not on He Furin's side. Because her master, Hu Tianyuan, stood with the direct lineage of Kongyuan Mountain and was currently on the Daiyan Arena, joining forces with Zhang Yin to confront Wen Hongli. Qin Qingyu was not even 20 years old yet. It was impossible for her to be directly manipulated by He Furin's faction, especially having to bypass her master. As the #1 unrivaled genius of the current generation on Chenping continent, Qin Qingyu would receive the full attention of everyone in the Star Heaven sect, including the Grand Elders. They would never allow this genius, who was almost guaranteed to break through to the Tao Union realm in the future and even had hopes of ascending to immortality, to suffer any damage. Therefore, no matter what terms Huo Mu used to strike deals with the other 4 great sects, the Star Heaven sect would absolutely never agree. Qin Qingyu would never stand on He Furin's side. As the current #1 genius of Chenping continent, she would absolutely never risk dirtying her own feathers. It was impossible for her to voluntarily involve herself in this conspiracy. "I'll help you." Qin Qingyu only pondered for a few breaths before making her decision. "When Liu Daoxing was a guest at the Star Heaven sect, we got along quite well and he gave me much guidance on cultivation issues." Liu Daoxing was Liu Yantang. Because the position she held was precisely the Kongshan sect's Daemen Xingzhu Dao Gate Traveler. This Heavenly Summit Mountain incident was also something Liu Daoxing informed me and my master about in advance. Qin Qingyu continued, then paused for a moment. "Moreover, there are traitors within our Star Heaven sect as well. Completely within expectations. From the moment Xiao Ban appeared at the Heavenly Summit Palace and it became known that Elder Zhang of the Mirage Palace had sided with He Furin's faction. Chen Yan had already known that basically no one from the Mirage Palace on Heavenly Summit Mountain could be relied upon anymore. And the other great sects would also inevitably experience varying degrees of betrayal. As for the situation with those ordinary sects, Chen Yan didn't know. Perhaps the cultivators from ordinary sects simply weren't worthy of being incorporated into this chess game by Huo Mu to be used as pieces. This was a chess game whose layout had been going on for who knows how long, silent and unnoticed. Perhaps only the outer sect steward Song Mingde had inexplicably discovered some clues. And it was precisely because of Chen Yan's interference, obtaining that list from Song Mingde, that an unpredictable variable was introduced for the game's master. Therefore, in this cycle of reincarnation, the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent did not conclude peacefully as it had in Chen Yan's previous memories. Instead, it transformed into the scene it was now, like a living hell on earth. With Qin Qingyu's assistance, the pressure on Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng lightened considerably. At the very least, if they encountered enemies below the spirit connection realm with Qin Qingyu present, they wouldn't have to worry. How do we kill Yi Ziu? Qin Qingyu asked, the Water Mirror Pavilion. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Ziu should be at the Water Mirror Pavilion. Chen Yan said, but the Water Mirror Pavilion just now has already. As she spoke, Qin Qingyu turned her head to look in the direction of the Water Mirror Pavilion. It had completely turned into ruins. We must see Yi Ziu's corpse with our own eyes. Chen Yan stated resolutely. Watching the disciples of his sect die one after another before his eyes, Zhang Zhuang just stood there in a daze. This Qi Si realm elder of the Beiyuan sect didn't understand what was happening. Today on the Daiyan Arena, the final showdown of this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry should have been taking place. Qin Qingyu versus Chu Xiao. Almost everyone had already determined that the final victor would be Qin Qingyu. Some had long said that Qin Qingyu was the #1 Martial Spring Realm cultivator of the current generation on Chenping Continent. But before this, no one truly knew just how strong she was or how great the gap was between her and other geniuses, until this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. On Heavenly Summit Mountain, over 90% of the cultivator disciples from various sects across Chenping Continent had gathered in the Daiyan Arena, preparing to watch the decisive battle between Qin Qingyu and Chu Xiao. Or rather, preparing to watch Qin Qingyu, this most dazzling heaven-favored daughter of Chenping Continent in 1200 years, ascend to the peak of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Unfortunately, the expected normal course of events did not unfold as anticipated. Instead, it was replaced by the sudden appearance of two myriad transformations realm elders from the Kongshan sect in the arena. They publicly questioned another Kongshan sect elder sitting on the viewing stand, and then they suddenly started fighting. The battle of myriad transformations realm cultivators was incredibly spectacular. The mere residual power of their innate true energy had already shaken to death over 1,000 cultivators from various sects across Chenping Continent. Not only that, the entire Daiyan arena was thrown into chaos. While cultivators fled, disciples from the 5 great sects also continuously attacked the crowd. Why? Zhang Zhuang watched as his fellow sect disciples, who moments ago were still vibrant and lively, laughing and discussing their experiences at the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, died one after another beside him. Why? In the distance, the pale blue innate true energy had already transformed into a cyan blue giant dragon swimming through the midair. Yi Ziu. He suddenly thought of this disciple, upon whom the Beiyuan sect had pinned great hopes, arguably the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Beiyuan sect. Yi Ziu should still be in the Water Mirror Pavilion right now. No, he had to find him. Zhang Zhuang thought this in his heart. No matter what, he had to preserve this spark that could allow the Beiyuan sect to join the ranks of first-rate sects on Chenping Continent in the future. Zhang Zhuang was a mid-stage Qi Si realm cultivator. Compared to others on Heavenly Summit Mountain, his cultivation was neither high nor low. Among the 5 great sects, their strength was in a class of its own across Chenping Continent. Zhang Zhuang did everything he could to flee the Daiyan arena. Escaping the aftershocks of a myriad transformations realm cultivators clash and evading pursuit from some of the 5 great sects, Elder Zhang was fortunate to make it out of the arena at all. Next was the Water Mirror Pavilion. Amid the panicked crowds, Zhang Zhuang found a path. Most people fled away from Heavenly Summit Mountain, but once they reached the mountain's edge, they all ran straight into the cage woven by Wen Hongli, true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain. It was a cage. The prisoners inside were all death row inmates. Elder Zhang ran toward the water mirror pavilion, gathering true qi under his feet. He prepared to exert himself and float through the air. But before he could lift off, he saw two Qi Sea realm cultivators already flying in midair. Those two mid-stage Qi Sea cultivators were struck into two puddles of blood mist by the single-finger attacks of a passable God realm elder from Wind Ravine Valley standing on a nearby rooftop. Zhang Zhuang released the Qi under his feet. Better to run, then. The straight-line distance from the Daiyan Arena to the Water Mirror Pavilion was 10 li. For a Qi Sea realm cultivator, even one who could not yet fly, that distance was not far. Running flat out, half an incense stick of time would be more than enough to reach it. But as Zhang Zhuang sprinted toward the pavilion, a never-before-felt, suffocating sense of imminent danger slammed down from behind him. 100 zhang away, a cyan-blue great dragon streaked across. It ground every building in its path into dust. Mid-stage Elder Zhang had no time to react. Though there were hundreds of zhang between them, the residual force of a myriad transformations realm cultivator's full power innate true energy assault was still terrifying. Zhang Zhuang was directly blasted away, spitting blood. He struggled to his feet. Fortunately, there were still hundreds of zhang between him and that cyan-blue dragon. Had it been another 30 zhang closer, he would have been dead for sure. Zhang Zhuang slipped his hand into his robe and shakily withdrew a small pill bottle. Only one pill remained inside. Minjiu pill. To elders of the 5 great sects, this sort of pill might be commonplace. But to Zhang Zhuang of the Beiyuan sect, the Minjiu pill was priceless. Only pillmasters above the passable god realm could refine it. How many passable god realm pillmasters existed in ordinary sects? Outside the 5 great sects, there were only a handful on all of Chenping continent. After taking the pill, in just a few breaths Zhang Zhuang's complexion improved considerably. There was no time to rest. He prepared to continue toward the Water Mirror Pavilion, but the instant he lifted his head. No. The color that had just returned to his face drained to ashen. The cyan-blue dragon formed from innate true energy had been headed straight for the Water Mirror Pavilion. Now the Water Mirror Pavilion lay completely in ruins. Yiziu. A dreadful feeling rose in Zhang Zhuang's chest and he broke into another run. The closer he got to the pavilion, the sparser the people became. Along the way he passed a burning tree, beneath which lay 13 corpses of Qi Sea realm cultivators. He had no time to pay them any mind. Zhang Zhuang hurried on toward the Water Mirror Pavilion, clenched his teeth, poured dense true qi into his feet and stamped a few times in the air. He rose and flew. His mind was in total chaos. The pavilion's ruins were right before him. Among the dust and flames, Zhang Zhuang saw several figures. One was a youth in a pristine white Dao robe, now dirty and smudged. One was a girl in a light green gauze skirt stained with blood. Another wore a loose, shabby crane-embroidered cloak and looked 40 or 50 years old. The last one was badly wounded and could barely stand. He was Yizu. Zhang Zhuang rushed toward the ruined Water Mirror Pavilion. He watched helplessly as the youth in the white robe sent a sliver of clear light from his fingertip that pierced straight through Yizu's chest. No! Zhang Zhuang screamed, his voice tearing the air, and the shout drew the attention of the others. The girl in the pale green gauze skirt slowly turned. Rage had clouded Zhang Zhuang's judgment. It was over, everything was over. Beiyuan sect's future was finished. Chen Yan, Qin Qingyu, all of you accompany the Beiyuan sect's future to the grave. Zhang Zhuang lunged crazily through the air at the youth in the white Dao robe. Then a sweep of moonlight beams appeared in midair. From the top of Zhang Zhuang's skull, his entire body was cleanly split in two. Qin Qingyu lowered her head slightly, looking at the body she had just bisected with a hint of puzzlement. "Who is this person?" she asked softly. Lin Kaifeng glanced at the two halves of the corpse. The death looked pitiful. The Dao robes are Beiyuan sects, so he must have some connection with this Yiziu, Lin Kaifeng said. Chen Yan paid no attention to what was happening behind him. He only stared at the body in front of him, the one belonging to Yi Ziu that had just been pierced by the clear light from his fingertip. It was over. With this, Mo Zheng should be taken care of. He didn't know how the fighting at the Daiyan arena had turned out. If Senior Uncle Yue could keep He Furin under control, and if Uncle Zhang and Lord Hu had Elder Bai's help over there. Careful, more people are coming. While Chen Yan was thinking, Lin Kaifeng suddenly said quietly. Chen Yan turned his head toward where Lin Kaifeng was looking and saw two figures approaching the water mirror pavilion. One wore Kongshan Sek's white Dao robe with a sword at his waist. The other wore Mirage Palace's deep cyan Dao robe, handsome in appearance. They were Xiao Ban and Lin Xinyang, Lin personal disciple, junior brother Chen and seat Lord Qin. Lin Xinyang looked at the people in the water mirror pavilion with some confusion. It seemed he had no conflict with Xiao Ban. That made sense. Lin Xinyang knew nothing of the situation. The previous clashes with Xiao Ban had all been because of Chen Yan. Seat Lord Xiao. Chen Yan stepped forward, looking Xiao Ban straight in the eye. It's all over.
Is it?
Xiao Ban glanced at the corpse of Yi Ziu lying at Chen Yan's feet and replied coolly. He raised a hand and gently stroked the ring he was playing with. Even when the Mirage Palace and the Weaving Dreams Tower were at their peak on Heavenly Summit Mountain, when people spoke of illusion arts, Weaving Dreams Tower would naturally be the first to come to mind. Xiao Ban said slowly, then wore a smile on his face that utterly mismatched his words. Brother Chen, you truly are impressive. A bad premonition rose in Chen Yan's chest. Could it be? But in the end, what is real and what is illusion? Xiao Ban lightly brushed his palm across Chen Yan's cheek. When his hand moved away, the face that rose within his palm was, astonishingly. Yi Ziu, the first person to react, was Lin Zhenyang, who was standing beside Yi Ziu. His expression changed drastically and he hurriedly retreated several steps while drawing the Xiaohua sword from his waist. Brilliant sun and moon, ice crystals and flames transformed into each other as they slashed towards Yi Ziu's direction. Yi Ziu's facial expression showed no fluctuation or panic whatsoever. He merely retreated half a step and then swung a palm towards Lin Xinyang's direction. Bitter sea, broken cliff, hatred locks 1,000 peaks. This was the third calamity among the 9 calamities of profound sorrow, pioneered by Xuanbei the Rogue. The power of this move was far less compared to the 7th calamity among the 9 calamities of profound sorrow. Mysterious Yin weeps blood, all phenomena share the sorrow, which he had used against Chen Yan during the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. After all, to unleash the 7th calamity, Yi Ziu himself had to pay a certain price. But the so-called mysterious Yin weeps blood, all phenomena share the sorrow, was completely insignificant before the point of clear light that erupted from Chen Yan's fingertip. Yi Ziu believed that on this Heavenly Summit Mountain, aside from Qin Qingyu, no cultivator of his generation would be his match, including Chen Yan as well. The reason he lost to Chen Yan wasn't because he couldn't win. It was because Yi Ziu had held back. Some secret techniques taught to him by Elder Mo, which could only be used in critical moments, were not suitable for use during the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. Thus, he suffered a great loss at Chen Yan's hands. In fact, if Elder Mo hadn't intervened, he might have lost his life on the spot. But the current situation was completely different. The current Yi Ziu was not bound by any restrictions. Moreover, he could directly communicate with Elder Mo through his martial spring using his own soul, mobilizing what could be described as an almost endless, vast sea of true qi for him. Provided that Yi Ziu's current meridians could handle it. With the true qi enhancement from Elder Mo, Yi Ziu believed his current self could easily defeat 10 of his own selves from the time of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. The strength Mo Zheng could currently exert was roughly at the myriad transformations realm level. However, the intensity of his divine sense, nurtured through Yi Ziu's care, still remained at the level of the divine ability realm. How immensely powerful was the divine sense intensity of a divine ability realm mighty one? The life and death of any cultivator below the spirit connection realm was merely a matter of a single thought. If Mo Zheng wished, he could even kill all cultivators below the spirit connection realm on Heavenly Summit Mountain with just a single thought. Of course, he wouldn't do that. Because even though Mo Zhang's current divine sense intensity still maintained the level of a divine ability realm cultivator, he was ultimately just a wisp of a remnant soul, having lost his origin. Killing all cultivators below the spirit connection realm on Heavenly Summit Mountain would be too costly for him. Furthermore, from the very beginning, Mo Zhang's goal was never to massacre the cultivators on Heavenly Summit Mountain. In a sense, Yi Xiu and Mo Zhang were also victims. Mo Zhang wanted to reshape his physical body and had placed his bet on Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu hoped to use Mo Zhang's power to secure a place for himself in this world, to live without having to heed anyone's whims. They originally just wanted to participate normally in the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. Who would have thought that a perfectly fine Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent would turn into this state? However, none of that mattered, because through the information transmitted by Xiao Ban of the Mirage Palace, Mo Zhang had already discovered the greatest opportunity at this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. That was... Yi Xiu looked directly at Lin Xinyang, who had been sent flying by his bitter sea broken cliff. Hatred locks 1,000 peaks, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I thought we were getting along quite well, fellow Taoist Lin. That's right, Lin Xinyang was the greatest opportunity on this Heavenly Summit Mountain. Or rather, the existence implanted within his soul by a certain mighty one was, for Mo Zhang and Yi Xiu, the greatest opportunity at this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. Chen Yan clenched his fist tightly. He could feel the stiffness and trembling of the muscles in his forearm. Right, why would Mo Zhang reveal such a huge flaw? How could he possibly disregard Yi Xiu's life and death running around with Xiao Ban? From the very beginning, the Xiao Ban that Chen Yan and Lin Xinyang encountered at the Heavenly Summit Palace was not Xiao Ban. It was Yi Xiu, then, in that case. Chen Yan lowered his head to look at the corpse lying on the ground, the one he had killed thinking it was Yi Xiu. So that means he is... That's right. Yi Xiu, standing not far away after having just repelled Lin Xinyang, spoke up. There are always people who like to be too clever for their own good. They should bear the consequences of their own cleverness. Hey. Qin Qingyu, standing to the side, remained silent. She simply unleashed a moonlight beam, slashing precisely towards Yi Xiu's position. No cultivator below the Qi Sea realm had any possibility of surviving after taking this moonlight beam of hers. Yet Yi Xiu just stood there, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Qin Qingyu's somewhat stunned expression, Yi Xiu grinned widely, then he began to laugh maniacally. Ha 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 ha. How about it, you so-called disciples of the 5 great sects? How does it feel? Weren't you always so arrogant? A bunch of bullies relying on your influence, you ants. Today I, Yi Xiu, will make you all, you bastards, wish you were dead. Then Yi Xiu bit his thumb, drawing blood, and smeared it on the ring in his hand. Your junior Yi Xiu respectfully requests Senior Mo to possess me. Hey. An unprecedented silence fell over the ruined water mirror pavilion. A trace of bewilderment flashed through Yi Xiu's eyes and brows. He shouted again, louder. Your junior Yi Xiu respectfully requests Senior Mo to possess me. Still, there was no reaction. Why? Great shock arose in Yi Xiu's heart. He tried to communicate with Elder Mo's consciousness within his sea of consciousness. But he received no response. What on earth was going on? Clearly, he could still communicate with Elder Mo's vast sea of true qi through his martial spring, and Elder Mo had just helped him block Qin Qingyu's moonlight beam. But why couldn't he establish contact with Elder Mo? At that moment, several cracks suddenly appeared on the barrier more than 2,000 zhang above everyone's heads. Everyone looked up at the barrier. This is... Lin Kaifeng furrowed his brows tightly, hesitated for a moment, and then his expression changed dramatically. When Hongli is voluntarily disintegrating the barrier, he's going all out. All along, the barrier sealing Heavenly Summit Mountain had been maintained by Wen Hongli. This undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of energy from this myriad transformations realm cultivator who controlled 7,000 strands of innate true energy. But even while simultaneously confronting 3 myriad transformations realm cultivators, Zhang Yin, Hu Tianyuan, and Bai Kaiming, he wouldn't be at much of a disadvantage. Why would he suddenly abandon the barrier? Unless... A possibility arose in Chen Yan's mind, and in the next instant the possibility he envisioned became reality. Long time no see, Senior Mo. A familiar voice came from not far away. There stood a cultivator wearing Yuanhua Mountain's Taoist robe. Gray-black innate true energy swirled around him, and he wore a rather unsettling smile on his face. He Furin. Chen Yan guessed the reason why Wen Hongli chose to abandon continuing to maintain the barrier. It was precisely to liberate He Furin. In other words, within the Daiyan arena right now, it was highly likely that Wen Hongli was facing a situation of 1 against 4. Do you remember, the last time we met was about 300 years ago? He Furin recalled with a smile. When Senior Mo came to our Kongshan Sect's Imperial Law Court back then to discuss the Tao with Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo, I, your junior, was Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo's tea servant. I even poured tea for you, Senior Mo, at that time. As he spoke, He Furin laughed a couple more times, then shook his head. However, I never expected that when we meet again, Senior Mo, you would have already fallen to such a state, truly. Everyone in the Water Mirror Pavilion was watching He Furin's performance. Because they could do nothing. Even if he was beaten into a sorry state by Yue Kai, unable to fight back at all, he was still a myriad transformations realm cultivator. With just a casual palm strike, he could turn everyone in the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion into a bloody mist. Oh, except for Yi Xiu, although he couldn't contact Mo Zheng on the spiritual sense level right now. Mo Zheng could still protect him and transmit his vast true qi through the martial spring realm to Yi Xiu's meridians. After news of your fall came, Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo also spoke to me about you. He Furin said. Supreme Elder Huo Mu told me that you, Senior Mo, always looked down on others from a high pedestal, regarded everyone else as fools, and never knew when to stop while you were ahead. That's why you ended up in that situation. Immediately after, He Furin paused for a moment, then continued. I must say, Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo's judgment of people is really accurate. Do you think, why would we trust you completely? What on earth are you talking about? Yi Xiu said, or rather, from beginning to end, you were just a pawn for us, not a partner, Senior Mo. He Furin completely ignored Yi Xiu, continuing to speak only to Mo Zheng within the ring. As for why Yi Xiu lost contact with Senior Mo, the reason was simple. Just as Yi Xiu had said when he first appeared in the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion, even during the peak period of Heavenly Summit Mountain, when mentioning the world's top-tier illusion arts, people often thought of the Weaving Dreams Tower. While Mo Zheng was scheming against others, others were also scheming against him. To make it easier for Yi Xiu and Mo Zheng to operate on Heavenly Summit Mountain, Xiao Ban used illusion arts to transform Yi Xiu into his own appearance and transformed himself into Yi Xiu's appearance, staying behind in the Water Mirror Pavilion. And while casting the illusion, Xiao Ban also left a curse using his essence blood. When this curse was activated, the spiritual connection between Yi Xiu and Mo Zheng would be severed for a period of time. During this time, it would be enough for He Furin or Wen Hongli to complete their greatest mission on Heavenly Summit Mountain. From start to finish, everything Xiao Ban did, including the cooperation plan, was just a deception against Yi Xiu and Mo Zheng. However, because of Chen Yan's unexpected intrusion, He Furin's, or rather Huo Mu's, chess game was thrown into complete chaos, just like Xiao Ban's death. After Xiao Ban died, the curse he left with his essence blood was passively activated, leading by a strange coincidence to the severing of the spiritual connection between Yi Xiu and Mo Zheng. And after discovering something had happened at the Water Mirror Pavilion, He Furin and Wen Hongli also began to change their strategy, abandoning the continued maintenance of the barrier, then letting He Furin break free to handle the aftermath in the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion. There was about half an hour left before the barrier completely collapsed. It didn't matter. As long as they could complete the mission, even with only half an hour, it was completely enough to slaughter everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain. It was time to begin. He Furin reached out his hand and gently grabbed at the air. Then, a massive gray-black hand materialized from the air and grabbed towards Yi Xiu. Mo Zheng tried to resist, manifesting faint blue light points in midair, but they shattered in an instant. Unable to utilize Yi Xiu's physical body, Mo Zheng was completely no match for He Furin. Yi Xiu immediately became unable to move. Immediately after, He Furin's index finger casually hooked backward and Yi Xiu's body was flung to He Furin's feet, landing on the ground with a dull thud. Then, another wisp of innate true energy rippled from He Furin's side, easily hooking the ring from Yi Xiu's hand and landing in He Furin's palm. "My apologies, Senior Mo," He Furin said with a smile. Immediately after, 12 extremely fine strands of gray-black innate true energy pierced through the ring in He Furin's hand. In the next instant, the figure of an old man wearing a gray Taoist robe materialized above the ring. His body was also pierced by 12 strands of gray-black innate true energy. "He Furin, you rat." Mo Zheng cursed loudly. However, facing Mo Zheng's fury, He Furin still maintained that uncomfortable smile on his face. He did not pay attention to Mo Zheng. Instead, he turned his head to look at Lin Xinyang beside him. "Xinyang, come here," He Furin said softly. Lin Xinyang did not move, just stood there, staring directly at this master who had taught him for 12 years. For him, 12 years was already the majority of his life. But for his master, who had been a tea servant under Huo Mu 300 years ago, what did 12 years even count as? "Xinyang." He Furin called Lin Xinyang's name once more. Lin Xinyang had once trusted his master immensely. He had once firmly believed that the reason He Furin brought the Kongshan's supreme imperial law token here was to uphold justice for his junior martial sister Qin Yue of Qingchen Peak. But as the investigation deepened, Lin Xinyang felt more and more that there were many suspicious points and a strong sense of incongruity. In the end, after integrating all the clues and lines of thought and clarifying the sense of incongruity, he discovered that the person with the problem was precisely his own master. And after talking with Chen Yan on Kang Luan Cliff, he became even more convinced of his judgment. Kongshan's sect, Yuanhua Mountain Dignity Elder He Furin. That is, his own master was the mastermind behind everything that had happened on Heavenly Summit Mountain. "I thought about it that there would be a traitor within the sect, Master." Lin Xinyang stared directly into He Furin's eyes and said slowly. "Did you think it was me?" He Furin asked with a smile. "I thought about it, but I didn't want to believe it," Lin Xinyang answered. Hearing this, He Furin fell silent for a moment. Then that uncomfortable smile on his face grew even stronger. "That really is a pity." A massive palm imprint descended from the sky, smashing Lin Xinyang into a bloody mist. In the next instant, an immensely powerful aura erupted from the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion. Immediately after, the enormous shadow of a black snake materialized directly above the Water Mirror Pavilion. A former Ninth Realm Dao Union Great Demon, the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul. The remnant soul of the great demon from the past, a mere wisp of soul remaining in the world, had its consciousness completely worn away by the passage of 10,000 years of time. Now, the massive black snake shadow floating above the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion no longer possessed any consciousness. It was merely an empty soul husk. It was the same as the one Chen Yan would have originally witnessed a year later at the outer court of the Kongshan sect. Unity Realm? Even though it was just an empty soul husk, the remnant soul of this great demon from the past who once resided in the Dao Union realm still maintained strength at or above the Unity realm. The Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, devoid of consciousness, held no hostility towards anything in the world. It simply existed there. It had been the same back at the Kongshan sect's outer court. The massive black snake shadow in the sky also bore no hostility towards anything. It merely did not restrain its overly vast spiritual energy. Nevertheless, it still caused the deaths of nearly 10,000 disciples in the outer court. Including the injured, the number far exceeded 10,000, and this was only the span of 7 breaths. Chen Yan stood amidst the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion looking up at the massive black snake shadow appearing in the sky. He could clearly feel the immense pressure on his own meridians and his martial spring. But Chen Yan could withstand it. He would not be like when he was in the energy channeling realm, having his internal organs crushed by the spiritual energy pressure of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul. For the cultivators of this world, what those in the lower 3 realms and the middle 3 realms cultivate, what can flow within their meridians, is true qi. Because the meridians of cultivators below the unity realm are completely insufficient to bear spiritual energy, cultivators use their heart techniques to extract an extremely small portion of true chi from the spiritual energy flowing through the world to cleanse their own meridians. First, forge the body, then channel energy, then form the martial spring and connect the energy C. Then connect with the spirit, cultivate spiritual consciousness, condense innate true energy, and transform the myriad into unity. This one is the strand of spiritual energy condensed from 10,000 strands of innate true energy. Innate true energy is not refined from external spiritual energy but is completely born from the cultivator's own spiritual consciousness, hence the name, innate true energy. This strand of spiritual energy, condensed from 10,000 strands of innate true energy, will not cause any damage to the cultivator's own energy C or meridians. On the contrary, as this strand of spiritual energy flows through their own meridians, it can improve them. From this moment on, the true chi within the cultivator's body is replaced by spiritual energy. This is also the greatest distinction between cultivators of the middle three realms and those of the upper three realms. Returning our gaze to the present, Furin stared at the black flood dragon remnant soul in the sky, the smile on his face growing increasingly arrogant. From his palm emerged the sealed soul of Mo Zheng, imprisoned by 12 strands of grayish-black innate true energy. The look in its eyes revealed extreme unwillingness, then suddenly shifted to an expression of sudden realization. So that's it, you old thief Huo Mu, this is your goal, isn't it? After seeing Furin kill Lin Xinyang and release the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul, Mo Zheng seemed to finally understand, roaring out like this. As for Chen Yan in the ruins, he was still completely in the dark. Compared to the perspective of such a powerful being, he was still far, far behind. It's already too late, Senior Mo. Furin laughed, then moved his fingertip. The strand of innate true energy piercing through Mo Zheng's soul dissipated with his movement. Fragments of Mo Zheng's soul also scattered with the disappearance of this strand of innate true energy. The massive black snake shadow in the sky, as if sensing the fragments of Mo Zheng's soul, began to move for the first time. Its massive head began to lean towards the direction of Mo Zheng's soul.
Could it be?
Lin Kaifeng beside Chen Yan spoke, his voice trembling slightly. So that's it, I understand. No wonder they sealed off the entire heavenly summit mountain, no wonder they want to kill everyone. Yet Chen Yan still did not understand. Until he saw Furin throw the ring in his hand towards the massive head of the black snake shadow in the sky. I invite Senior Mo to meet his end. Furin roared with maniacal laughter, shouting loudly. The ring spun through the air, flying towards the direction of the shadow in the sky. The Black Flood Dragon remnant soul opened its bloody maw, large enough to swallow a small mountain, and swallowed the ring into its belly. Then the entire world fell into silence. This is. Qin Qingyu, standing nearby in her pale green gauze dress, also showed a look of astonishment. Immediately after, in the blink of an eye, heaven and earth underwent a great change. The entire heavenly summit mountain began to tremble violently. And the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul coiled in midair also began to undergo a strange transformation. Could it be? Chen Yan stared at the massive head of the black snake coiled in midair. Then the most unbelievable scene occurred. He saw the Black Flood Dragon's eye pupils actually move. This meant this great demon from the past had once again developed spiritual consciousness, and its realm also began to rapidly soar. From the Unity realm, it swiftly broke through to the Divine Ability realm, then to the mid-stage of Divine Ability realm, late stage, peak, and finally, the Tao Union realm. Now, the massive black snake shadow in midair was no longer that wisp of unconscious remnant soul. It was the genuine soul of a great demon in the Tao Union realm, both in realm and in spirit. Furin was still roaring with laughter. Then, due to excessive excitement, his entire body trembled unsteadily. He knelt down amidst the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion and kowtowed towards the Black Flood Dragon's soul in the air. This unworthy junior Furin pays respects to Senior Black Flood Dragon. The Black Flood Dragon slightly lowered its head, gazing at Furin kneeling on the ground. As for the group of people nearby, including Lin Kaifeng, Qin Qingyu, and Chen Yan, they were completely ignored. Insects. No, for a great demon of the Dao Union realm, beings like Lin Kaifeng, Qin Qingyu, and even Chen Yan could only be described as less than insects. A cultivator of the Kongshin sect. The Black Flood Dragon in midair spoke clearly, its voice quite deep and imposing. Yes, this unworthy junior is he Furin, the dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain of the Kongshin sect. By order of the Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshin sect, Huo Mu, I have come to pay my respects to Senior Black Flood Dragon. He Furin did not even dare to raise his head, answering loudly like this. Just some names I've never heard. The Black Flood Dragon said, Young man, how long has it been since I was killed by Kong Yang? Kong Yang was the true name of Patriarch Kajun of Qingchen Peak of the Kongshin sect. Reporting to Senior 9,000 years. He Furin answered, No wonder so much time has already passed. The Black Flood Dragon in the sky narrowed its eyes slightly. Far beyond Chen Yan's expectations, the expressions this great demon of the Dao Union realm could show were actually so human-like. So, it was you who released me and offered the soul of that divine ability realm junior for me to devour, helping me recover my spiritual consciousness? The Black Flood Dragon continued to ask He Furin. Not at all. He Furin kowtowed and said, This unworthy junior merely followed the will of heaven. He Furin, of course, did not claim credit for himself, instead attributing everything to the elusive and intangible heavenly Dao. Because the favor of a great demon of the Dao Union realm was something a mere myriad transformations realm cultivator like him could absolutely not afford to accept. Even the Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshin sect, Huo Mu, who stood behind him, would have to carefully weigh his own worth and capabilities. So, what do you want? The Black Flood Dragon paused for a moment before asking He Furin. Senior, the Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshin sect, Huo Mu, has discovered a secret method that can help you, Senior, reconstruct your physical body. He Furin said. No, I mean, what do you want? The Black Flood Dragon repeated the question. This matter is of great importance. I respectfully request that you, Senior, meet with Imperial Law Elder Huo Mu for detailed discussions. He Furin continued. Fine, when do we go to meet this Huo Mu you speak of? Upon hearing this, He Furin lifted his head for the first time since the massive black snake shadow had devoured Mo Zheng's soul and said, This unworthy junior has an impertinent request. What is it? I hope you, Senior, will sweep away all the insignificant ants on this heavenly summit mountain. This is to prevent any news of your return to the Chenping continent from leaking out, which could bring you, Senior, some unnecessary trouble. He Furin declared loudly. Ugh. The Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul did not speak again. It was only in the next instant that every living being on Heavenly Summit Mountain except for He Furin was crushed into dust. Reincarnation ended. This reincarnation rating, B+ total annihilation ending. In the end, you were still one move short. Accumulated cultivation, Martial Spring Realm Peak. Reincarnation reward. The Great Derivation Art. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. The highest reincarnation rating in history. The B+ rating level granted the reincarnation reward of the Great Derivation Art. All art techniques granted by the reincarnation cycle could be automatically mastered to a basic level the moment Chen Yan obtained them. Just like the hidden immortal art and the Purple Mansion record before. The Purple Mansion record was more like a pure cultivation heart method, solely related to the quality and density of one's own true qi. The hidden immortal art was different. Not only could it conceal Chen Yan's cultivation level from anyone, but the current greatest trump card Chen Yan possessed, the wisp of clear rainbow encircling his own martial spring, was also born from the hidden immortal art. As for the Great Derivation Art, the moment Chen Yan received this reincarnation reward, he immediately realized its uniqueness. Spiritual energy existed between heaven and earth. A cultivator could only condense a single strand of spiritual energy after gathering 10,000 strands of innate true energy. But the Great Derivation Art was not like that. This art could actually directly derive spiritual energy from Chen Yan's martial spring. And besides spiritual energy, Chen Yan had a premonition that the great derivation art could derive something even more profound and mysterious than spiritual energy. As for what that profound and mysterious existence was, Chen Yan did not know. He was still far too lacking. Chen Yan regained consciousness from the reincarnation cycle once again. He glanced around and found himself amidst a scene of ruins with two people standing beside him. Lin Kaifeng and Qin Qingyu. Then, from in front of Chen Yan, flashed a flame composed of ice crystals. Bitter sea broken cliff, hatred locks 1,000 peaks. Immediately after, a loud roar followed. A figure clad in the disciple robe of Yuanhua Mountain landed not far in front of Chen Yan. I thought we were getting along quite well, fellow Taoist Lin. Yi Xiu's arrogant voice rang out. Chen Yan had already sorted out the time to which he had been reborn through the reincarnation record point. He had to admit the timing was quite tight, but even if Chen Yan were given more time, he probably wouldn't have any other method. Chen Yan had already figured out the true purpose of He Furen, or rather, Huo Mu. That was to resurrect the remnant soul of that great demon of the Tao Union realm. The real reason when Hongli sealed the entire heavenly summit mountain was not to create some so-called cage, but precisely to release the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul. Then, he would let the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul devour Mo Zheng's soul, thereby allowing this former great demon of the Tao Union realm to regain its intellect and restore its strength. What they truly wanted to frame the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain for was not Qin Yue's death. They wanted to add a layer of insurance to their plan. If news of the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul were accidentally leaked or if some mishap occurred, He Furen could directly pin the blame on the heads of Kongyuan Mountain's direct disciples. According to their plan, by that time the evidence would have long been dead and buried, and moreover, Huo Mu would be backing him up. This was also the real reason why He Furen and his group wanted to slaughter all the cultivators on Heavenly Summit Mountain. It had to be said, this was a grand scheme. A grand scheme to resurrect that great demon of the Tao Union realm that had been suppressed for 9,000 years. Whether it was Mo Zheng, the 5 great sects, or everyone on Heavenly Summit Mountain, they were all merely pawns on Huo Mu's chessboard. Fellow Taoist Chen. Yi Xiu's voice pulled Chen Yan back from his own thoughts. The grudge between us probably isn't over yet, right? I never expected that at such a critical moment you would still specially come to the Water Mirror Pavilion to kill me. The look Yi Xiu gave Chen Yan was quite venomous. Then he glanced at the Yi Xiu corpse on the ground. What a pity you came up empty-handed. Qin Qingyu, standing to the side, remained silent. Another moonlight beam slashed out, precisely aimed at Yi Xiu's location. Exactly as before, this moonlight beam, which could slay any Qi Sea realm cultivator in the world, caused no harm to Yi Xiu. It was as if nothing had happened. Ha 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 ha. Yi Xiu began laughing maniacally again, his voice utterly deranged. An ambush, immortal maiden Qin, truly quite despicable. And you still have the face to keep claiming you're the #1 Martial Spring Realm cultivator of the current generation in Chenping continent. Oh, you're in the Qi Sea realm now, right? What, are you going to claim to be the #1 Qi Sea realm cultivator of the current generation in Chenping continent now? You've missed your chance. It's useless. Facing the deranged Yi Xiu, Chen Yan said coldly. Yi Xiu paused for a moment, then glared in Chen Yan's direction. What did you say? I said it's useless. Give up. Chen Yan shook his head. You cannot summon Mo Zheng to possess you. Hearing this, Yi Xiu took half a step back, his pupils contracting sharply. Why would you know about Elder Mo? An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, then he shook his head violently. Impossible, impossible, Chen Yan, you must die, you must die. Yi Xiu bit his thumb with all his might, blood spurted out, and he smeared the blood onto the ring on his hand. This junior Yi Xiu requests Senior Mo to possess me. A dead silence, just as Chen Yan had said, nothing happened. Why Chen Yan? Yi Xiu screamed hysterically, while Chen Yan merely watched coldly. Chen Yan was completely indifferent to all of Yi Xiu's actions and demeanor because he deeply understood that in the current situation Yi Xiu was merely a clown. As for the real enemy, the barrier suspended above the heavenly summit palace began to show cracks. Time was running out. He had to quickly think of a way to break the deadlock. He Furin at the myriad transformations realm. Even if Chen Yan, Lin Kaifeng, Qin Qingyu and Lin Xinyang combined their strength, they probably couldn't withstand a single slap from him. As for the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul, it went without saying. In other words, the only hopeful breakthrough point was probably still on Yi Xiu himself. If the hidden immortal art wouldn't work, then the great derivation art. A wisp of profound, clear energy burst forth from Chen Yan's fingertip, shooting towards Yi Xiu's direction in the form of the Kongshan finger technique. Seeing that wisp of clear energy, Lin Kaifeng was first stunned, then his face revealed an excited expression. As a disciple personally taught by Kongshan sect leader Yun Yichen, a great expert of the Unity realm, Lin Kaifeng naturally recognized what that wisp of clear energy was. That was spiritual energy. A means that only cultivators of the upper three realms could employ. Senior, you truly are. Lin Kaifeng murmured inwardly. Countless dark blue light points floated before Yi Xiu, then collided with the spiritual energy bursting from Chen Yan's fingertip. The shield formed by the dark blue light points flickered several times, ultimately managing to withstand Chen Yan's great derivation art. Chen Yan was not at all surprised by this result. No matter how profound and mysterious the great derivation art was, Chen Yan, who was casting the technique, was still just a cultivator at the peak martial spring realm level. Even though within the ring, Mo Zheng's soul realm had fallen, now only able to exert cultivation strength at the myriad transformations realm level. Even in a situation where he couldn't possess Yi Xiu, he could only passively defend. But Chen Yan still couldn't shake Mo Zheng in the slightest. What Chen Yan currently derived through the great derivation art was spiritual energy. But Mo Zheng, who was once a divine ability realm great master, even if his cultivation realm had fallen, couldn't he still mobilize spiritual energy? It seems this approach isn't very feasible. Long time no see, Senior Mo. He Furin's voice came from the distance. The subsequent development was almost identical to what had happened before. First, he snatched the ring from Yi Xiu's hand, then inserted 12 strands of innate true energy into it, forcing Mo Zheng's soul out from within. Xinyang, come over. Immediately after, He Furin said. Lin Xinyang didn't respond, instead attempting to resist He Furin, only to be directly slapped to death by He Furin with a single palm strike. The Black Flood Dragon remnant soul was released from within Lin Xinyang's body. Chen Yan merely witnessed all of this happening. What exactly should he do and what could he accomplish? How could he escape from this current outcome? Chen Yan fixed his gaze on the ground where Lin Xinyang had just been smashed into a bloody mist. On the empty ground there was still a shadow. That was a shadow that shouldn't exist. Chen Yan knew what it was the shadow binding rope. He had hidden his shadow binding rope within Lin Xinyang's shadow to track Lin Xinyang's position. Even though Lin Xinyang had already been smashed into a bloody mist by He Furin, Chen Yan's shadow binding rope was still at the location where Lin Xinyang's shadow had disappeared. Covered with the aura of the hidden immortal art, unless seen with the naked eye, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to detect. This sudden distraction caused Chen Yan to calm down once more. His mind raced rapidly, then he shifted his gaze to Yi Xiu not far away. Mo Zheng's soul was completely dependent on Yi Xiu's life and death. That is to say, if Mo Zheng's soul was extinguished or devoured, it wouldn't have too great an impact on Yi Xiu. However, if Yi Xiu was killed, Mo Zheng's soul would also be destroyed along with him. The current Yi Xiu didn't have Mo Zheng from the ring protecting him. Elder Mo was already struggling to protect himself now. If he killed Yi Xiu before the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul devoured Mo Zheng's soul, then Mo Zheng's soul would dissipate, and the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul also wouldn't be able to restore its Dao Union realm strength. Now is the time. A wisp of clear energy burst from Chen Yan's fingertip, aimed precisely at Yi Xiu's location. HMPH. Immediately after, He Furin's cold snort was heard. A massive palm imprint appeared before Yi Xiu, blocking the space between Yi Xiu and the clear energy. Then, the clear energy that Chen Yan had pointed out from his fingertip, like a needle tip piercing through paper, easily penetrated the palm imprint that He Furin had condensed using his innate true energy. The next instant, blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xiu's left chest was directly pierced through by that wisp of clear energy that Chen Yan had pointed out. His eyes were filled with incomprehension and unwillingness. His immortal path had only just begun. Clearly, his path was still very, very long, but Yi Xiu's consciousness gradually faded from this world. For cultivators below the spirit connection realm, suffering such a degree of physical damage meant certain death. Spiritual energy, how is that possible? He Furin's expression changed drastically. This was the first time Chen Yan had seen He Furin show a panicked expression. Seeing Yi Xiu killed by Chen Yan, Mo Zheng, sealed by the 12 strands of innate true energy, revealed a frenzied smile, raising his head and roaring with laughter. "What now, you old turtle Hu Mu? I, Mo Zheng, even if I die, won't let you have your way, ha 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 ha." Mo Zheng's soul grew fainter and fainter, until it completely vanished between heaven and earth. How is this possible? How can this be? He Furin's face was full of disbelief. The ring in his hand had completely become an empty shell. How is this possible? Why, Chen Yan, you bastard, can wield spiritual energy? Why? This dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain had believed everything was under his control. And indeed, everything should have been under his control. Who could have imagined that there would be such a variable as Chen Yan, martial spring realm cultivation, yet able to wield spiritual energy? This was unheard of in the entire history of Chenping continent. True qi and spiritual energy were the greatest difference between cultivators of the first 6 realms and cultivators of the upper 3 realms. He Furin had been careless. He never expected that Chen Yan could wield spiritual energy, so he merely treated him as an ordinary martial spring realm cultivator. That's why He Furin suffered such a great loss. Yi Xiu died at Chen Yan's hands, causing Mo Zheng's soul to dissipate along with him. Now, how should he account for this to Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu? To fully restore the consciousness of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, it had to devour a soul with a divine sense realm at the 8th realm or above. Like this? He Furin shifted his gaze onto Chen Yan, who stood amidst the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion. It's all because of him. All along, it's been because of him. It's precisely because of this guy named Chen Yan that Imperial Law Elder Hu Mu's plan was forced ahead of schedule. He had to take the risk of reviving the Black Flood Dragon on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Even though the original plan was foolproof, for some unknown reason he saw through everything again. Finally, it evolved into this current situation. Failure. He failed to complete the task given to him by the Supreme Imperial Law Elder. Even if he could return alive to the sect, there was only one outcome awaiting him, becoming a discarded pawn. He Furin couldn't accept this kind of ending. Chen Yan, right, Chen Yan. Since he can wield spiritual energy, does this mean his soul can be equivalent in strength to the soul of an upper 3 realms cultivator? He Furin didn't know. He only knew that he was now completely trapped in a desperate situation. No matter what, he had to try every possible remedy. Immediately after, He Furin looked up at the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul floating in the air, then made his decision. "Come." He Furin roared loudly. In midair, one after another massive gray-black palm phantom images appeared, stretching towards Chen Yan's direction. Break. Chen Yan also let out a loud roar, immediately followed by another burst of clear energy shooting from his fingertip. First, it pierced through one palm phantom image, then pierced through a second one, followed immediately by a third. But when this clear energy collided with the 4th gray-black palm phantom image, it was instantly shattered. Then, this massive palm phantom image clenched Chen Yan's entire body within its palm. It's over. This was the first thought that arose in Chen Yan's mind when He Furin clasped him in a palm formed from his innate true energy. He had indeed killed Yi Xiu, stopping that Dao Union realm great demon's return. But what did that matter? Among the 3 people present, himself, Lin Kaifeng, and Qin Qingyu, even together they were by no means a match for He Furin. Even if they had foiled Hu Mu's plot, in the end he would still find it hard to escape death. As long as He Furin and Wen Hongli remained alive, the situation could not be resolved. At that moment, a gray-black strand of innate true energy suddenly pierced through Chen Yan's body. Intense pain surged through him in an instant. Then a second gray-black strand of innate true energy pierced him. A third, a fourth, a fifth. 12 in total. The agony of being pierced by 12 strands of innate true energy nearly cost Chen Yan his consciousness. Chen Yan sensed what was about to happen. He Furin intended to sacrifice his soul to the remnant soul of the Black Flood Dragon. He forced his head up and looked at the enormous black serpent's skull as it drew ever closer. Instinctive survival reflexes drove Chen Yan to forcibly circulate the hidden immortal art under the suppression of the 12 strands of innate true energy. It was useless. The black serpent opened its blood-red maw and swallowed Chen Yan whole. It felt as if the entire world fell into utter silence. Long, chaotic memories flooded Chen Yan's mind. Kill. In a forest, a beautiful Sika deer stood before Chen Yan. Its fur, antlers, even its eyes were astonishingly lovely, but in Chen Yan's mind there was only one impulse: kill. Next appeared 7 or 8 burly men wielding various farming implements. Kill. Then came a well-equipped, well-ordered army of some secular dynasty. Kill, kill. After that, cultivators in Taoist robes brandishing long swords. Kill, kill, kill. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 100, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 10,000,000. No matter what life form appeared before Chen Yan, regardless of the number, his thought was only one thing: kill, 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 until a young man in pure white Taoist robes stood before Chen Yan, hands clasped behind his back. "My name is Kong Yang," the youth said softly. "The world wishes to call me true person Kayan. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, 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 kill." Chen Yan was sealed into the demon suppression stone. What followed was endless torment spanning thousands of years. During that time, Chen Yan gradually shed his rage and learned to think calmly. Then his spirit slowly collapsed until his consciousness was completely extinguished. "My mouth is so dry, strange." Ever since breaking through to the martial spring realm, he had hardly felt thirst. But now he was so thirsty. Chen Yan struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying on a soft, familiar bed. He recognized the place. This was his residence on Kongyuan Mountain, part of Kongshan sect. Chen Yan sat up, looked around, then climbed down from the bed and walked to the door, pushing it open. In the courtyard, a young disciple held a broom, looking only about 15 or 16. From the gilded cloud crane patterns on the sleeve hem of his robe, it was clear this young cultivator was also a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. The young disciple turned his head, saw Chen Yan at the doorway, and his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Both his expression and voice trembled. "Elder Chen, senior brother Chen woke up, senior brother Chen woke up." The young disciple shouted loudly. Chen Yan waved his hand impatiently, signaling the youth to be quiet. "Where's my master? Is he still alive?" He took a few steps forward into the courtyard and stood before the young disciple. There was no malice in Chen Yan's question. Before he sank into that long dream, the last fragment of memory in his mind had been the scene at the Water Mirror Pavilion ruins on Heavenly Summit Mountain, when he Furin pierced him with 12 strands of innate true energy and prepared to sacrifice him to the remnant soul of the Black Flood Dragon. Whether Lin Kaifeng lived or died, he had no idea. Elder Lin should be. The young disciple stammered. Chen Yan seized on the key phrase in the youth's words: "Elder Lin." Chen Yan frowned. He knew he was on Kongyuan Mountain, not the outer courts. Yet the Kongyuan Mountain disciple before him addressed Lin Kaifeng as Elder Lin. Odd as it was, it sounded like his adoptive master might still be alive. What had happened later on Heavenly Summit Mountain? "That's right, senior brother Chen, you might not know, your master currently holds the position of Alchemy Hall Elder on Kongyuan Mountain," the young disciple said. "Alchemy Hall Elder." Chen Yan's heart dropped. If the Alchemy Hall Elder on Kongyuan Mountain was now Lin Kaifeng, then what about Yue Kai? Chen Yan hadn't spent that much time with Yue Kai, but compared to the others he had lost on Heavenly Summit Mountain, he had been closer to Yue Kai. After all, this second uncle master had taken a lot of blame for him. He hurried into the alchemy hall and noticed that the face behind the counter on the first floor was different from the Zhao Bin who used to stand there. The disciple behind the counter looked up, saw Chen Yan rushing in, and showed a startled expression. "Chief Disciple Chen, where's my master?" Chen Yan asked. "On the third floor of the alchemy hall with the dignity elder." Before the counter disciple finished, Chen Yan stormed up the stairs. "Master!" Chen Yan pushed open the door and burst in. Inside, two people sat drinking tea together. One wore a Bagua Taoist robe, hair completely white, the other wore a loose crane cloak looking like a man in his 40s or 50s. Uncle Yue, you're not. Chen Yan looked at the white-haired elder in the Bagua robe in surprise. Not really. Yue Kai replied calmly, it's you who has finally woken up. Only then did Chen Yan notice the token at Yue Kai's waist. The token of Kongyuan Mountain's dignity elder. How long was I out, and what happened later on Heavenly Summit Mountain? Chen Yan asked. Yue Kai made a hushed gesture and shook his head. Before we discuss those things, I need to ask you one question first. What question? That guy, is he awake now, or is he still asleep? Yue Kai asked. That guy. Who? Of course, I mean the Black Flood Dragon inside your body. The Black Flood Dragon inside his own body. That day, the enormous black snake projection that had appeared on Heavenly Summit Mountain surfaced in Chen Yan's mind. Then he recalled He Furen's ferocious expression, the excruciating pain of being pierced by 12 strands of innate true energy, and finally that gaping, blood-red maw. He should have been devoured by the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, but why, I don't know. Chen Yan shook his head, then continued, I don't remember anything clearly about what happened after that day. Upon hearing this, Yue Kai didn't speak, only turning his head to look at Lin Kaifeng beside him. In that case, let me first explain the current situation within the sect. Lin Kaifeng slowly began, speaking to Chen Yan. It has been a full year since the end of the Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, though perhaps more people prefer to call this edition of the Tao Inquiry Assembly the Heavenly Summit Mountain Calamity. A year. Meaning he had been unconscious for an entire year. Chen Yan was inwardly shocked. Although a year was absolutely not long for a cultivator, it was enough time for many things to happen. No wonder Lin Kaifeng was now serving as an elder in the Alchemy Hall, while Martial Uncle Yue Kai had been promoted, becoming the dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain. Wait, to become an elder within the inner court of the sect, having a cultivation realm above the spirit connection realm was a necessary condition. This meant that the current Lin Kaifeng had already crossed that threshold, becoming a spirit connection realm cultivator. For this Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, the delegation dispatched by our Kongshan sect totaled 74 people. After the Heavenly Summit Mountain calamity occurred, only 17 Kongshan sect cultivators managed to survive by sheer luck. Lin Kaifeng continued. Among them, the personal disciple of Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder Qin Yue perished, the personal disciple of the former Yuanhua Mountain dignity elder Lin Xinyang perished. The chief disciple of Mingxiao Peak, Shen Hong, perished. The chief disciple of Union Peak, Zhao Wuduan, perished. It can be said the losses among the sect's younger generation of disciples were quite severe. Fortunately, Li Haowen, Chu Xiao, and you all returned. Even though you were unconscious for an entire year, at least you are still considered alive. Hearing these names, Chen Yan couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. For this Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent, the Kongshan sect had dispatched a total of 5 chief disciples. As for Qin Yue and Lin Xinyang, although they were not chief disciples of a peak lineage, their status among this generation of young disciples in the Kongshan sect was also roughly equivalent to that of a chief disciple. Out of 7 Heaven's Pride level talents at the chief disciple level, 4 perished in this great calamity. It must be said the losses were quite severe. Then, the former Yuanhua Mountain dignity elder He Furen was executed on the spot by Bai Kaiming. The former Kongyuan Mountain true Dharma elder, Wen Hongli, chose to commit suicide on the Daiyan arena after suffering severe injuries. Lin Kaifeng said, Wen Hongli was severely injured then committed suicide. Chen Yan asked. Correct. Yue Kai nodded. After He Furen fled the Daiyan arena, I, eldest senior brother, Star Heaven Sex Hu Tianyuan and Bai Kaiming, the 4 of us ganged up on Wen Hongli. Honestly, if it were a straightforward head-on clash, the 4 of us combined wouldn't be Wen Hongli's match. Fortunately, that old fox Bai Kaiming was there. He knows how to play dirty. No matter how he listened, Chen Yan didn't think Yue Kai was praising Bai Kaiming. Across the entire Chenping Continent, 846 cultivation sects participated in this Tao Inquiry Assembly, dispatching 24,321 disciples. In the end, only 2,109 survived. The total number of cultivators who died or went missing was 22,212. The death toll was even higher than Chen Yan had imagined. But this was also normal. After all, the cultivators from those ordinary sects were mostly at the qi circulation realm, with quite a few even at the body forging realm. These cultivators couldn't even withstand the spiritual energy pressure unconsciously radiated by the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul on Heavenly Summit Mountain. This Heavenly Summit Mountain calamity can be said to be the greatest blow suffered by the cultivation world of Chemping continent since the eliminating the cause of calamity turmoil 1200 years ago. The various major sects have all begun conducting internal investigations and purges. Lin Kaifeng said, "Of course, the Kongshan sect which sealed Heavenly Summit Mountain with a barrier and led this Heavenly Summit Mountain calamity naturally became the target of public criticism." And then how did the sect handle this situation? Chen Yan asked further. The white-haired old man beside him, wearing a Bagua Taoist robe, the current Kongyuan Mountain dignity elder Yue Kai, first shook his head, then revealed an expression that seemed barely contained. Of course, a thorough investigation to give an explanation to the cultivation world of Chemping continent. Yue Kai said, however, the department within the sect responsible for this thorough investigation was precisely the Supreme Imperial Law Court led by Hu Mu. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan also almost failed to keep a straight face. What kind of investigation is this? Investigating myself? The final investigation result from the Imperial Law Court was that the real reason He Furin strayed onto the wrong path was the instigation of Yuanhua Mountain's sword master elder, Wei Mayan. Lin Kaifeng stated. So Elder Wei Mayan he? Chen Yan asked. Lin Kaifeng didn't speak, only raising his hand and making a throat-slitting gesture. Wei Mayan was dead. Chen Yan could guess with his toes that Wei Mayan was just a scapegoat pushed out by the Imperial Law Court. A mighty sixth realm cultivator, a myriad transformations realm powerhouse, had died a meaningless, wrongful death. Centuries of cultivation had gone up in smoke just like that. It was truly lamentable. However, Wei Mayan's death did indeed make the various sects of Chemping continent shut their mouths. The sword master elder of a Kongshan sect peak lineage was killed just like that, so what more could they demand? Could they really go after Hu Mu? Wei Mayan's death could be said to have given the world enough face. As for the Kongyuan mountainside, although Wen Hongli was also one of the apparent masterminds of this Heavenly Summit Mountain calamity, he did not face any accountability from the Imperial Law Court. It wasn't because the Imperial Law Court didn't want to cause trouble, but because the performance of sect leaders' direct disciples like Zhang Yin and Yue Kai on Heavenly Summit Mountain made it impossible for the supreme elders of the Imperial Law Court to find fault with Kongyuan Mountain. Moreover, Yun Yichen was also an upper three realms cultivator and had a certain foundation among the sect's supreme elders. He and his people weren't that easy to move against. So, who is currently in charge of the overall situation at Yuanhua Mountain? Chen Yan asked again. The surveillance court dispatched a supreme elder named Feng Wei to temporarily act as Yuanhua Mountain's sword master elder. Yue Kai said. Originally, Master wanted to get eldest senior brother appointed as the sword master elder there, but it was directly vetoed by the pivot court. The pivot court wouldn't allow Master to extend his reach that far, even though Yuanhua Mountain indeed needs its own people to intervene right now. Immediately after, Lin Kaifeng said, in short, the current situation within the sect is roughly like this. Next, we should talk about what happened on Heavenly Summit Mountain. What happened on Heavenly Summit Mountain was the main issue. Chen Yan urgently wanted to know the truth. He wanted to know what exactly had happened after he lost consciousness. Why hadn't he died? And why did the remnant soul of that great demon of Dao Union realm exist within his body? He Furin's goal seemed to be to restore the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul to completeness. To achieve this, he had to make the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul devour the souls of great demons or cultivators at or above the divine ability realm. Lin Kaifeng said, after the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chemping Continent began, they somehow learned that Yi Ziu, the most outstanding young disciple of the Beiyuan sect in this generation, had the soul of Mo Zheng, a divine ability realm powerhouse from 300 years ago, residing within the ring he possessed. They then began laying out their scheme. This was an almost perfect scheme. Step 1. Kill any Dao inquirer from the Kongshan sect. The target was likely originally Chen Yan. However, because Qin Yue discovered the anomaly in Lin Xinyang's true qi, Furin grew worried about potential unforeseen complications and thus shifted the target to Qin Yue. Step 2. Seal off Heavenly Summit Mountain. Under the pretext of investigating the cause of Qin Yue's death, Furin and Wen Hongli landed on Heavenly Summit Mountain and took control of the situation. They used a barrier to completely seal off the entire mountain and leveraged Hu Mu's influence to isolate Heavenly Summit Mountain completely from the outside world. Step 3. Repair the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul. Use Mo Zheng's soul to make the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul whole again. However, this was no simple task. Although Mo Zheng was only a wisp of a soul, he was, after all, a former divine ability realm powerhouse. Even if his strength had fallen to the myriad transformations realm, as long as he could still directly manipulate spiritual energy, ordinary myriad transformations realm cultivators were absolutely no match for him. This highlighted the importance of Xiao Ban. The unique nature of the Weaving Dreams Tower's special arts meant Mo Zheng was completely unaware of the curse Xiao Ban had placed on the connection between him and Yi Xiu. The final step? Slaughter all the cultivators on Heavenly Summit Mountain and frame the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. Both the appearance of the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul and the massacre on Heavenly Summit Mountain would be pinned as a conspiracy by the direct disciples of Kongyuan Mountain. Furin and Wen Hongli would then play the role of heroes, eliminating the Kongyuan Mountain direct disciples and destroying the released Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul. As for credibility, the Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshan sect, Huo Mu, would vouch for Furin, thoroughly cleansing him, Wen Hongli and their other subordinates. However, even though this plan seemed almost flawless, it was still cracked, because there existed one biggest, almost insurmountable variable within it. That was Chen Yan. After Mo Zheng's soul dispersed, Furin pinned all his hopes on you. Lin Kaifeng said, because you could release spiritual energy, something only cultivators of the upper three realms can do. So he gambled, wanting to feed your soul to the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul. Chen Yan's memory ended there. Furin succeeded. The Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul did indeed swallow you in one gulp. But what happened next? Lin Kaifeng continued. The black snake projection in the sky began to collapse, shrinking towards that single point of clear light at the very center of its forehead. And the exact center of that point of clear light was your martial spring. This was something Chen Yan was completely unaware of, his martial spring and the clear light, so what saved him was the hidden immortal art. That was indeed a strong possibility. So, after that, Elder Bai Kaiming arrived to save the day and killed Furin. Chen Yan continued to deduce, no, not Furin. However, Chen Yan's deduction was interrupted by Lin Kaifeng. The one who killed Furin was that Black Flood Dragon. How? Chen Yan asked. After all of the Black Flood Dragon's soul in the air had drilled into that point of clear light, you directly slapped Furin to death with one palm. Lin Kaifeng answered, I knew it was the Black Flood Dragon, not you, controlling your body at that time. I could sense the difference in the flow of true qi, or rather spiritual energy, within you. And then, Chen Yan continued to ask, and then you fell unconscious. After about half a quarter of an hour, that old fox Bai Kaiming arrived at the Water Mirror Pavilion and reached a consensus with me. Lin Kaifeng said, what consensus? To conceal the fact that the Black Flood Dragon's soul still existed in this world. Lin Kaifeng continued, although I don't know how exactly you managed it, you can completely conceal the aura of the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul, just like you can completely conceal your own cultivation. It was because of the hidden immortal art. The Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul has always been suppressed in the Kajun Tower on Qingchen Peak. Its theft and the resulting severe consequences meant Qingchen Peak definitely had to put forward a peak elder to take responsibility. Based on how events unfolded, that person was most likely Bai Kaiming. Lin Kaifeng added, Chen Yan roughly understood what had happened. The truth of the matter was that Chen Yan, or rather the Black Flood Dragon, killed Furin. But many things that happened in the ruins of the Water Mirror Pavilion involved Chen Yan's secrets. Whether it was his spiritual energy or the Black Flood dragon soul within his body, if either were made public, it would cause Chen Yan considerable trouble. At the same time, the theft of the Black Flood dragon had already caused Bai Kaiming significant distress. Since he was on Heavenly Summit Mountain, it would be very hard for him to shift the blame. However, if Bai Kaiming performed a meritorious deed on Heavenly Summit Mountain, the situation would be different. Thus, Lin Kaifeng and Bai Kaiming hit it off immediately. They credited the merits of killing He Furin and destroying the Black Flood dragon remnant soul to Bai Kaiming, using this to cover up Chen Yan's secrets. And Bai Kaiming could also atone for his fault with this merit, avoiding accountability from the sect. But what about Qin Qingyu? Chen Yan asked seriously. Those present at the scene weren't just Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng. That peerless talent of their generation, Qin Qingyu, had also witnessed everything. She was indeed a variable. Lin Kaifeng's expression also darkened slightly. When you unleashed your spiritual energy, I did consider silencing her, but as you know, I'm simply no match for that little girl. And before Bai Kaiming arrived at the Water Mirror Pavilion, she had already left. That is to say, it's very difficult to handle. The image of that graceful figure in a light green gauze dress surfaced in Chen Yan's mind. The issue of Qin Qingyu has no meaningful point for discussion right now, because there's nothing we can do about it. Yue Kai said, then turned his gaze towards Chen Yan. As for the Black Flood dragon remnant soul within you, what do you think? What will happen if we leave it alone? Chen Yan asked in return. I don't know. Yue Kai shook his head. Implanting a great demon's soul into a cultivator's body is a method only cultivators of the divine ability realm can perform. But the Black Flood dragon remnant soul entered your body on its own. This situation is simply unheard of. After a pause, Yue Kai continued. Most importantly, we probably can't do much about it either unless we proactively report this matter to the sect's grand elders. This was impossible. Whether it was Chen Yan, Lin Kaifeng, or Yue Kai, they all understood this perfectly well. Let's set it aside for now. Chen Yan said. He then looked out the alchemy hall window at the misty, immortal chi-shrouded peaks. Chen Yan didn't know what this truly meant or what exactly would happen in the not-too-distant future, but fate was fate. In the blink of an eye, another 2 weeks had passed. During the first few days after Chen Yan had just woken up, he had been quite wary of the Black Flood dragon remnant soul within his body. But as time went on, Chen Yan discovered that the so-called Black Flood dragon remnant soul residing in his body had zero impact on his daily life. He couldn't feel the presence of the remnant soul at all. Chen Yan even began to suspect whether the soul of this great demon of Dao Union realm was truly inside him. As the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, Chen Yan's current status within the Kongshan sect was quite significant, especially after the chief disciples of both Mingxiao Peak and Union Peak had also perished on Heavenly Summit Mountain. 2 more pillars capable of carrying the banner for the Kongshan sect's younger generation of disciples were gone. Chen Yan walked along the streets of Kongyuan Mountain, and at the end of the road ahead stood a rather imposing and dignified compound. Kongyuan Mountain Enforcement Hall. The current Enforcement Hall elder of Kongyuan Mountain was still Song Wencheng, namely, the master of that Qi Yadong who had been accidentally killed by a single punch from Chen Yan during the outer court competition. To put it bluntly, Song Wencheng and Chen Yan's master Lin Kaifeng had never really gotten along. And after Chen Yan accidentally killed Qi Yadong, the relationship between him, Lin Kaifeng, and Chen Yan had become utterly irreconcilable. When Chen Yan had just become a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, he had always been extremely cautious, fearing he might be deliberately targeted or harassed by disciples from the enforcement hall. In fact, even now there was absolutely no sign of any improvement in the relationship between Chen Yan and Song Wencheng. But, junior disciple nephew Chen. As soon as he stood at the entrance of the enforcement hall, a tall and slender figure quickly approached him, a brilliant smile on his face and a token engraved with Kongyuan enforcement hanging from his waist. Chen Yan certainly recognized him. Elder Song, long time no see. Chen Yan said with a faint smile and bowed slightly towards the figure. The newcomer was precisely the enforcement hall elder of Kongyuan Mountain, Song Wencheng. Ah, why is the junior disciple nephew being so formal? Song Wencheng hurried forward, reaching out to support Chen Yan, who was bowing to him. Hearing that junior disciple nephew Chen had awakened 2 weeks ago was the only piece of good news I've heard recently. Having a young prodigy like junior disciple, nephew Chen is truly a great blessing for our Kongshan sect. Song Wencheng exclaimed with such emotion. Chen Yan merely continued to smile, his attitude cool and detached, saying nothing. He certainly knew why Song Wencheng was lowering his own status to flatter him like this, the reason for such obsequiousness. Although Song Wencheng was still nominally the enforcement hall elder, the power in his hands had been almost completely stripped away. This was solely because the enforcement hall was directly subordinate to the true Dharma elder. After Wen Hongli's death, the original true Dharma lineage of Kongyuan Mountain naturally suffered significant repercussions. The position of true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain had now been transferred to martial uncle Zhang Yin. As for the enforcement hall, although the nominal elder was still Song Wencheng, the actual elder authority had been completely taken over by the offering elder whom Zhang Yin had directly appointed and parachuted into the enforcement hall. Offering elder? Within the sect, their status was generally higher than that of ordinary sect elders, but they usually held no real authority. These offering elders were those who had retired from elder positions or from the positions of peak elders. Their cultivation had stalled at the passable God realm or the myriad transformations realm, ultimately failing to take that step into the upper three realms and thus unable to elevate their status to that of grand elders. Offering elders generally did not participate in any sect affairs or high-level decision-making. They enjoyed great freedom, facing almost no restrictions from the sect as long as they didn't do anything too outrageous. Like that Star Heaven sect offering elder who once traveled across the Chenping continent and while passing through Taiyuan City wanted to take Qin Yue as his disciple, he was such a case. However, when the sect needed them, these offering elders also had the obligation to return to active duty, just like that offering elder whom Zhang Yin appointed to the enforcement hall to set things right. Having lost Wen Hongli as his backer, Song Wencheng was like a stray dog with no home. For Zhang Yin, his progress had been very smooth. He only needed to marginalize all dissenting voices within the enforcement hall to officially take over. But right at this moment, the Supreme Imperial Law Court suddenly made a move, directly sending a Grand Elder over to oversee the enforcement hall's subsequent work. No one knew what the Imperial Law Court wanted to do. But Zhang Yin was certain it was definitely nothing good. Before this, Song Wencheng had already fully prepared himself to be marginalized and removed from his position. Since he hadn't participated in any of Wen Hongli's schemes, he thought that after being sidelined, he could live a decent enough life by quietly becoming an offering elder. Until the Grand Elder from the Imperial Law Court parachuted in, throwing Song Wencheng into a panic once again. Song Wencheng knew all too well what had happened to Wei Mayan. Even the dignified sword master elder of Yuanhua Mountain had been killed just like that. What chance did a minor figure like himself have? That's right, even though Song Wencheng was the enforcement hall elder, a passable god realm cultivator. In front of the Supreme Imperial Law Court, he was indeed as insignificant as a blade of grass. Where is Grand Elder Qi? Chen Yan asked. Qi Yi, that was the name of the Grand Elder dispatched by the Supreme Imperial Law Court to the enforcement hall. Reportedly at the mid-stage Unity Realm cultivation level. The reason Chen Yan was here today was precisely because of a summons from Qi Yi. Grand Elder Qi is in the main hall inside. Song Wencheng said, rubbing his hands together. Junior disciple nephew Chen, regarding the past conflict between my foolish disciple and you, I apologize to you here. I hope junior disciple nephew Chen can let bygones be bygones. Hearing Song Wencheng's words, Chen Yan suddenly froze in place. Wait, do you know what kind of nonsense you're spouting right now, apologizing to me? Although Chen Yan was almost unable to hold back, he didn't let any emotion show on his face. I have actually always deeply regretted what happened with senior brother Qi. Chen Yan said, junior disciple nephew, don't say such things. Song Wencheng waved his hand grandly, then looked up and sighed. Everyone has their own fate. That was Yadong's destiny. Chen Yan suddenly found it somewhat amusing. He just thought Song Wencheng was ridiculous. Chen Yan was meeting Grand Elder Qi today. Every word he said could potentially decide Song Wencheng's life or death. And precisely because of this, Song Wencheng had cast aside all his dignity to butter up Chen Yan like this. However, Chen Yan knew this matter definitely wasn't that simple. He knew who was in charge of the Supreme Imperial Law Court, and he also knew who was the true mastermind behind the Heavenly Summit Mountain calamity. But there was no way. Hu Mu had occupied the position of Kongshan's Supreme Imperial Law Elder for a full 4,000 years. Apart from Li Haoran, the Kongshan Supreme Pivot Elder from the same era as Su Hongzhen, Hu Mu had the deepest roots within the sect. Trying to shake this towering tree was absolute wishful thinking. Just like the recent Heavenly Summit Mountain calamity, the internal self-purification activities within the Kongshan sect were completely dominated by the Supreme Imperial Law Court. This sense of despair reminded Chen Yan of a saying, "They're all my people, how can you fight me?" The Grand Elder specifically named Chen Yan for a meeting, so Chen Yan had no choice but to attend. Under the gaze of Song Wencheng behind him, Chen Yan stepped into the enforcement hall of Kongyuan Mountain and then proceeded into the main hall. Seated on the main seat in the main hall was a young-looking man, appearing to be around 30 years old, with a faint smile on his face. This young man wore a pure white Taoist robe. The robe bore none of the gilded cloud crane patterns of Kongyuan Mountain, nor any wave-like patterns similar to those on the collar of Yuanhua Mountain's robes. Moreover, its color differed from the pale white robes of the Kongshan sect's outer court. It was simply a pure white Taoist robe. Beside the young man sat another person familiar to Chen Yan. This person's entire body was packed with bulging muscles, containing an extremely terrifying destructive force. It was none other than Zhang Yin, the current true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain. Chen Yan stood in the central position of the main hall, then bowed with a cupped hand salute. Disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to Grand Elder Qi and to Martial Uncle Zhang. Although he had never met him before, he naturally knew that the important figure who could make Martial Uncle Zhang sit to the side while occupying the main seat himself must be the Grand Elder dispatched by the Imperial Law Court, Qi Yi. As expected, early-stage Martial Spring Realm. The young man stared at Chen Yan for a moment, then nodded. "I heard you were the only opponent on Heavenly Summit Mountain who could make Qin Qingyu take seriously." "Not at all, this disciple still has much room for improvement," Chen Yan replied. He didn't know what this Grand Elder, who looked very young but was in reality who knows how many hundreds or even possibly over 1,000 years old, was really scheming. Who would have thought that scoundrel He Furin would dare to use Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo's token to commit such an act that outrages both gods and men? Ji suddenly changed the subject. "Hey." Chen Yan did not respond, merely keeping his head lowered. He couldn't really reply either. Those who should be dealt with on Yuanhua Mountain's side have basically been dealt with. Jia continued. "As for the Kongyuan Mountain side, shouldn't we also give the Imperial Law Court an explanation?" He was questioning Zhang Yin, who sat to the side, Grand Elder Qi. Zhang Yin had just begun to speak when he was immediately cut off by a gesture from Qi Yi. "No need to say more, I have already given you enough time." Then he looked towards Chen Yan standing in the center of the main hall. Raising his hand, he casually reached into the air and a token appeared in this Grand Elder's hand. "It's also time for a different choice," Qi said, then lightly tossed the token that had appeared in his hand, letting it fall before Chen Yan. Chen Yan instinctively caught the token Qi threw over. It was a rather ancient-looking token engraved with only 5 characters. "Kongshan Imperial Law Court, Grand Elder Qi, what is this?" Chen Yan asked, puzzled. "Holding this token means you are acting on behalf of the Imperial Law Court. No place within the sect can stop you, including all forbidden areas." Qi said, "The Imperial Law Court needs you to investigate and clarify some matters." Investigate and clarify some matters. Chen Yan's attitude was extremely cautious and wary. 1 week ago, Martial Elder Fu Kaiyan of Qingshan Peak submitted a very interesting item to the Imperial Law Court. Qi said, "This disciple still doesn't quite understand." Chen Yan continued. "Specifically, it was a list." Qi stated. On the surface, Chen Yan remained expressionless, but internally he was indeed beginning to feel somewhat panicked. What does Fu Kaiyan want to do? He asked himself this question in his heart. The list contained a total of 8 names. The Grand Elder from the Imperial Law Court before him said, deliberately emphasizing the number 8. These 8 names are Peiqingshan Zhenghe Zhang Zishan He Furen Wen Hongli Gu Qin Liang Zhang and Kai Jing. Qi Yi said, his gaze still fixed on Chen Yan. Fu Kaiyan specifically instructed at the time that this matter must be handled by Kongyuan Mountain's chief disciple, Chen Yan. So do you have any clues? Chen Yan remained silent for several breaths, trying to grasp the information contained within Qi Yi's words. Yes. Finally Chen Yan nodded. Because this list was provided by me to Elder Fu. As if satisfied with Chen Yan's answer, Qi Yi nodded with a smile. Good, that's very good. Of the 8 people on this list, 2 are still alive now. Liang Zheng and Kai Jing. As he spoke, Qi Yi paused briefly, then continued. However, this list alone is not enough evidence to convict these 2. How to collect that evidence is precisely what you need to investigate and clarify. This disciple understands. Chen Yan said. I'm only giving you 3 months. Qi Yi stated, yes. Chen Yan replied, good, then you have no further business here. Qi Yi said, then redirected his attention back to Zhang Yin. You may withdraw first. Zhang Yin understood Qi Yi's meaning and spoke to Chen Yan. Chen Yan once again bowed with a cupped hand salute towards the Grand Elder and his martial uncle seated above, then left the enforcement hall. Nowadays, Chen Yan's ability to read people and situations had improved qualitatively compared to when he was a marginal disciple in the outer court. Fu Kaiyan gave the Imperial Law Court a list with 8 names on it. But the original list should have had 13 names. On this list of 8, only 4 names actually appeared on that list of 13. The 4 overlapping names from both lists were already dead. As for the remaining 4 names, 2 were also dead. Only Liang Zheng and Kai Jing remained. Chen Yan knew what Fu Kaiyan was thinking. This list of 8 people was a letter of submission he handed over to Hu Mu. Fu Kaiyan understood very clearly that he, who knew things he shouldn't, would eventually face Hu Mu's reckoning.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.